As soon as Lin Yan opened his eyes, he found himself transported to a dangerous world where ghosts could appear at any moment and dimensional rifts could appear. Before he could figure out the body's memories, he decided to go home immediately, because in this kind of world, walking the dark too much can really kill you. But as soon as he turned around, a soft and charming voice came from behind him. "Lin, haven't you gone home yet? Let's go together." Standing under the tree was Wang Yinya, his beautiful neighbor who had just moved next door. A black off-shoulder mini dress, long legs and black stockings glistening in the moonlight, and slightly upturned red lips. It was as if she had been waiting here specifically for him to take the bait. If it were the original Lin Yan, he probably would have followed along long ago, but since he just transmigrated, he is more vigilant than anyone else. In this bizarre world, a stunningly beautiful woman taking the initiative to strike up a conversation late at night seems less like a stroke of good fortune and more like a death trap. Wang Yinya smiled and moved closer to him, her voice sickeningly sweet. "If you have something to do, I can accompany you." Lin Yan felt like his bones were about to melt, but he quietly took a half-step back, reached into his pocket, and found his phone. He held up his phone and gave her a mysterious smile. "I recorded everything you just said, ma'am. You don't want your husband to know, do you?" Wang Yinya's smile froze. She had no husband at all, and she couldn't understand the nonsense this human was spouting. With no one around, she decided to drop the pretense and walked up to Lin Yan in her high heels, smiling radiantly. "A mere human dares to threaten me? How interesting." Lin Yan's heart sank. A mere human? This woman is definitely not normal. The next second, a cold wind swept in from the depths of the street, and a pair of bat-like black wings suddenly spread out from behind Wang Yinya. Two jet-black horns grew from the top of her head, and a long black tail lashed out from behind her, the end of which was shaped like a heart. His once alluring peach blossom eyes turned dark red and bloodshot, and two sharp teeth were revealed at the corners of his mouth. His terrifying aura instantly locked onto Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine, and he almost dropped his phone. "Holy crap, this isn't a honey trap, this is a seductress." Even though his body was so suppressed by that chilling aura that he couldn't move, he strangely calmed down, and even raised his hand seriously to ask a question. If I may ask, are you a vampire, a female ghost, or a zombie?" Wang Yinya's lips twitched. She was almost dead, and this human was still wondering what kind of creature she was. She raised her head haughtily, looking down at him with her scarlet eyes. "I am the great night demon, do you understand? You lowly human." Lin Yan immediately understood. Ever since this night demon moved next door, he had probably become her prey. Next, she will probably drain his life force, causing him to die on the spot as soon as he transmigrates. Lin Yan looked up at the moonlight overhead and sighed in despair. "I never thought that I would have to endure this pain so soon after arriving here." He simply spread his hands and closed his eyes as if giving up. "Come on, don't pity me." Wang Yinya was dumbfounded. This human's brain seemed a bit abnormal. Would absorbing his energy affect his intelligence? But she still licked her red lips, then darted closer to Lin Yan, ready to enjoy this delicious treat that had been delivered to her door. Just as she was about to take a bite, a cold voice suddenly rang in Lin Yan's mind. "Ding! Danger detected. The celestial fishing system is activating. Fishing system successfully activated. Would you like to bind it?" The night demon's fangs were already pressed against Lin Yan's neck, but he suddenly opened his eyes and uttered two words. "Bound!" Having been stared at by this monster as if it were food for so long, Lin Yan thought he was doomed to die tonight, but a cold warning suddenly rang in his mind. The fishing system is now fully integrated. By inciting negative emotions in others, you can gain negative points, which can be exchanged for opportunities to fish in all the myriad realms. Before the system could finish speaking, Lin Yan interrupted. "Save them first. If we don't fish now, she's going to drain me dry." Upon first use of the system, you will receive a free God-level fishing experience. The current connected dimension is Jackie Chan Adventures. Lin Yan urged frantically in his mind, seeing that the Night Demon King's small tiger teeth were about to pierce his flesh. He had no second chance. Ding! God-level fishing successful. Item obtained, Terra Mask, Supreme Commander of the Shadow Legion. This mask can command all the Shadow Legion and the 9 Ghost Generals, allowing free entry and exit from the Shadow Kingdom. More importantly, it has no side effects and guarantees absolute obedience to Lin Yan. Lin Yan originally only wanted to fish for a talisman to save his life, but he didn't expect that the system's first cast would directly fish out the ruler of the Shadow Kingdom. With a thought, a dark red, ferocious mask fell into his palm, with a red face, fangs, white eyebrows and beard, and a scarlet luster like drinking blood in the night. Juanina was already close to him, her red lips slightly parted, blowing a sweet yet dangerous fragrance at him. Without hesitation, Lin Yan raised his hand and put the Terra mask on his face. In an instant, the entire night sky seemed to have been splashed with ink. The moonlight went out, and black mist spread to every corner of the park. A shadow deeper than the night engulfed the city, and Wang Yinye trembled, feeling for the first time as if he were facing darkness itself. She was clearly the night demon, so why did that human who had been at her mercy just moments before suddenly exude such a terrifying aura? Lin Yan touched his face. The mask only adhered to his skin and did not merge with him, but his pupils were already pitch black and cold, and his voice had become a demonic double whisper. Even night demons are afraid? Wang Yinye forced a wary stance, but a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Self-awakening? And a spiritual creature? No wonder I've been observing this for so long, and it's considered the best delicacy. Lin Yan didn't quite understand what she was saying, but the phrase, observed for a long time, was enough to make his murderous intent surge completely. The Terra mask amplified the darkness within him, but it did not take away his will. He remained lucid, but simply no longer wanted to endure it. Lin Yan smiled slightly and raised his head. Awaken, Shadow Legion! Countless shadows surged out from beneath his feet, spreading, twisting, and coalescing in all directions like living things. 9 Shadow Legions, Ghost Ninja, Claw Shadow Blade, Flying Shadow Knight Bat, Giant Shadow Troll, and Helmet Shadow Warrior, suddenly appeared and spread throughout the park. They were completely black with scarlet eyes, and they all knelt down before Lin Yan. The entire park was so quiet that even the sound of the wind disappeared. Wang Yinye's expression changed, because the aura emanating from each of the shadowy soldiers was no weaker than hers. She couldn't understand where these monsters came from, only that they resembled the legendary, brutal Nightmare Clan, and even their voices trembled. A system notification sounded. Wang Yinye's negative value has increased by 166 points. Lin Yan didn't explain, but simply ordered, kill her. Wang Yinye's face paled, then she gritted her teeth and sneered. Cunning human, you think you can fool me with an illusion? She firmly believed that Lin Yan was still human just now, and these monsters must be some kind of special awakened talent, a smokescreen he set up before his death. The next second, the black wings on her back suddenly unfolded, her petite figure tearing through the night, her sharp claws aimed straight for Lin Yan's heart. Lin Yan stood still, neither dodging nor flinching, letting the sharp nails approach his chest. Just as a victorious smile appeared on Wang Yinye's face, Lin Yan suddenly transformed into a dark shadow and disappeared into the boundless night. She pierced through the air with her claw, and her beautiful face instantly lost all color. Immediately afterward, a dense army of black shadows swept across the sky. Black mist surged above the small park, trapping Wang Yinye within it. He finally saw the terrifying nature of the shadowy army. These guys are emotionless, while Lin Yan is the freak of freaks, possessing immense combat power and immune to her control. Lin Yan emerged from the shadows, his dark pupils deep and eerie. Wang Yinye dared not look directly at him, and could only lower his head and beg for mercy. Please don't kill me, I can do more. Lin Yan remained calm and said, kill him. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. The thorny swarm swung its claws, but Wang Yinye blocked the attack with her tail. Lin Yan looked at her taut tail and said with interest, very good, this is getting interesting. Wang Yinye's fingernails turned jet black as she snarled, you wretched human, you forced me to this. She unleashed her demonic energy, breaking free from the black mist chains, and her crimson tail light scattered several shadowy ninjas. She sacrificed a trace of primordial demon blood, knowing full well that it would attract the demon hunting team and leave her weakened for a long time. She had originally intended to defeat Lin Yan using the unique methods of the night demon, but this plan backfired completely, leaving her with no choice but to fight desperately. "Darkness isn't so easily dispelled," Lin Yan murmured, and the black mist instantly solidified like a suspended mountain range. Wang Yinye, his bloodlust surging, coldly looked down at Lin Yan. "Humble human, I'll show you the true power of the demon race. Let me show you that it is your honor to be consumed by the great King Yinye." She instantly appeared beside Lin Yan, her scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust, ready to kill him instantly. Lin Yan gently tapped his finger, and a tall, gray-armored warrior emerged from the shadows to shield him from Wang Yinye's attack. "Great Shadow Commander, IK obeys your summons." IK knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. "General IK, it's all yours now," Lin Yan said indifferently. IK slammed his fist on the ground and stood up, revealing a face with blue fangs. Warning bells rang in Wang Yinye's mind. This blue-faced warrior was far more powerful than the previous shadowy ninja. How is it possible that a newly awakened human can summon so many powerful creatures? Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. She has limited time after sacrificing her demonic blood and must end the battle as soon as possible. A moment later, Wang Yinye begged for mercy in a disheveled state. "Please let me go. I was really wrong. I'll never dare to do it again." "You have no sportsmanship. You ganged up on me. I'm just a young night demon who has just come of age," Lin Yan said without any emotion. "General IK, kill her." IK raised his katana and slashed down at her neck. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. Wang Yinye cried out in panic. "No! No! I'll do anything! Don't kill me!" "Oh? Really, anything is fine?" Lin Yan raised her hand, and Ika's blade stopped in front of her fair neck. Feeling the chill of the blade, Wang Yinye trembled all over and quickly nodded. "That's right! I can do anything." Lin Yan thought for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Linan City, neon lights shimmered, making it even more bustling than the western district. This place not only houses the governor's office but also serves as the base for demon hunter squads, and the Demon Hunter Guild is located here. The association is responsible for dealing with evil demons, alien invasions, and so-called gods, and for maintaining peace throughout the city. Inside the base, Su Buliang was leaning back on the sofa scrolling through his phone when Zhong Yudao pushed open the door and entered, giving him a cold look. "Su Buliang, you've been checking your phone during work hours 87 times. Not only will you not get paid this month, you'll also have to pay 1,300 yuan. Su Buliang said with a crestfallen face. "No, Lao Zhong, I know I was wrong, I'll never watch it again. I swear!" "You said the same thing last time," Zhong Yudao said mercilessly. Su Buliang explained resentfully. "It's been a long time since I've had a mission. Even without missions, we can't let our guard down, danger can strike at any moment. I also hope there will never be any missions." Zhong Yudao sighed. "Once a mission occurs, it means that human lives are in danger." Su Buliang was about to offer some comfort when his expression suddenly turned serious, and he and Zhong Yudao both looked out the window. "That's..." Su Buliang frowned slightly, while Zhong Yudao murmured in a low voice. "The West District." Inside the park pavilion, Wang Yinye lay hunched over a stone table, biting her pen as she stared intently at the exam question, her delicate brows furrowed. "Please use the terms basic move, brilliant move, and common move and go to explain your insights and thoughts." Lin Yan glanced at the time behind her and calmly reminded her. "You have 3 minutes left." Since Night Demon would do whatever she said, it was reasonable for him to let her finish her homework as well. Wang Yinye blinked her big eyes and said weakly, "I don't know how." Lin Yan said calmly. "Oh, then kill him." General IK immediately raised his katana, the blade stopping just above Wang Yinye's head. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. Wait, I know. Wang Yinye's face turned pale, and she hurriedly grabbed a pen and scribbled down the answer. Immediately afterward, Lin Yan placed another math problem in front of her. If the curve y equals x plus a c superscript 2 has two tangent lines passing through the origin, what is the range of values for a? Wang Yinye bit her pen again, her expression completely frozen. Lin Yan looked at her. Kill him. I will. I will. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. In a short while, Lin Yan's negative value had exceeded 1,000, and he found that this thing was indeed not difficult to collect. However, Wang Yinye, who was standing in front of the stone table, was already lying there, crying with a face full of despair. Lin Yan said, There are only a dozen or so questions left to finish. Wang Yinye said weakly, Forget it, just kill me. I don't want to do any more math problems. Lin Yan frowned. It seemed he couldn't squeeze out much negative value today. Just then, he suddenly looked up towards the east, where two powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Wang Yinye lamented. It's the demon hunter squad. We're really doomed now. But she had already lost the will to escape. The torment of doing the problems was more terrifying than death. The demon hunter squad, huh? Lin Yan murmured, reaching out to grab her tail. Wang Yinye's body went limp, she gasped in surprise, and nearly fell into Lin Yan's arms. Lin Yan dodged to the side, falling directly at his feet. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 99. The next moment, darkness engulfed Wang Yinye and the Shadow Legion, and the entire park returned to normal. Above the pavilion, a koi carp flew at lightning speed, and Su Buliang and Zhong Yudao landed in the pavilion. Su Buliang said solemnly, Old Zhong, the battle seems to have stopped. Did you sense anything? Zhong Yudao checked the remaining auras and said in a deep voice. 2 auras, one of which belongs to the demon race. Judging from the residual magical energy fluctuations, it should be at the 4th tier of strength. The other one is completely unfamiliar. It's impossible to determine whether it's human or an alien race. Su Buliang crossed his arms and said, I feel a chilling aura. It shouldn't be human, right? Could it be that a new race has appeared in the spatial rift? But why are they fighting? Zhong Yudao was silent for a moment, then said, Since we can fight the demons, this might not be bad news. Let's check carefully first to see if there are any remnants, then report to the captain and discuss it further. Meanwhile, Lin Yan took Wang Yinye back to her single apartment, and removed her mask to process the merged memories. Wang Yinye huddled in a corner, recalling that dark red abyss, her heart filled with only fear and regret. Lin Yan suddenly said, There are rags in the restroom. Wang Yinye understood what he meant and reluctantly got up to walk towards the restroom. Lin Yan frowned and said coldly, Come back. Wang Yinye lowered her head and moved closer to him. Is there anything else you need? Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 44. Lin Yan looked at her and said calmly, Kill you. Wang Yinye's delicate body trembled, and her knees buckled, causing her to kneel on the ground. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. You don't want to kill anymore? Go get to work. Wang Yinye sat on the ground, like a little white rabbit waiting to be slaughtered, completely silent. A moment later, Lin Yan's expression turned strange. In just a few minutes, his worldview had completely collapsed, yet he had quickly accepted this completely new world. This place is now called Blue Star, and the Great Xia Kingdom is thousands of times larger than his original world. 100 years ago, dimensional rifts suddenly appeared in major cities. Countless alien races poured out of the rifts, invading the unsuspecting human society. Among them, the gods and demons were the most powerful, and the prosperous world was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. A once prosperous island nation was annihilated in an instant, and has now become a paradise inhabited by alien races. Initially, humanity could barely resist the aliens with the help of firearms. But that was merely cannon fodder for all the races in the heavens. As long as the rift remains, even stronger alien races will continue to descend. In a moment of crisis, the spiritual energy of Earth revived, and humanity began to awaken its innate abilities. The first awakened beings built walls with their own flesh and blood, keeping the alien race within the rifts. Humanity was thus given a chance to breathe and gradually develop to its present state. This world reveres the awakened, and everyone has the opportunity to embark on the path to extraordinary power. Powerful awakened ones can pluck stars from the sky and traverse the void, safeguarding the peace of a city, thus holding an extremely high status, especially members of the Demon Hunter Association. The Demon Hunter Association consists of tens of thousands of Demon Hunter teams, bringing together the most outstanding awakened ones of the Great Xia dynasty, specializing in handling unexpected emergencies in various regions. They guard the front lines, defend the homeland, and suppress spatial rifts across the land, serving as the first line of defense for humanity's safety. Powerful demon hunting teams even proactively infiltrate spatial rifts to wipe out alien races, bringing back invaluable intelligence for humankind. The Great Xia dynasty divided awakened beings into 11 ranks. Ranks 1 through 3 were initial awakeners, rank 4 were transcendent beings, rank 5 were grandmasters, rank 6 were marquises, rank 7 were kings, rank 8 were venerables, rank 9 were mountain and sea realms, rank 10 were supreme saints, and rank 11 were gods. As for whether there were realms above godhood, no one knew. A dangerous world, but also very interesting, Lin Yan murmured, his heart rate rising steadily, but his eyes showed no fear, only excitement. The influence of the ghost mask seemed to linger, as if it had reshaped his personality. Lin Yan's eyes were deep, and anticipation appeared on his face. After all, he had a system. System, what are the conditions for exchanging negative points for fishing? Fishing conditions can be exchanged using negative points. The amount of negative points obtained is based on the opponent's strength and negative emotional fluctuations. The stronger the opponent, the more negative points they provide. There are many sources that can trigger negative emotions, such as hatred, jealousy, anger, fear, rage, pain, despair, depression, disappointment, frustration, shame, embarrassment, confusion, sarcasm, rejection, contempt, and other psychological activities. Fishing tiers are divided into common, rare, epic, legendary, and god tier, with higher tiers indicating better quality. Common requires 100 negative points to exchange, rare requires 500, epic requires 1000, legendary requires 10,000, and god tier requires 100,000. Note: it's possible to catch god tier items even with normal skills, but the probability is extremely low, and only the luckiest can obtain them. Lin Yan immediately understood that the negative value was the core of the fishing system. He turned his gaze to the beautiful succubus who was diligently doing housework. "Come here." The succubus trembled and bowed her head, saying, "What are your orders, master? What's your name?" "Wang Yinye." "Then I'll call you Little Wang from now on." The succubus remained silent. Negative value from the succubus plus 66. Lin Yan said calmly. "What? Are you upset?" "No, no." The little succubus quickly waved her hands. "When you say that, retract your canine teeth." The succubus's expression turned serious, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. After sacrificing the ancestral demon blood, she was extremely weak. If Lin Yan wanted to kill her, he could do so easily. Lin Yan also gradually figured out the rules of negative values. "What is your strength?" Tier 44. Lin Yan frowned slightly, estimating that the Shadow Legion was around Tier 3 and the Ghost Shadow General was around Tier 5. This is clearly not the limit. Once he truly awakens, the Shadow Legion's strength should increase further. "Where are your people?" "They abandoned me." Sorrow welled in the little succubus's eyes, tears brimming. Lin Yan nodded, uttering only one word. "Oh." Then he ignored her, and continued to bury his head. Negative value from the succubus plus 50. The little succubus had wanted to tell a carefully prepared tragic story to make Lin Yan feel pity and even let her go, but she kept it all to herself. "You don't need to go back to your room tonight," Lin Yan suddenly said. The little succubus tentatively asked, "Master, where will I sleep tonight?" Lin Yan looked up at the ground. "Sleep on the floor. I only have one bed here." Negative value from the succubus plus 40. Negative value from the little succubus plus 233. "Don't even think about running away. As a righteous young man, I won't let you go out and harm others. I have class tomorrow. After you finish cleaning the room and preparing breakfast for tomorrow, you can rest." As soon as he finished speaking, countless scarlet eyes appeared in the shadows. The little succubus trembled, unable to meet his gaze. Negative value from the little succubus plus 123. If it's not clean by tomorrow morning, I'll kill you. Lin Yan didn't turn around, but his icy voice reached her ears. The little succubus pouted, her face filled with despair. She never imagined she would fall into this man's hands. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room. Lin Yan opened his eyes, remembering that it was class day. He was a student at Lin Yan University, an orphan, homeless, carless, and living alone in a rented apartment, a typical protagonist's starting point. Lin Yan opened his notebook to sort through his memories. He knew he could only participate in the awakening ceremony after turning 18, and today was the awakening day. Being too young, his body couldn't withstand the power of awakening, and he was highly likely to suffer irreversible damage. The school's awakening crystals can help students awaken their talents, and some can even awaken them on their own, as the succubus mentioned. The succubus mistakenly believed that Lin Yan's awakening was spontaneous, but in reality, his power came from the Shadow Mask and the Shadow Kingdom. The Shadow Kingdom's power leans towards darkness, and if discovered by the school, it would inevitably lead to ostracism and suspicion. Lin Yan decided to accumulate more negative points to exchange for a second god-level fishing opportunity as soon as possible, thereby gaining even greater power. As for how to quickly collect negative points, the succubus outside the door was clearly a perfect leek to be harvested. Lin Yan finished dressing and opened the door, but was slightly startled by the scene in the living room. The room was tidy and organized, with bread, milk, fruit, and a pot of steaming chicken soup on the dining table. The little succubus, now in human form, was fast asleep in the corner of the sofa, her black skirt disheveled and tear stains on her face. Lin Yan approached silently and noticed that her rosy lips were opening and closing repeatedly, as if she were talking in her sleep. Kill your despicable human master, come and drink some chicken soup, I specially made it for you. Why isn't master drinking it yet? Drinking chicken soup is such a wonderful thing. Lin Yan looked at the tempting chicken soup, and the emotion and apology that had just risen within him vanished without a trace. As if sensing danger, the succubus slowly opened her eyes, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and said obediently, "Good morning, master." Lin Yan did not respond, but simply picked up his phone and opened the recording he had just made. Kill your despicable human master, come and drink some chicken soup. I specially brewed it for you. Master, why aren't you drinking it? Chicken soup is such a wonderful thing. The living room fell silent. The succubus's face turned pale, inwardly cursing Lin Yan's strange quirks. Negative value from the succubus plus 100. She knelt on the sofa, her neck hunched, and weakly said, Master, please listen to my explanation. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yan's eyes darkened, and he instantly became vigilant. Aside from the succubus frequently visiting, he recalled almost no one else coming to see him, and the succubus shrank back anxiously. She feared that if she were exposed, Lin Yan would send her to the Demon Hunter Association to suffer painful torture. Lin Yan saw two tall, unfamiliar figures through the peephole and immediately pointed at the succubus kneeling on the sofa. The succubus slowly sank into the darkness, entering the Shadow Kingdom, without revealing a trace of her presence throughout the entire process. Then, Lin Yan dispelled all his dark attributes, revealing himself as an ordinary student, and opened the door a crack. Who are you? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Outside the door stood a composed middle-aged man and a young man wearing sunglasses with a nonchalant expression. The two were Zhong Yudao and Su Bilang, who had found this place after investigating all night. Zhong Yudao smiled gently and said, Don't worry, young man, we are from the Demon Hunter team. During our investigation, we found that the woman next to you has an unusual background, so we wanted to ask you about it and also remind you to be careful. Lin Yan opened the door and let the two in, confirming in his mind that the two powerful auras from last night indeed came from the Demon Hunter team. Su Bilang immediately spotted the chicken soup upon entering, inhaling the aroma and exclaiming, It smells so good. Lin Yan nodded and said, It smells really good. Su Bilang stared at the soup pot and asked kindly, Such a big pot, are you going to eat it all by yourself, little brother? Lin Yan replied seriously, No, how could I possibly finish it all by myself? Su Bilyang's eyes lit up, and he was about to sit down at the table when Lin Yan added, "When I was in school, I planned to share some with the stray dogs downstairs." Su Buliang froze, his face immediately turning ugly. Negative value from Su Buliang plus 120. Zhong Yudao reminded him. "Su Buliang, focus on your work, don't forget why we're here." Su Buliang rubbed his face, forced a smile, and asked, "Young man, when did that woman next door move in?" Lin Yan replied, "A week ago." "Have you two had any contact or talked about anything?" "She was interested in me, but I rejected her. Right now, I need to focus on my studies." Zhong Yudao was silent for a moment, then said, "Very good, this is what young people should do." Su Buliang continued to ask, "Do you know where she went?" "We checked just now, and it seems she's not home." Lin Yan said calmly, "I don't know, but last night she was lusting after me and tried to force herself on me. But I refused again with righteous indignation, and she seemed very sad and left." Su Buliang choked on his words, his face filled with disbelief. These words sounded more like boasting. Negative value from Su Buliang plus 100. Negative value from Su Buliang plus 100. Zhong Yudao asked a few more trivial questions, and after confirming that Lin Yan was alright, he prepared to take his leave. Su Buliang, however, stared longingly at the pot of chicken soup, refusing to move, his face full of reluctance. Lin Yan asked, "You two have worked hard. Have you eaten yet?" Su Buliang immediately shook his head. "Not yet." Lin Yan nodded and said, "Oh, there's a steamed bun shop downstairs. You can buy some there. I often eat there." Su Buliang's face froze, his mentality almost collapsing. Negative value from Su Buliang plus 188. Zhong Yudao patiently smiled and said, "Thank you, young man. We'll go right away." Lin Yan's expression was solemn, full of respect. "You've worked so hard for the safety of the city, you absolutely cannot go on a mission on an empty stomach." Su Buliang was immediately moved, his eyes sharp behind his sunglasses, and he patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, young man. We will always be the strongest shield and sharpest blade of the great Xia kingdom. Old Zhong, let's go. Let's go eat some steamed buns." Zhong Yudao shook his head helplessly and said before leaving, "Little brother, we're leaving now. Take care. Report to us immediately if anything happens. I wish you a successful awakening today and hope you will join us in the future." After the door closed, Lin Yan confirmed that the two awakened members of the Demon Hunter team had left before letting the Succubus emerge from the Shadow Kingdom. He could summon the Shadow Legion and wield shadow power without wearing the Shadow Mask, while the mask greatly amplified his physical attributes and mental strength. The little Succubus lowered her head and said, "Master, there's actually nothing in that inspirational quote. I just added something in my dream." Lin Yan said calmly, "Come here." She approached with bare feet in black stockings. Lin Yan asked, "You really haven't harmed anyone?" The Succubus hurriedly explained, No. This is my first time." Lin Yan interrupted. "Stop." She immediately shut up. Lin Yan glanced at the time. "I'm going to class. You can choose to stay here or in that other world." The Succubus pointed to her feet and asked softly, "Can I choose to stay here, master?" Lin Yan shook his head. "No." The Succubus looked resentful. Negative value from the Succubus plus 66. A dark shadow spread from beneath her feet, beginning to engulf her in darkness. She quietly gazed at Lin Yan, then suddenly said, "Master, thank you for not handing me over earlier. There's really nothing in that chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot." She completely disappeared into the shadows, but then suddenly popped her head up again. The Succubus asked in surprise, What's wrong, master? Do you mean you've given me permission to stay in this room?" Lin Yan summoned a red-eyed shadow ninja and had it bring chicken soup. He then scooped up a large spoonful and stuffed it into the Succubus's mouth. The Succubus, her mouth scalded with chicken soup, finally realized that Lin Yan was using her to test for poison. Negative value from the Succubus plus 100. She glared at Lin Yan, embarrassed and annoyed. Lin Yan observed her carefully for a moment, and finally felt relieved. "Looks like there really wasn't anything there." The Succubus's face darkened again, and Lin Yan finally felt at ease and started drinking his chicken soup. He didn't let Su Buliang drink it, not out of stinginess, but because he wasn't sure if the soup was poisoned and couldn't let the demon hunter team take the risk. After eating, Lin Yan slung his backpack over his shoulder and went out. Schools are the best place to nurture young awakened individuals, and their status is extremely important. Citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom learn basic knowledge and moral theories before the age of 18, and can participate in the awakening ceremony after the age of 18. Those with good talent can soar to great heights and protect their country, while spirit creatures are symbols of powerful talent and are also the embodiment of the laws of the elements. Spiritual creatures embody pure elemental power, helping awakened beings comprehend the elements, and even assisting in combat. Zhong Yudeo's koi carp is an example of a water-based spiritual creature. Spiritual creatures also vary in strength and form, which is why the succubus mistook the ghost mask for a spiritual creature. This reassured Lin Yan considerably. At least the origin of the mask wouldn't easily arouse suspicion, and there were still many lovely classmates waiting for the awakening test at the academy. Outside the school gates, students and parents crowded together, everyone regarding the awakening as a turning point in their lives, their expressions a mixture of tension and excitement. "Son, keep it up! Your dad didn't get a chance to fight on the battlefield, so this mission is in your hands. My dear daughter, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what you awaken, you'll always be the pride of our family. Look at Xiaoming next door, if only you were half as good as him." Lin Yan walked calmly through the crowd into the classroom. Having lived 2 lives, he had no expectations for awakening. After all, he still had the system as a backup. The class was already buzzing with discussion. Some were so excited they couldn't sleep all night, some dreamed of awakening powerful spiritual creatures, and others boasted that they could at least awaken an A-level talent. "Stop arguing, everyone! I heard that senior sister Mu Qingqiu will be watching the awakening ceremony." "Really? Is it that Mu Qingqiu, the school beauty who awakened an S-level time talent?" Lin Yan sat by the window, checking his system's negative points. He currently had only 1905 points, just enough for 1 epic-level fishing attempt. Epic level was only in the 3rd tier, meaning the probability of catching something good was low. He decided to continue accumulating negative points. Lin Yan's deskmate, Mu Xiaoxiao, leaned over and asked, "Lin Yan, why aren't you saying anything? Everyone's so excited, but you seem a little unhappy." Lin Yan casually replied, "I didn't sleep well last night. People kept knocking on my door in the middle of the night, but when I opened it, no one was there." Mu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. "Huh! Is there a ghost?" Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 12. Lin Yan nodded listlessly. "That's right, there's a ghost, and it's a female ghost." Mu Xiaoxiao shrank her neck and asked again, "Could it be a ghost from the undead clan knocking on your door at night?" "That's right, she left later." Mu Xiaoxiao asked seriously. "Left? Didn't she eat you?" Lin Yan said calmly. "She said she didn't like eating men, she liked eating girls who were flat-chested." "Yeah, like you." Mu Xiaoxiao looked down and was immediately filled with embarrassment and anger. "Lin Yan! You pervert!" Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 66. Lin Yan reminded her. "Keep your voice down, or the whole class will know." Mu Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Why should I? You're being a pervert and you expect me to keep my voice down." The class fell silent instantly, then rumors began to spread. Spread the word, Lin Yan was being a pervert with Mu Xiaoxiao. Spread the word, Mu Xiaoxiao tried to be a pervert, but Lin Yan stopped her. Spread the word, Mu Xiaoxiao gave birth to 3 children for Lin Yan. Negative values from Mu Xiaoxiao, Xiangbo, and Duan Yi, plus 22, plus 44, plus 20, plus 18. Lin Yan realized that he might be able to continuously accumulate negative values through Mu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyue, walked into the classroom in high heels, wearing a black business suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The previously noisy students immediately quieted down. "Good morning, students," everyone responded in unison. Mu Xiaoxiao also sat up straight, secretly deciding to settle scores with Lin Yan later. Lu Ruyue looked at the students and said, The awakening test will be held today. I'm sure everyone is ready. Ready? Lu Ryue pushed up her glasses and said solemnly. The awakening ceremony is simple, but also heavy. It is destined that some people will receive talents they are not satisfied with. Not having great talent doesn't mean you can't contribute to society. Even if you can't fight on the front lines, you can still guard the rear and be a useful person. Talent aptitude is divided into S, A, B, C, D, and E grades from high to low. The higher the aptitude, the higher the upper limit and the faster you can cultivate. I hope everyone maintains a good attitude, neither arrogant nor impatient. The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone understood the harsh reality of awakening. Suddenly, a jarring voice rang out. Teacher, I think self-deception is like burying your head in the sand. Experiencing more setbacks is actually beneficial for them. It helps them grow faster. After all, they'll all have to get used to it eventually. The whole class? Negative value from Xingchang plus 22. Negative value from Li Xing plus 18. Negative value from Lu Xueting plus 15. A series of system notifications rang out one after another, but Lin Yan had already muted them. Although the negative feedback from the students wasn't numerous, its sheer volume made it significant. Seeing everyone staring at him, Lin Yan added, "What I meant was to let you adapt in advance and build your mental resilience." The students were utterly speechless. Lin Yan not only insulted them but also rubbed salt into their wounds. Lu Ryue's lips twitched slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. "Students, get ready, we'll be leaving soon." Everyone quickly composed themselves. The awakening ceremony was, after all, related to their future, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "Damn Lin Yan, I'll settle the score with you after I awaken my powerful talent." Lin Yan shrugged and said, "Good luck." Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 2. Inside the huge gymnasium of Lin University, all the students of this year were gathered, and the awakening ceremony had not yet begun. The students excitedly discussed the girl on the platform. "Look, that's Senior Mu! Senior Mu is so beautiful! Senior Mu, kill me! Senior Mu has both beauty and strength, truly a worthy chosen one. She awakened an S-rank time type ability, and her spirit artifact is the 3rd rank time hourglass. Moreover, she awakened on her own and joined the Linen City Demon Hunter Squad number 12138 a long time ago. So outstanding, I wonder who will be able to pluck this flower." On the high platform, Mu Qingqiu's black hair reached her waist, her face was exquisite, and a beauty mark adorned the corner of her eye. The fitted long dress accentuated her perfect curves, giving her a mature and sophisticated look, though the table partially obscured her lower body. Lin Yan nudged Mu Xiaoxiao with his elbow and said, "We both have the surname Mu, so why is there such a big difference?" Mu Xiaoxiao froze, then gritted her teeth and said, "Mu and Mu are not the same. If you're uncultured, don't embarrass yourself in public." Lin Yan nodded and said, "They are indeed different, at least 2 Bs less." Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 22. Mu Qingqiu seemed to sense something, glancing in Lin Yan's direction before calmly looking away. Several outstanding awakened ones sat beside her, along with ambitious young people shining in other fields. They would share their awakening experiences and passionate tales after the ceremony, a long-standing tradition at Lin University. After a short wait, the awakening test officially began, with each class's homeroom teacher organizing their students to go on stage. The head of the teaching department stood on the awakening platform and coldly announced, "Class 7, Li Chen, Earth-type E-level talent, no awakened spirit item." Li Chen's face was deathly pale, and he almost couldn't stand. An E-level talent basically meant the end of his awakened life. The students below the stage looked anxious, fearing they too would awaken a low-level talent, their fates completely divided at this moment. Awakened talents are divided into elemental and special categories. Elements include fire, water, electricity, ice, earth, metal, wood, wind, darkness, and light. Special categories are divided into spirit, space, time, and summoning, but research by Daxia indicates that these are only the tip of the iceberg. The history of spiritual energy revival is too short, and many unknown and powerful talents remain undiscovered by humanity. Tests continue, with students lining up to ascend the awakening platform, some are overjoyed, but many more leave disappointed. Class 7, Hichom, Water Type E Rank Talent, No Awakened Spirit Pet. Class 8, Zhang Bainai, Wood Type C Rank Talent, No Awakened Spirit Pet. Class 8, Jiangling, Water Type A Level Talent, Awakened Spirit Item Sequence 31, Water Gathering Turtle. The head teacher's tone finally changed. This was the first A-level talent to appear today. Jiangling walked down from the platform with a face full of excitement, drawing envious glances from below. I'm so envious! An A-level talent, and an awakened spirit creature. I'd be lucky to awaken a C-level one. God help me, I'd trade my brother's 20 years of celibacy for a B-level talent. 2 more A-level talents subsequently emerged, but none truly shook the entire arena with the top-tier talent. S-level talents are extremely rare, representing the highest ceiling of known human talent. The more S-level awakened individuals there are, the better humanity's current situation will be. Finally, the head of the teaching department called out in a cold voice. Class 11, Lin Yan. Lin Yan walked calmly onto the platform, unconcerned about whether he possessed talent or not. Even without talent, he possesses a system, destined to reach the pinnacle. The headmaster, with a cold expression, is said to be a 5th-tier Grandmaster-level awakened being, powerful yet extremely strict in his teaching methods. Lin Yan stood before the awakening crystal, its azure surface sparkling with starlight, outlining a mysterious and profound star map. In the center of the crystal base was a palm print groove. Lin Yan calmly placed his left hand inside. The next moment, a powerful and magnificent energy burst forth from the awakening crystal. A melodious and solemn voice emanated from the awakening crystal, like the sound of the great Tao cleansing the entire area, and both students and teachers were clear-headed. Outside the stadium, thousands of golden rays pierced through the clouds, showering down like a rain of divine light. Dazzling golden ripples erupted from the crystal stone, shooting straight into the sky. The golden light and the celestial phenomena intertwined, filling the entire stadium with holy radiance, and tens of thousands of students all looked in the direction of Lin Yan. What's going on? Even S-rank talents don't exhibit such phenomena. I feel like I'm going blind. This is terrifying. I want to kneel down. We might be witnessing history today. All the outstanding awakened ones on the platform rose to their feet, their expressions filled with horror. Mu Qingqiu stared at Lin Yan in the golden light. Even she hadn't experienced such a phenomenon during her own awakening. Dean Lu Dingfeng's face was filled with disbelief, a cold glint flashing deep in his eyes. Negative value from Lu Dingfeng plus 400. In the president's office of Linen University, Mo Baichuan, with his thinning white hair, suddenly stood up and exclaimed as he looked out the window. Golden light shines everywhere, the sound of the great Tao, flying immortal rain. This is a god-level talent. He ignored the books that had fallen to the ground, shook open the space with his palm, stepped into the invisible portal that appeared, and instantly disappeared from the office. Inside the Linen District Government Building, subordinates were reporting on the spatial rift and the alien race when the Supreme Governor, Wu Di, suddenly raised his hand, his gaze fixed on the window. Quickly investigate what happened at the awakening ceremony at Linen University today. That mysterious aura shook Wu Di to his core, and all his deductions pointed to the legendary god-level talent. He immediately dialed a number. Young master, come to my place. Dad has something to say to you. The stadium remained silent, for Lin Yan's awakening was not yet over. A vast and profound energy surged into his body, and the scene before him suddenly shifted. He seemed to be transported to the dawn of the universe, a time of primordial chaos, where a colossal tree, stretching across the starry sky, stood in the center, radiating a vast, ancient, and sacred aura of creation. A river of stars swirled around the giant tree, each of its broad leaves resembling an entire world. Lin Yan stretched out his hand, and the giant tree and its world rapidly shrank, transforming into a tree-shaped imprint that merged into his body. The crystal stopped vibrating, and the central star map slowly materialized into an ordinary tree. The headmaster frowned and said, "Wood element? If it were an S-rank wood-type talent, it would indeed be powerful enough, but it shouldn't have caused such a massive phenomenon." And the ancient tree in the star chart showed no other unusual features. On the high platform, someone breathed a sigh of relief. A richly dressed man chuckled. What a pity! Although it awakened an S-rank talent, the individual combat strength of a wood-type individual isn't very strong. A companion chimed in. Don't say that. At least wood-type characters are very resilient, can heal, and are quite troublesome in the natural environment. The tense atmosphere dissipated as the group discussed. Only Mu Qingqiu remained silent, her captivating eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Lin Yan returned to reality, slowly withdrew his hand, and looked at the headmaster. He knew his talent could not possibly be weak. That giant tree clearly supported a universe. Lu Dingfeng pondered for a moment, and announced. Class 11, Lin Yan, wood-type S-rank talent, awakened spirit creature sequence not yet sorted, is an ancient tree. The scene erupted in uproar. It's just a wood-type talent, but why is there such a cool phenomenon? What do you mean just wood-type? Any S-rank talent, regardless of the type, is incredibly powerful. Exactly. We might not even be able to awaken a C-rank talent. Lin Yan frowned slightly. The ancient tree was an unrecorded spiritual object, but he could sense that it was definitely not just a simple wood-type talent. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space near the platform, and an invisible portal slowly formed. An elderly man with white hair stepped out from it. It was Mo Baichuan, the president of Lin University. Mo Baichuan landed on the platform, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena, and the gymnasium immediately fell silent. The teachers and students all recognized him. This legendary awakened one from Linen's city had repeatedly ventured into dimensional rifts. He had been a member of the Demon Hunter Association's elite squad, and after achieving great merit, he retired to the second line, serving as the president of Lin University. At this moment, his gaze fell upon Lin Yan. This aura. Mo Baichuan's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The head of the teaching department respectfully said, Principal, this year we have an S-rank wood-type talent. Mo Baichuan nodded, glanced at the awakening crystal, and waved his hand to dispel the ancient tree phenomenon. Then he said, Very good, this talent is excellent. Come to my office after the ceremony. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving everyone in the room with envious glances. To be personally summoned by Principal Mo was an immense honor for any student. Back in his office, Mo Baichuan was so excited he flipped through the pages, picking up the yellowed book and kissing it. That's right, this is definitely the top-tier, god-level talent of the rules department, the World Tree. Absolutely. Excellent. The rise of humanity is on the horizon. This matter cannot be allowed to spread to more people, otherwise the gods and demons will surely go mad and kill this brat. I must remain calm and devise a foolproof plan. I suspect that little brat Wu Di has sensed it as well. I'll discuss it with him later. Mo Baichuan finished a large glass of water, sat down at his desk to ponder, but his wildly beating heart still couldn't calm down. Inside the gymnasium, Lin Yan felt the principal's gaze was somewhat intense. Just as he was about to step down from the stage, a charming voice came from behind him. Lin Yan, wait a moment. Mu Qingqiu walked up to him and smiled. Hello, Junior, I'm Mu Qingqiu, your senior. Lin Yan politely replied. Hello, Senior. Mu Qingqiu looked at him and said, Junior, you have quite a bit of talent, so could we exchange contact information? Maybe we can have a meal together sometime. Lin Yan was stunned. He hadn't expected that his casual guess would actually lead to the school beauty asking for his contact information. The entire room fell silent, and their conversation carried clearly. Negative value from Lu Xingxing plus 20. Negative value from Wei Daong plus 18. Negative value from Wang He plus 22. Countless boys' eyes focused on him, but Lin Yan's eyes lit up. In his eyes, Mu Qingqiu had become a lucky charm that constantly provided negative points. He nodded and said, Okay. Mu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask a boy for his contact information. Lin Yan asked seriously, shall we split the bill, or are you paying? The best solution for the meal is to split it, but I have no objection if you want to treat. Mu Qingqiu was stunned, her lips twitching slightly. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 125. She chuckled and said, It's my treat, eat whatever you want. Lin Yan nodded, and the students below were all dumbfounded. He was having dinner with the school beauty, and she was even paying for it, and she actually agreed. The boys were once again flooded with negative comments. Mu Qingqiu took out her phone, and Lin Yan swiped to display a phishing QR code. Just as he was about to accept the friend request, a notification suddenly popped up, negative value from Lu Dingfeng plus 500. Lin Yan recalled that when he awakened, Lu Dingfeng had also provided 400 negative points. Such strong hostility indicated that the other party was not weak and had already been watching him. The dean of students spoke coldly. "Are you done talking? There are still many people waiting to awaken." Mu Qingqiu smiled and said, "I'm done talking, Director Lu. I'm sorry to have troubled you." She raised an eyebrow at Lin Yan and turned back to her seat. Lin Yan then remembered that Lu Dingfeng was the dean of students standing before him. He put away his phone, smiled apologetically, and walked down from the platform without making a sound. He had never provoked Dean Lu, yet the other party had shown hostility upon awakening. This matter was clearly not so simple. Lin Yan returned to his class, greeted by envious and jealous glances, as well as admiring looks from some girls. The awakening process continued, but no more astonishing phenomena occurred. Instead, Lin Yan's S-rank talent shone even brighter. Some people were envious, and secretly belittled Lin Yan's wood-type talent, but Lin Yan ignored them. He left the gymnasium quietly before the ceremony ended. Inside the Linen City Government Building, Governor Wu Di looked at the crew-cut youth in front of him, his gentle tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Father, you called for me." Young Wu Wukai stood respectfully in front of the desk, his expression capable and solemn. Wu Di asked, "Did you see the commotion just now?" Wu Wukai nodded. "Yes, I saw it. An S-level wood-type talent appeared at the awakening ceremony of Linen University." Wu Di gave his son an appreciative look, then slowly shook his head. "No, it's just that the head of the teaching department is too ignorant to know, but we should still thank him." Wu Wu was confused. "I don't quite understand what you mean." Wu Di smiled. "You don't need to know too much, just befriend that wood elemental boy." Wu Wukai hesitated and said, "But father, I'm about to go to the Great Xia Academy in the capital for further studies." Wu Di waved his hand and said, "I've helped you withdraw from that school. You can go back to Linen University and repeat 3 years." Wu Wukai stood there stunned, while Wu Di had already lowered his head to process documents. "Remember, you must be on good terms with that young man. Let's go." "Understood, father." Wu Wu opened the door and left, clenching his fists, as he looked at the empty corridor. "So what if I'm a simp? I can do it. So what if I repeat 3 years? That way my foundation will be even more solid, much more solid." Negative value from Wu Wu plus 2. Lin Yan paused slightly on his way to the principal's office. Who was Wu Wukai anyway? He only provided 2 negative points. His strength was too low or his emotional fluctuations too weak. He posed no threat. Reaching the office door, Lin Yan knocked. A guilty voice immediately came from inside. "Who is it? Who is it?" Lin Yan said. "Principal, I'm here." Mo Baichuan looked slightly flustered. "It's you, kid. You're here so early. Is your awakening over?" "No, I just came early," Lin Yan answered patiently. Mo Baichuan said. "All right, come in." Lin Yan stood at the door. "Principal, what do you need me for?" He hadn't received any negative feedback from the other party. Instead, he became even more cautious. Mo Baichuan beckoned. "What are you doing standing outside? Come in quickly, I have something to tell you." Lin Yan looked around the room. "You're not hiding anyone in your room, are you?" "If I've disturbed your good time, I'll come back later." Mo Baichuan's face darkened. Negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 1780. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. The strong were indeed different. A mere provocation could generate a large amount of negative value, making him practically a walking treasure trove. Mo Baichuan said irritably, "What nonsense are you spouting? Come in here." Lin Yan responded and then stepped into the office. Mo Baichuan poured him tea and asked with a smile, "Do you know what talent you've awakened?" Lin Yan didn't touch the teacup. S-rank wood element. Mo Baichuan shook his finger. "No, you awakened a divine-level talent of the rule type, the world tree." Lin Yan's eyes flashed. it was indeed not an ordinary wood-type talent. That colossal tree, entwined with stars and stretching across the endless void, could be perfectly described as the World Tree. "Aren't you surprised?" Mo Baichuan asked in surprise. Lin Yan nodded. "I am quite surprised." Mo Baichuan fell silent. He explained, "God-level talents are unique. After you awaken them, no one else will awaken the same kind of talent. The rule system is also known as the domain of gods, which only true gods can possess. The only awakened spiritual object is the World Tree. The World Tree possesses the power of creation, but I don't know its exact power. There has never been any record of it in the national government." Mo Baichuan became increasingly excited as he spoke, while Lin Yan subtly moved to the side. He had initially thought he had a terrible start, but unexpectedly, he possessed a mythical-level talent. Mo Baichuan finally stopped. "Now you know how amazing your talent is, right?" Lin Yan nodded again. "It is quite amazing." Mo Baichuan fell silent again, his expression visibly stiffening. Negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 1,500. Lin Yan thanked Mo Baichuan and prepared to leave, but was made uneasy by the other's resentful gaze. He worried that the principal might act rashly in anger. Although he could summon the Shadow Legion, he didn't want to cause trouble in Great Xia. Mo Baichuan said seriously, "No, from today onwards you will live with me." Lin Yan immediately stood up and stepped back, clutching his collar warily. "My dear principal, I don't have any special hobbies, please have some self-respect." Mo Baichuan's face darkened. The system notification read, "Negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 2,200. He suppressed his anger and said, "You're so young, don't have those messy thoughts in your head. Once your talent is discovered by those with ulterior motives, you will be hunted down by both the gods and demons. Especially the Pantheon and the Black Demon Hall, they will swarm you like hyenas smelling blood, and it will be extremely dangerous." Lin Yan picked at his ear and said, "Don't worry, Principal. Director Liu has already announced that I have a wood-type talent, so no one will doubt it." He didn't want to live with Mo Baichuan, and he couldn't let the little succubus lose the opportunity to be released because of this. Mo Baichuan glared at him and said, "Do you think they won't hunt you down if you have S-level talent? Countless A-level and above geniuses have been ravaged by the two evil churches over the years. Those human traitors are lurking in human society and could appear at any time to attack you. It's impossible to defend against them. Think about it, isn't that terrifying?" Lin Yan nodded and said, "It is quite terrifying." Mo Baichuan patted his forehead and sighed. "Never mind, young people have their own ideas, and experiencing setbacks is good. Flowers in a greenhouse will never grow up," Lin Yan said solemnly. "Principal, I didn't expect you to be able to say something sensible." Mo Baichuan looked completely bewildered. The system notification read, "Negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 1888. Lin Yan waved and said, "I'm leaving. I'll come find you again sometime." Then she left the room. Mo Baichuan helplessly stroked his bald head, but his movements suddenly froze. "There were clearly 17 hairs just now. When did one go missing?" He lay down on the ground and found the white hair, and said indignantly, "It's over. I must have slapped my forehead too hard and shaken it off. My beautiful hair, Lin boy, you owe me my hair." System notification, negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 5,000. Lin Yan paused, glad he had walked fast enough, otherwise something really bad might have happened. The awakening ceremony lasted all day, and by the time school ended it was night. The city lights were on, and the streets were bustling with people and cars. Lin Yan walked alone in the shadows of the tree-lined path, contemplating the day's enormous gains. He not only awakened a god-level talent but also gained tens of thousands of negative points, which will soon allow him to unlock the god-level lottery again. Lin Yan whispered, "Strength is the most important thing. The shadow mask does not represent true invincibility." He was preparing to return to study the World Tree's abilities when, as he passed through a dimly lit alley, he sensed a twisted aura rapidly enveloping him. The aura was somewhat similar to the fluctuations of a succubus, but far more evil, filthy, and nauseating. Lin Yan's eyes turned slightly cold. "They've come pretty quickly." He had barely left the academy when the so-called pursuers came knocking. The moonlight and neon lights intertwined, casting a deep and intense shadow beneath Lin Yan's feet, as if it could devour everything. As he landed, countless shadows silently spread across the street, creeping along the ground, walls, and tree shade into the alleyways. Lin Yan put on his mask, and the shadows behind him stretched infinitely, like a terrifying, dormant demon awakening. He stepped into the darkness, the alleyway filled with a bloody light, the space seemingly isolated from the outside world, filled with a distorted aura. Countless shadowy figures coalesced into a shadowy army of various shapes, and Lin Yan raised his arm, pointing to the end of the alley. Two figures shrouded in black robes stood there, their eyes gleaming red as they silently moved toward their target. Lin Yan suddenly noticed that the two men had their backs to him, and there was a third figure in the alley. Half a day earlier, in a rented room in the eastern district of Linen City, the man in black robes sat alone at the dining table. Before him lay several plates of bloody hearts, still throbbing as if they had just been removed. The phone rang, and the man in black robes remained silent for a few seconds before slowly answering. The person on the other end respectfully reported, "Sir, I have located the route of that S-rank time-awakened individual." After a long silence, the black-robed man spoke in a hoarse voice. "Have Yuan Gui bring the blood demon pearl to me. This time, I will personally take action." "Yes." The other party's tone became even more respectful, and he continued, "Sir, today in Linen, 1 S-rank and 5 A-rank talents awakened. What do you think?" The man in black robes fell silent again, then spoke calmly. "Don't rush, take them one at a time." "Yes." "All for the Black Demon Hall." At this moment, the alley was completely shrouded in bloody light, the thick stench of blood transforming the place into a bizarre forbidden zone. Within the Blood Demon Pearl's domain, awakened beings will lose their extraordinary powers, their spiritual energy will vanish, leaving only evil demonic energy. Yuan Gui sensed the anomaly behind him and abruptly turned around, shouting, "Who goes there?" Lin Yan was equally surprised, for the third figure was none other than Mu Qingqiu. The two men in black robes seemed to be targeting Mu Qingqiu, who was trapped in the Blood Demon domain, rather than Lin Yan. Mu Qingqiu looked at Lin Yan, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She recognized the people from the Black Demon Hall, but who was the masked man? She knew very well that the Blood Demon domain was a domain specifically designed by the demon race for awakened humans, and it was also the nemesis of awakened beings. Lin Yan didn't explain. Since he had already revealed himself, he would deal with the immediate trouble first. He spoke in a low voice. "Ghost Shadow." The black shadow beneath Lin Yan's feet spread wildly, and 9 ghostly figures slowly rose, transforming into 9 ghost shadow generals. He had actually summoned all 9 ghost shadow generals of the Shadow Legion at once, surrounding the 2 members of the Black Demon Hall. Yuan Gui's eyes widened in horror. "What the hell is this? Why can this human still use abilities?" The tall man in black calmly asked. "Yuan Gui, are you afraid?" Yuan Gui trembled and immediately replied, "No, I am not. I will kill him right now." He tore open his black robe, revealing a dark, twisted body with sharp claws, a bloody mouth, and a long, scarlet tongue. He was no longer human. Lin Yan glanced at him and commented indifferently, "Really ugly." The Abyss Ghost charged towards the nearest Ghost Shadow General, the wall shattered, and the two instantly clashed. Mu Qingqiu took a few steps back, clenching her fists, secretly searching for an opportunity to escape the Blood Demon domain. The domain had just been deployed and was not yet stable. As long as she left its range, she could regain control of the situation. The Abyss Demon could barely hold its own against a single Shadow General, but it couldn't stop the second, the third, and the ever-emerging Shadow Legion. The Shadow Legion never relied on individual combat. Their true terror lay in their endless human wave tactics. Within a quarter of an hour, Yuan Gui completely collapsed, screaming in terror. What are these things?" He finally understood that these shadows before him were either dead nor could be killed indefinitely. "Sir! Save me!" The Abyss Demon was torn to pieces by the ghostly figures, its blood splattering onto the ground. Negative value from the Abyss Demon plus 500. The 9 Ghost Shadow Generals then led their armies to attack the tall man in black. The black butler seemed still in a daze until a shadowy ninja drew his sword close, at which point a sudden burst of crimson light erupted from his body. The shadowy ninja transformed into black mist within the crimson light, merging into the darkness. The remaining shadowy legions charged forward, only to be swallowed by the crimson light as well. That crimson light was like a deadly poison, certain death upon contact. The black butler finally stepped forward and slowly spoke. "I'd like to see how many you can summon." Lin Yan laughed, his eyes behind the mask filled with mockery. "You'll get the answer." A quarter of an hour passed, then 2/4 of an hour, then 3/4 of an hour, and Mu Qingqiu was even starting to feel sleepy. The black butler grew increasingly uneasy. If they delayed any longer, the demon hunting team might discover them at any moment. Moreover, his blood demon power was already mostly depleted, yet Lin Yan's summoned shadow soldiers continued to advance relentlessly. The black butler found it hard to believe there could never be a talent or race in the world capable of summoning an infinite army. Lin Yan said coldly, "I don't have time to play with you anymore, it's time to end this." The next second, the entire alley was completely occupied by a densely packed army of black shadows. The 9 ghost shadow generals each led their troops, simultaneously attacking the black butler, instantly exhausting his blood demon power. Before the black butler could even scream, he was torn to pieces. The shadow generals each took a fragment of their bodies, merging into the darkness. Those fragments were taken back to the Shadow Kingdom, a world that belonged solely to Lin Yan. The black butler of the Black Demon Hall, who had brought countless calamities to humanity, thus perished. Negative value from black butler plus 1,500. The bloody light in the alley quickly faded, and the blood demon domain shattered with a crash. Mu Qingqiu blinked, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her ability, the time-based talent, also known as the demigod talent, was back, far more powerful than anyone could imagine. Once an awakened one grows up, their combat strength is immeasurable, and stepping into the realm of gods is not out of reach. Mu Qingqiu looked warily at the masked man. The ferocious mask should have been terrifying, but it inexplicably made him look handsome. Especially his stereo dual-voice tone, which hit her sweet spot precisely. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she reminded herself that she couldn't fall for someone she'd never even seen just because he had saved her once. Thank you. May I ask who you are?" Mu Qingqiu smiled gently, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Lin Yan didn't answer. He had already sensed 2 familiar auras rapidly approaching the alley. Mu Qingqiu scratched her head, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. "Thank you for saving me. How about I treat you to dinner?" Mu Qingqiu lowered her voice and tentatively extended the invitation. The blood-red barrier completely dissipated, and the bright moonlight filled the dim alley, also reflecting on Mu Qingqiu's beautiful face, making her appear exceptionally radiant. Lin Yan chuckled and said, "All right, you owe me 2 meals now." Mu Qingqiu was slightly taken aback, and just as a strange light appeared in her eyes, Lin Yan disappeared into the darkness, vanishing without a trace like a wisp of smoke. She blinked, her lips slightly pouting, thinking to herself with dissatisfaction, "Why are you running so fast? Do you think I'm going to eat someone?" 2 powerful auras landed at the alley entrance, and Mu Qingqiu looked up. "Uncle Zhong, Su Buliang, you've arrived." Zhong Yudeo's expression changed slightly as he stared at the surrounding traces and asked, "Mu Qingqiu, it really is you here. What happened here? There seems to be the aura of the Blood Demon Pearl." "It's the Blood Demon Pearl. Those guys from the Black Demon Hall are active again." Mu Qingqiu nodded in response. Su Buliang's eyes widened. "You're actually alright? That's amazing. How did you do that?" Mu Qingqiu completely ignored him, not even glancing at him. Zhong Yudao surveyed the surroundings, then raised his hand and slapped the wall. A scarlet blood bead fell from within the wall, emitting a strong bloody smell. It was the blood demon bead. "Uncle Zhong, they tried to ambush me, but they failed and I killed them instead," Mu Qingqiu explained calmly. Zhong Yudao put away the blood demon pearl and nodded. "Qingqiu, go back and rest. I'll take care of things here." "All right, then I'll be going now, Uncle Zhong." Mu Qingqiu turned and left without mentioning the masked man who saved her. The junior student clearly didn't want to be exposed, so she kept his secret. Thinking that this was a little secret between the two of them, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Thinking of the 2 meals, she clenched her small fists again and muttered under her breath, "What a lack of manners!" After Mu Qingqiu left, Zhong Yudao put away the blood demon bead and shook his head, sighing. "The team is hard to lead. Old Zhong, the noodle shop that kid recommended last time was really good. Let's go there again later." Su Buyang leaned against the wall and rubbed his stomach. Zhong Yudao shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't bother them anymore. This matter has little to do with what happened last time." A figure silently appeared at the alley entrance, and Zhong Yudao immediately shouted coldly, "Who?" "Don't be nervous, I'm just an old man passing by, taking a stroll." The aged voice slowly came over. "Principal M.O. You've come too." Su Bulang's expression immediately became excited when he saw Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan, with his hands behind his back, smiled like an old neighbor. "It must be hard work to be out on a mission so late at night. Serving the people." Su Buyang immediately straightened his back and solemnly performed the exclusive etiquette of the Demon Hunter Squad. And Mo Baichuan waved his hand and said, "All right, it's better if you can come faster next time." Su Bulang scratched his head awkwardly, indeed speechless. "Let's leave the previous park case and today's case here. Mu Qingqiu was right, she solved them. You don't need to investigate any further," Mo Baichuan said slowly. Zhong Yudao was briefly stunned, then replied, "Yes, Principal M.O., I'll report it to the captain." Mo Baichuan nodded and said, "Okay, then it's fine. I'm going back to sleep. Staying up late makes you lose hair." A gust of wind blew, and a strand of hair drifted down from his head. Mo Baichuan stopped in his tracks, glaring at the hair and cursing. "Damn it, I was just kidding, and you actually fell down." He picked up the hair and walked away, muttering to himself after he was a distance away. "So the World Tree's ability is to summon shadow soldiers? Dark? Or summoning? Interesting." Lin Yan had just returned home when he received a notification, negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 5,000. He almost lost his footing, completely bewildered by what had happened. Lin Yan poured himself a glass of water to calm his nerves, then released the little succubus from the Shadow Kingdom. The little succubus knelt on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Master, it was too terrifying inside. I don't want to go back in." Lin Yan calmly sipped his tea, stretching his shoulders and saying, "My back is a little sore." The little succubus instantly understood and quickly stood behind him, massaging his back and shoulders. Lin Yan noticed that the little succubus was gradually being influenced by the dark aura of the Shadow Kingdom, seemingly having completely become his subordinate. This discovery made his eyes light up slightly. "Stop massaging, it's time to wash your feet and go to bed." After Lin Yan spoke, the little succubus quickly said, "Then I'll go pour Master's foot bath water. Is that all?" Lin Yan looked at her, and the little succubus whispered, "I'll massage Master's feet. Anything else?" Lin Yan continued to press, and the little succubus's cheeks flushed. "Then Master, be gentle." In class, Lin Yan listened attentively as Lu Ruyue explained his innate attributes. After awakening, cultivation revolved around developing one's own attributes and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The stronger one's talent, the faster one could comprehend attribute energy. Talent level determined the upper limit, spiritual power strength determined the lower limit, and the amount of spiritual energy was the core standard for measuring strength. Even if a B-rank talent awakener reaches the 4th tier, they might still be completely overwhelmed by a 5th tier C-rank talent due to the level difference. Of course, combat experience, mental fortitude, resources, weapons and equipment, and attribute advantages will also affect the final outcome. The cultivation methods for special types differ from those for elemental types, but becoming a true powerhouse is by no means easy, regardless of the path chosen. Lin Yan listened for a while, then quietly began to circulate the world tree within his body, following the teacher's instructions. Awakened beings possessing spiritual objects naturally cultivate at a much faster pace than ordinary people. The higher their talent and the stronger their spiritual objects ranking, the more astonishing the cultivation results. Sunlight streamed into the classroom, and the students listened with exceptional focus. They all understood that the peace they enjoyed today was bought with the blood, flesh, and lives of their ancestors, and everyone wanted to become a hero who protected their country. Just as Lu Ruyue was earnestly giving her lesson, the tranquil spiritual energy in the world suddenly trembled slightly. She paused for a moment, looking around in confusion. Is it an illusion? Lu Ruyue suppressed her doubts and continued the lecture. The next second, the spiritual energy suddenly surged, spreading out in ripples from Lin Yan as the center. The vast spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Yan, forming a spiritual energy tide. Lin Yan sat upright with his eyes closed, his spiritual power completely immersed in the world tree within his body. The world tree seemed to have been thirsting for millennia, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Behind Lin Yan, a colossal phantom of a towering tree appeared, its branches unfurling, emanating an aura of immortality. Lu Ruyue stared at this scene, her face filled with shock. This is the sign of drawing in qi, about to step into the first stage of awakening. Lin Yan had only listened to the first lesson when he actually completed the qi induction technique. Lu Ruyue was incredulous. Could an S-rank talent be this strong? Mu Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Yan beside her, her mouth agape. She possessed an A-rank water-type talent, and her spirit creature was a water spirit fish, sequence 28. Wow, so much! She was closest to Lin Yan and could feel the vast, ocean-like fluctuations of spiritual energy most keenly. Shouldn't the first time spiritual energy enters the body be as weak as tiny water droplets? Why was such an exaggerated phenomenon occurring when Lin Yan absorbed spiritual energy? Lu Ruyue was also bewildered. Linen No. 1 High School had produced S-level wood-type talents before, but none possessed Lin Yan's terrifying absorption speed. At this moment, an old man wearing a hood appeared in the classroom. Strangely, apart from Lu Ruyue, everyone else seemed completely unable to see him. My goodness! If I hadn't come, things would have turned upside down! Amo Baichuan exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. He raised his hand and lightly touched Lu Ruyue, as if an invisible barrier had been lifted. Lu Ruyue instantly noticed the principal's arrival, but she was the only one who could see him. Principal, you've arrived. Lu Ruyue greeted respectfully, but couldn't help wondering why the principal was wearing a hat on such a hot day. Amo Baichuan waved his arm, and an invisible barrier enveloped the entire classroom, completely concealing all the unusual phenomena without revealing a trace. Don't announce what happened today to anyone. Amo Baichuan looked at Lu Ruyue, his tone solemn. I understand, Principal, but these students... Lu Ruyue hesitated. It's alright. Few people believe the rumors among students. Young people, it's normal for them to spread things more and more outrageously. Amo Baichuan waved his hand, and his figure vanished. Lu Ruyue sighed softly. The principal's spatial abilities are getting stronger and stronger. Soon after, the world tree stopped absorbing energy, and the turbulent spiritual energy gradually subsided. Lin Yan opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Let us congratulate Lin Yan on officially entering the first stage of awakening. Lu Ruyue smiled and clapped her hands in praise. Applause erupted in the classroom, igniting the students' fighting spirit. Lin Yan is amazing! He's already reached the first rank so quickly. Keep practicing. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, and you'll achieve it one day. Lack of talent doesn't mean you can't reach the peak. Our Linen City's governor wasn't very talented either, but he's still an 8th rank venerable. That's right, we're all at the prime of our lives, and we should strive to cultivate for the rise of humanity. Lin Yan's expression was calm as his gaze swept over the group. His words were positive, but that didn't reflect his true feelings. The constantly appearing negative emotions betrayed him. He didn't pay them any mind and simply looked away. Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly, Lin Yan, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Lin Yan glanced at her sideways and casually said, I just closed my eyes and that's how I did it. Are there any other techniques? Mu Xiaoxiao looked at him pitifully, clearly eager to break through as soon as possible to make her family happy. Yes. Lin Yan nodded. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Really? What is it? The surrounding classmates also perked up their ears. Lin Yan said seriously, The skill is an incredibly handsome face and an incomparably powerful talent. Mu Xiaoxiao and her classmates fell silent at the same time. What a coincidence, they didn't have either of those. Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 16. The school bell had just rung when a boy carrying a basketball ran up to Lin Yan and said, "Lin Yan, let's play basketball together later. Let's team up and crush those guys from the next class." With Lin Yan's strength as a first-level awakened individual, as long as he didn't encounter older students, dealing with his peers was a piece of cake. He shook his head and refused. "No." The boy paused slightly, then said disappointedly, "All right then, I'll be going now." He picked up the ball and left, while Lin Yan walked straight out of the school. The taunts, the girls' screams, and the so-called attention-seeking on the basketball court were all worthless to him. Students offered too little negative feedback. He'd rather go home and cultivate. On the street, a tall, slender girl stopped Lin Yan, handed him a flyer, and said, "Hey handsome, our Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy is currently recruiting students. If you're interested, you can add our contact information." Lin Yan stopped and repeated softly, "Martial Arts Academy." The girl nodded quickly. "That's right, the master of our Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy is extremely powerful, having reached the 6th tier marquee level. And he's also a retired member of the Demon Hunter team." Lin Yan responded casually. "Oh." The girl was stunned. The young man wasn't even slightly surprised by one of the few 6th tier experts in Linen City. Lin Yan took the flyer. "I'll take a look when I have time." The poster featured a resolute-looking middle-aged man, the owner of the Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy. The negative impact a 6th tier expert could provide was clearly substantial. Lin Yan, looking at the flyer, already considered the other party a prime target for exploitation. The girl bowed happily. Okay, have a nice day." Little did she know, the curator's nightmare had already begun. She clutched the hem of her skirt and asked, looking down, "By the way, handsome, can I have your contact information?" Lin Yan suddenly remembered something, took out his phone with a serious expression, opened Fishin, and sure enough, saw Mu Qingqiu's unaccepted friend request. On the day of the awakening ceremony, he was about to accept it when Lu Dingfeng interrupted him, and he had completely forgotten about it afterward. Mu Qingqiu was his cash cow, so Lin Yan hesitated for 2 seconds before finally clicking, "Agree." The girl, however, misunderstood his reaction and her face instantly turned bright red. She said shyly, "Isn't that moving too fast? I'm not ready yet." But when she looked up, Lin Yan was already far away. Negative value from Chukiki plus 23. Back home, Lin Yan first released the little succubus queen, Yinyi. No eithers in the house, she was responsible for all the housework, as well as services like ear cleaning, massage, foot washing, and running bathwater. Sitting on the sofa, he sensed the world tree and discovered that the Terra mask was floating at the top of the canopy, and a dark gray mark had appeared on the tree trunk that only he could see. Lin Yan immediately understood that it was the dark law emanating from the ghost mask. The world tree is not limited to any one element, because it is a complete world in itself. This means that it can accommodate all elemental laws without conflict or repulsion. The more laws it masters, the more powerful, perfect, and mature the world tree becomes. In the end, the world tree might even complete the creation of the world. However, cultivating all the elemental laws is equivalent to reconstructing a world, a difficulty far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, each advancement he makes requires an extremely vast amount of spiritual energy. Today, he absorbed spiritual energy for a long time before barely stepping into the first stage of the initial awakening realm. The more he puts in, the more astonishing the reward will be. His current spiritual energy reserves are almost equivalent to those of an ordinary 3rd or 4th tier awakened individual, making his sustained combat power extremely terrifying. If he were to combine various elemental powers later, his abilities and strength would undoubtedly far surpass those of others at the same level. The only difficulties lie in comprehending the laws and acquiring massive amounts of spiritual energy. However, Lin Yan possesses the ultimate cheat system, making these problems not insurmountable. He whispered, "Just 30,000 more, and I can achieve God-level fishing. I'll go to the Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy tomorrow, maybe I can gather them all." Thinking this, he was in high spirits and called out to the kitchen. "Wang Yinye." The little succubus, who was preparing dinner, trembled, immediately put down her work, hurriedly wiped her hands, and ran to the living room. Master, you wanted to see me? Lin Yan stared at her expressionlessly, without uttering a word. The oppressive silence made Wang Yinye's breathing tighten, and even her posture stiffened. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 99. After a long while, Lin Yan slowly asked, Do you know why I called you? Wang Yinye shook her head slightly. No, master, I don't know. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 120. Lin Yan stood up and walked in front of her, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of oppression. Wang Yinye bit her lower lip, too nervous to look up. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 100. After a moment, Lin Yan sat back down on the sofa, asking with a relaxed expression, Are you really a succubus? You're certainly not that impressive. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 250. Wang Yinye looked resentful but dared not argue. Lin Yan waved her hand and said, Go on with your work. She could only return to the kitchen sullenly. In Lin Yan's opinion, chives should be harvested every day, otherwise it would be a waste. After returning to the kitchen, Wang Yinye gritted her teeth. If things continued like this, she would eventually be bullied by her master. She had to find a way to turn the tables and improve her status in her master's heart. She remembered the saying in the human world that once a man and a woman become boyfriend and girlfriend, they can make each other obedient. She immediately thought this was a brilliant idea. To become her master's girlfriend, she first needed to make Lin Yan fall in love with her. Wang Yinye fell into deep thought again, then took out her phone and opened Baidu. How to make a boy like me? How to subtly showcase my charm? What kind of girls do bad boys like? What's the mentality behind a boy who likes to bully me? Wang Yinye began to study seriously, encouraging herself. Come on, Wang Yinye, you can definitely do it. Take down the master. The serfs have risen up and are singing. A Feishin notification woke Lin Yan. He sat up, picked up his phone, and saw a friend named Luoye Qingqiu, who had sent several messages. The other person's profile picture was of an anime girl under maple leaves, a beautiful image, but the message completely ruined the mood. You little brat, Lin Yan, it took you so long to accept my friend request. You look so handsome, but you're playing hard to get, aren't you? Angry cat emoji, you think your sister will fall for this? Fine, you win. She really does fall for it. Get up. I'll treat you to dinner after school. Lin Yan pouted. The other person looked angry, but didn't contribute any negative points. A thought flashed through his mind, could Mu Qingqiu be? He didn't think any further and casually replied with an okay. After getting up, washing up, and eating, he decided not to bully Wang Yinye for the time being. Leeks need time to grow, you can't harvest them too often. However, considering the danger of her succubus identity, he still took Wang Yinye back to the Shadow Kingdom as usual. At Linen No. 1 Middle School, students walked into the classroom with dark circles under their eyes, clearly having tried to cultivate last night, but their progress in guiding qi into their bodies was not smooth. Did you successfully guide your qi into your body yesterday? No, don't even mention it, it was just too difficult. I couldn't concentrate at all. Me too, my mind is always wandering. Don't worry, everyone. Didn't the teacher say that this is normal for the first time you cultivate? It'll get better with practice. The thin boy had just begun to comfort him when the short boy murmured, Really? But yesterday Lin Yan. The whole class fell silent instantly. The skinny boy said awkwardly, Lin Yan doesn't count, he's a freak. The girls were also talking about Lin Yan. Have you guys noticed that Lin Yan has become even more handsome since he awakened his S-level talent? His aura has changed too. Stop being a fangirl. Senior Mu is both beautiful and talented. How can you possibly compete with her? That's true. Actually, I don't mind being. Stop talking. Lin Yan is here. The class fell silent. Lin Yan calmly walked to his seat and sat down. Class teacher Lu Riyue walked into the classroom with a strange smile on her face. Good morning, students. Today we have a new student to study with you all. Let's welcome Wu Wukai. She suppressed a laugh. Wu Wukai had clearly graduated, but he had come back to repeat his studies, which was obviously arranged by the governor Wu Di. Wu Wukai walked into the classroom with a look of utter injustice on his face. Thankfully, his classmates didn't know he was Wu Di's son, which was his only consolation. "Hello everyone, I'm Wu Wukai. Please take care of me," Lu Ryue said. "Wu, you can choose a seat yourself." Wu Wukai glanced around and locked his gaze on Lin Yan. "Teacher, may I sit behind him?" Lu Ryue nodded, and he immediately sat down behind Lin Yan. "Hello classmate, my name is Wu Wukai. I hope you will take care of me in the future." Lin Yan nodded slightly, recognizing him as the guy who had only provided 2 negative points that day. Lu Ryue continued. "Today, we've invited members of the city's Demon Hunter Squad, number 12138, to explain spiritual energy perception techniques and practical applications. Let's give them a round of applause." The Demon Hunter Squad represents honor and strength. The selection process is extremely rigorous, and in recent years, only Mu Qingqiu from Linen City has successfully joined. The students clapped expectantly, and a man in beachwear and sunglasses strode confidently into the classroom. It was Su Biulang. Lin Yan smiled, and Su Biulang basked in the applause until he stood on the podium and looked down, nearly knocking his sunglasses off. "Is that kid here too?" Su Biulang's gaze shifted, landing on Wu Wukai behind Lin Yan. "Wait. Who's that guy behind him?" Wu Wu opened a book and held it up in front of him, feeling extremely annoyed. He hadn't expected that the lecturer would be an acquaintance, Su Biulang. Su Biulang had a strange look in his eyes, but he quickly got into the swing of things and began sharing his experiences with the students. He seemed carefree and uncultured, but he was actually a genuine 5th-tier Grandmaster level awakened. He had unique insights into the use of spiritual power, which greatly helped the students' growth, and everyone listened with exceptional attention. Before they knew it, get out of class was over, but many students were still reluctant to leave, seemingly having gained some understanding from the lesson. That's all for today's lesson. Good luck, students! I look forward to seeing you join the Demon Hunter team after graduation. See you next time! Su Biulang waved his hand and left the classroom with a flourish. Mu Xiaoxiao clenched her fists and said firmly, "I must join the Demon Hunter team." Lin Yan glanced at her and said calmly, "Sometimes, dreams and reality have to be separated." Mu Xiaoxiao's forehead creased with annoyance, and she waved her fist, saying, "Lin Yan, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 22. Lin Yan shook his head and sighed. "I'm helping you face reality." Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Negative value from Mu Xiaoxiao plus 12. Wu Wukai, standing behind, was stunned. As expected of the person his father had chosen, she could stir up emotions with just a few words, making her unforgettable. "Excuse me, I don't know your names yet," Wu Wukai said with a bright, friendly smile. "Lin Yan. Mu Xiaoxiao." The two answered one after the other, but Wu Wukai didn't look at Mu Xiaoxiao. He only gazed eagerly at Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, your performance in class just now was perfect. If I have any questions in the future, may I ask you?" Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly as he politely declined. "I'm just an ordinary student, so it's probably unnecessary." Wu Wukai's expression turned solemn as he patted his chest heavily. "I understand, boss. I will definitely work hard and not let you down." Lin Yan was full of questions, while Mu Xiaoxiao looked back and forth between the two, her expression gradually becoming strange, as if she had already understood everything. Lin Yan coughed lightly and said, "Classmate, I think you've misunderstood." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Wukai suddenly stood up. "Boss!" His voice echoed throughout the classroom. Under the strange gazes of everyone, he bowed, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "You are the guiding light on my life's path, brighter than the sun. From today onwards, you are my boss forever." Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed mischievously. She stood up, raised her fist, and shouted, "Say yes! Say yes!" The whole class looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Lu Ryue, who hadn't left yet, looked blank. Lin Yan took a deep breath and said coldly, "Mu Xiaoxiao." Mu Xiaoxiao immediately sat down. Lin Yan then looked at Wu Wukai and said, "Wu, you sit down too." Wu Wukai sat down with a satisfied expression, secretly vowing to himself, So what if I'm a simp? I'll take it to the extreme. Lin Yan stood up without changing his expression. I remember the principal wanted to see me. I'll go out for a bit. He was afraid that staying any longer would unleash his ultimate darkness. After Lin Yan left, all eyes fell on Wu Wukai. Someone sighed. So this is the ultimate level of a simp. I get it. Lin Yan will definitely soar to great heights in the future. Now's the time to fawn over him. Lin Yan belongs to us girls. Why? Lin Yan is from class 11, he should belong to everyone. Because we're girls. Wu Wukai felt immense pressure. So many people were vying for the licking dog spot, he had to work even harder to carve out a bright future. On the school path, Lin Yan suddenly felt a chill, a sense that something terrifying was about to happen, and decided to seek refuge with the principal. At the corner, Dean of Students Lu Dingfeng walked towards him. Lin Yan lowered his gaze and was about to pass by when Lu Dingfeng smiled. Lin Yan, right? Lin Yan stopped and nodded. It's me. Dean Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Dingfeng smiled and said, Heroes emerge from among the young. As this year's S-Class Awakener, you must cultivate diligently and defend humanity's living space. Lin Yan nodded earnestly. I will. His expression was calm as he walked away. The instant they passed each other, negative value from Lu Dingfeng plus 500. Lin Yan's steps remained steady, but his shadow seemed as deep as an endless abyss. Everything seemed normal, but Lu Dingfeng's shadow swayed slightly, and 2 red lights flashed by. Gazing in the direction Lin Yan had disappeared, Lu Dingfeng's eyes were cold and crazed. Geniuses are more satisfying to kill. He frowned inwardly. Why couldn't he contact the deacon? It seemed things had changed. He had to be more careful, all for the sake of the Black Demon Hall. Outside the principal's office, Lin Yan gently knocked on the door. Principal, am I coming in? Mo Baichuan's slightly flustered voice came from inside. Wait a minute! Lin Yan's eyes flickered slightly. In the darkness of the corner of the office, a pair of eyes glowing red flashed by, making him pause for a moment. Mo Baichuan was tidying up his beloved books when he suddenly looked towards the corner with a puzzled expression, but found nothing. He simply assumed he was being paranoid. After a moment, Mo Baichuan coughed lightly and said, Come in. Lin Yan pushed open the door and entered. Mo Baichuan stood up and laughed. You little rascal, you missed me, so you still know to come and see this old man. Lin Yan didn't answer, but asked directly. Who is Wu Wukai? Mo Baichuan blinked and said, He's the son of that little brat Wu Di. Wu Di? The governor of Linen City? Lin Yan instinctively pressed on. In Linen City, everyone knew the name of this governor. Mo Baichuan nodded and said, Yes, it's that little kid. What's wrong? Did his son offend you? Lin Yan pondered for a moment and then said, Yes. Mo Baichuan introduced. Wu Wukai is a decent child with good temperament and talent. He's an A-level Earth type. Wu Di said he didn't want his son to achieve much, just to be able to go toe-to-toe with him, so he named him Wu Wukai. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. A really good name. Is there anything wrong with his sexual orientation? Mo Baichuan asked, puzzled. I don't know about this old man, but he should be fine. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's all right, I'm leaving. He turned to leave, but turned back just before going out the door to remind him. Looking at that stuff too much is bad for your health, it'll make you lose your hair. With that, Lin Yan disappeared out the door. Mo Baichuan stood there, stunned. You brat, stop right there! Explain yourself, what is that stuff? Negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 2,000. Mo Baichuan was so angry he was practically fuming, but then he realized something was wrong. No one could possibly be spying on his space. What had Lin Yan seen? This kid must be bluffing me. Mo Baichuan waved his hand, adding another layer of protection to his office, then dialed the number. Lu Ryue, what happened in your class today? Why did Lin Yan suddenly ask about Wu Wukai's background? What? There's such a thing. How come I, the principal, didn't know? Oh, I'm not a busybody, but the vice principal is indeed very hardworking. Okay, I understand, I'm hanging up. Mo Baichuan put down the phone, his face flushed. Wu Di, you actually sent your own son to be a sycophant, and you even kept it from me, going directly to the vice principal to process the transfer. Your shamelessness is beyond my imagination. I think you're invincible because of your thick skin. The school bell rang, and Lin Yan quickly packed his things, preparing to leave, when suddenly excited exclamations erupted from the class. It's Senior Mu! Senior Mu is in our class! I only realized how beautiful Senior Mu is up close. Even I, a girl, am smitten. Senior, please! Stop talking, I need to change my clothes when I get home. Everyone was incredibly excited, because a graceful and beautiful figure was standing at the door. Mu Qingqiu wore a black evening gown and knee-length skirt, her long hair cascading down her back, her red lips glossy, and her skin snow-white, outlining her captivating curves. Black stockings encased her slender legs, paired with small black leather shoes, giving her an air of cool elegance mixed with a subtle allure. Lin Yan glanced at her and noticed she was wearing stockings, immediately satisfied. Mu Qingqiu looked at him with a bright smile. Junior Lin Yan, your older sister has come to pick you up for dinner, Lin Yan said. I remember your treating. Mu Qingqiu's gaze was burning. No problem, it's on me today, eat whatever you want. A chorus of boos erupted in the class. Everyone was so jealous they almost wanted to tear Lin Yan to pieces. Being able to eat with Senior Mu was already a luxury, and he actually got her to treat him. Negative value from Pan Lang plus 12. Negative value from Zhou Yinghe plus 15. After Lin Yan and Mu Qingqiu left, the discussion in the class became even more intense. Do you think Senior Mu is going to be snatched away by Lin Yan? Judging from the current situation, it's very likely. Many male classmates looked heartbroken. At this moment, Wu Wukai slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, From today onwards, Mu Qingqiu is my sister-in-law. Anyone who dares to gossip behind my back should not blame me for disregarding our classmate relationship. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wukai unleashed the powerful aura of a fourth-tier transcendent realm cultivator, causing all the students in Class 11 to pale in shock. So he's such a devoted admirer? Mu Qingqiu, one hand on the steering wheel, asked with a smile. What do you want to eat? Lin Yan casually replied. Anything is fine. Mu Qingqiu rolled her eyes slightly. There's no such option. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. Then let's eat your cooking, to save you some money. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she honked the horn forcefully. Don't speak so dramatically next time, don't you know people might misunderstand? Lin Yan sat upright in the passenger seat, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Misunderstand? Did I say anything wrong? I was just trying to help you save money. Mu Qingqiu, her small feet clad in black stockings, slammed on the gas pedal, playfully scolding. I'll save you your big head. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 52. Lin Yan looked at her. Senior Mu. Mu Qingqiu said irritably. What? He said seriously. You drive so smoothly, no wonder you're an experienced driver. Inside the upscale restaurant, Lin Yan turned to look at Mu Qingqiu, remarking. So Senior Mu is actually a rich woman. Mu Qingqiu raised her little face. That's right, do you want your big sister to take care of you, little brother? Lin Yan said seriously. We young people should have lofty ambitions, how can we be so depraved? She lightly flicked her hair and pretended to regret. Is that so? That's such a pity. You could have been so close to me, maybe you could have touched my black stockings. Lin Yan coughed lightly. Actually, sometimes, being decadent can be a way of life. Mu Qingqiu waved her little fist. Dream on. I need to see how you behave. You can only touch me if you behave well. Lin Yan blinked and his large hand covered her black-stockinged legs. He gently rubbed it and commented earnestly. Thank you, it feels great. Mu Qingqiu froze instantly. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 200. The warmth from his leg burned into her heart, and she asked, blushing. What are you doing? Lin Yan tilted his head and said, Touching the black stockings, you told me to. Mu Qingqiu narrowed her eyes, her smile laced with danger. Did I say that? Lin Yan nodded. You said I could touch you if I behaved well. I saved you last night. In the past, that would have meant repaying you with my body. It's not too much for me to just touch your black stockings, is it? Mu Qingqiu's eyes twitched slightly, but her beautiful eyes grew even brighter. It really was you. How did you do that? That guy's status is that of a black butler, and you actually. Lin Yan focused on his meal, replying with only 2 words. Secret. Mu Qingqiu rested her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed on him. A newly awakened one was able to defeat a black butler, and even use his abilities within the blood demon domain. The black butler, second only to the red-clad in the black demon hall, was powerful, treacherous, and ruthless. The mystery surrounding Lin Yan only fueled her curiosity. She parted her pink lips slightly and asked softly, How do you like my black stockings, sister? Are you still wanting more? If you tell me, I can touch them again. Lin Yan put down his chopsticks, his eyes brightening slightly. Really? Mu Qingqiu nodded gently, trying to find out his secret. Lin Yan touched her black-stockinged legs again, and said seriously after touching them. They're alright, but not as amazing as the first time I touched them. Try white stockings next time. Mu Qingqiu's lips twitched, resisting the urge to shove her foot into his mouth. Since you've already touched me, tell me how you did it. Lin Yan continued to devour his food. It's a secret. Mu Qingqiu was silent for a moment. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 250. Just as she was about to take off her shoes, Lin Yan covered his nose and asked, Senior, are you taking off your shoes? Mu Qingqiu gritted her teeth and said, Shut up! Eat your food! Or I'll give you an extra meal! Lin Yan was quiet for a moment, then asked softly, Senior, did you wash your feet? Mu Qingqiu's phoenix eyes widened. What do you mean? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 300. Seeing that she was about to explode, Lin Yan immediately put down his chopsticks and explained. I mean, Senior's feet don't smell bad at all, they even have a fragrance that makes people's mouths water. He gave a thumbs up, his expression extremely serious. Mu Qingqiu's expression softened. At least you know what's good for you, otherwise I would have shoved my foot in your mouth right now. Lin Yan whispered. No way, I'm afraid I'll get athlete's foot in my mouth. What? Mu Qingqiu didn't hear clearly. Lin Yan shook his head and said, Nothing, I just said this restaurant is pretty good. Mu Qingqiu immediately complained. You heartless little rascal! I even kept this a secret for you, treated you to a meal, and let you touch my black stockings, and this is how you teased me? Lin Yan ate as if no one else was there, while Mu Qingqiu rested her chin on her hand and looked at him, the image of a figure descending from the sky under a demon mask flashing through her mind. That heroic figure gradually merged with Lin Yan before her. She covered her burning cheeks, her beautiful legs and black stockings unconsciously tightening. Lin Yan suddenly said, Thanks, but if anyone really wants to ask, just tell them the truth. Mu Qingqiu was slightly taken aback, and said softly, Okay, I understand, sister. Lin Yan continued, Also, Senior, could you please put your shoes on? Or you could just stay away from me. Mu Qingqiu stared at him, ? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Downstairs in the apartment complex, Mu Qingqiu looked around and chuckled. You live here? Lin Yan shrugged and asked. What, is there a problem? Mu Qingqiu naturally leaned against him, her eyes sparkling. No problem, it's just a bit far from the school. How about moving to my place? The room is big, and it's closer to the school. Lin Yan looked her up and down, then decisively refused. No, I'm afraid you'll have ulterior motives towards me. Mu Qingqiu's expression stiffened. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 52. With your little body, I don't care. Mu Qingqiu snorted, her slender hand casually touching Lin Yan's chest. Lin Yan protected his collar and took 2 steps back. Senior, please have some self-respect. I'm not that kind of person. Mu Qingqiu was immediately speechless with anger. Go home right now, seeing you makes me angry. Mu Qingqiu said angrily. Lin Yan responded and turned to walk towards the dimly lit stairwell. Just before disappearing, Lin Yan suddenly turned back. Senior, research shows that if a girl is easily aroused by a boy's emotions and curiosity, then it's very likely that she's fallen in love with him. So, Senior, for my sake, you'd better be more careful in the future. With that, he vanished into the darkness. Mu Qingqiu was utterly bewildered, but her negative points skyrocketed. Lin Yan secretly shook her head, feeling that her thoughts had clearly been exposed. Negative points from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Mu Qingqiu noted down Lin Yan's address, a playful smile playing on her lips. Little brother, you're so naughty. I'll definitely give you a surprise next time I come. Back home, the little succubus, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, greeted her. Master, the hot water's ready. Would you like to take a bath now? Sure, you don't need to bother. Go make something to eat. Lin Yan nodded, and the little succubus's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She opened the refrigerator, only to find it empty. She could only weakly say, Master, there's nothing to eat. Then I'll order you takeout. Lin Yan casually picked up his phone. The little succubus pinched her cheek, confirming that her master was indeed unusually gentle today. The takeout arrived quickly. The little succubus happily opened the door, only to hear the delivery person ask, Hello, this is your takeout. Is this from Ms. Wang area? Her smile froze, and she forced a reply. Yes, it was me. The delivery man handed her 2 large bags of food, his eyes filled with a strange look. After the delivery man left, the little succubus looked towards the bathroom, her face full of resentment. But as soon as the sound of water stopped, she immediately put on a smile again. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 33. Lin Yan walked out wrapped in a bath towel, looking at the little succubus eating heartily at the dining table, and said casually, This meal cost a total of 18,000, remember to pay me back. The little succubus stopped eating. How much more? Lin Yan picked up his phone and said apologetically, Oh, sorry, I miscalculated. Just as the little succubus breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Yan slowly added, It's 108,000. Remember to pay me back tomorrow. No exceptions, or you'll face the consequences. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 180. The little succubus finally understood that her master hadn't become gentle at all. He could have just robbed her, but instead, he ordered her takeout. With tears in her eyes, she ate every last bite of the food, not even leaving a drop of broth. After all, every single bite was a meal worth a staggering 108,000 yuan. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 200. After she finished eating, she began to worry about where she was going to get 108,000 yuan. It seemed she would have to resort to her ultimate trick. As night fell, Lin Yan, having reaped a wave of negative points, was in high spirits and immediately entered a state of cultivation. With the resurgence of gods and demons and the invasion of myriad races, strength was the only foundation for survival. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the city slept. A stealthy figure quietly stopped in front of Lin Yan's door. The little succubus silently recited a tutorial she found on her phone. How to maintain a woman's status in a relationship, the Allure chapter. As long as I win over my master's heart and make him like me, then I can escape this misery and become the master. She clenched her small hands and silently encouraged herself. Go for it, Wang Yingye. You're the best. You can do it. Moonlight fell on the window, and Lin Yan opened his eyes, his expression slightly cold, before disappearing into the darkness of the room. Outside the door, the little succubus tried the key repeatedly, muttering to herself. Not this one either. Strange, the spare key to the master's room is in here. She tried all the keys but still couldn't open the door. She raised her palm, and a red light gathered. Magic quietly landed on the lock, and the door opened. I really am a genius, succubus. The little succubus smiled smugly, went barefoot into the room, and used the moonlight to sneak to Lin Yan's bedside. She leaped onto the bed, only to find it empty. Her heart tightened. Master? Is that you, master? A cold voice came from the darkness. Are you looking for me? The little succubus trembled, hugging her arms. I was wrong, master. Negative value from the succubus plus 88. The voice sounded again. Are you looking for me? She crouched down, covering her head. I was really wrong, master. Negative value from the little succubus plus 88. The noise didn't stop, and the little succubus burrowed under the covers and curled up in a ball. Master, I was wrong, please don't scare me anymore. Negative value from the little succubus plus 120. Outside the door, Lin Yan plugged in the Bluetooth speaker to prevent it from running out of power at night, then sat back on the sofa to cultivate. The little succubus voluntarily contributed negative points, finally bringing his negative points to 100,000. Lin Yan decided to deduct 25 cents from her takeout bill of 108,000. He composed himself, opened the system panel, and a calm, vast ocean appeared before him. System, redeem 1 God-level fishing session. Ding! 100,000 negative points have been used to exchange for 1 God-level fishing opportunity. Fishing begins. This fishing scenario, Jackie Chan Adventures. The Xuanhua fishing rod appeared out of thin air, its body engraved with mysterious tadpole runes. The black fishing line and hook were lowered into the sea, but there was no bait on the hook. With a thought, Lin Yan cast his fishing rod out on its own. A moment later, the rod sank, and he immediately reeled in the line, finding a crackling clapper crackling with electricity on the hook. Ding! Fishing successful. This time, the divine fishing item is lightning demonic energy. The fishing item has been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at will. Lightning demonic energy, the primal power of the thunder demon Zhongsu, possessing the ability to control lightning, and also boasting terrifying physical strength. Note: all negative effects have been cleared and no mutations will occur. Lin Yan placed the castanets in his palm, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's actually lightning demonic energy. That's quite a powerful ability. He immediately began to fuse with it, and a surge of violent power appeared within his body. The castanets floated above the world tree, alongside the Terra mask. Lin Yan flicked his finger, and a burst of azure lightning shot from his fingertip before quickly retracting it. The power contained within lightning was terrifying, and he didn't want his bedroom to be destroyed. I'll find another opportunity to test it tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Yan was still refreshed after cultivating all night. He opened the door and saw the little succubus curled up on the bed, like a sleeping kitten. Wang Yinye. The little succubus sat up instantly, rubbing her eyes as she looked at Lin Yan. Good morning, master. Lin Yan asked with a smile. Did you sleep well last night? She immediately nodded. It was quite comfortable. The bed was very soft and had a very nice smell. Bed? Memories flooded back, and the little succubus's legs went weak, causing her to kneel on the bed. Master, would you believe me if I said I was sleepwalking last night? Guess. Lin Yan's smile remained unchanged, but the little succubus sensed danger approaching. Negative value from the little succubus plus 88. She thought punishment was coming, but Lin Yan threw her a coat. Put your clothes on first. You're not allowed to wear so little in the future. The little succubus blushed and wrapped her coat tighter, feeling the lingering warmth. She stole glances at Lin Yan, but her heart grew increasingly uneasy. Her master's sudden change of heart could never be a good thing. She felt a chill run through her body, as if she could already see countless traps ahead. Negative value from Wang Yinye plus 200. Lin Yan washed his face, feeling refreshed. The little succubus truly lived up to her reputation as a growing leek. After one harvest, another would sprout. She had stayed in the Shadow Kingdom for a long time, absorbing a large amount of dark energy, and was gradually being corrupted by the Shadow Kingdom, transforming into a unique creature. The Shadow Kingdom can corrupt creatures from other worlds and make them obey their master's commands. Lin Yan calls this process transformation. If used properly, this ability would be a killer weapon. However, his level is too low, and the transformation into a higher-level creature would require a long period. The conversion speed should be faster as the awakened one's level increases. The little succubus stammered. That I... Lin Yan waved his hand and said, Given your excellent performance just now, I've decided to reduce the cost of your takeout. The little succubus was stunned. Yesterday's outstanding performance? A discount? Just as her eyes lit up, she heard Lin Yan continue speaking. The reduction is 25 cents. The light in the little succubus's eyes vanished instantly. Her master had been very pleased with those words, and she decided to take them back. Lin Yan said expressionlessly, If you can't pay it back today, we will add interest of 1,800. The little succubus widened her eyes and said aggrievedly, But I don't have any money, master. All my money went to renting the house next door. It's all right, we can find a way to earn money if we run out. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, and the little succubus tentatively asked, What does master mean? Lin Yan nodded. That's right. From today onwards, you can move freely in the human world. I only have one request, don't reveal your succubus identity, and don't do anything criminal. Can you do that? The little succubus didn't react for a moment, then clenched her fists and said with a determined look, Master, I will definitely work twice as hard to earn money. Lin Yan smiled and said, Come on, work hard, and we'll get a bigger house. The little succubus nodded immediately, but then became worried. No problem. But what can I do? I don't know anything. Lin Yan said. Don't worry, there's a job that doesn't require any skills. The little succubus asked. What kind of job is it, master? Lin Yan calmly replied. To tighten screws in a factory. The little succubus's negative value plus 88. In the end, Lin Yan didn't let her work in the factory tightening screws. Large factories have strict security, and the little succubus's identity would be easily exposed. He used some of his savings to teach the little succubus how to bake cakes, and also took over a sublet cake shop in the commercial street downstairs. Once she learns to bake cakes, she can run the shop. Lin Yan's arrangement wasn't just a whim. Cultivation also requires money. Paying real money can also make you stronger. Rare and precious materials, divine blood, and demon crystals are all expensive cultivation resources. Schools cannot provide unlimited resources, and even if he doesn't need them, money can still improve his quality of life. Free labor should not be wasted. As long as the succubus works hard enough, he'll eventually be able to live in a big house and drive a new car. Lin Yan had everything arranged by the weekend morning. When he had some free time, he remembered the Wanxiang martial arts school and decided to go there to take a look, learn some practical combat skills, and test the power of his lightning demonic energy. Following the navigation on his phone, Lin Yan quickly found the Wanxiang martial arts school, whose storefront was not particularly eye-catching. A young girl was handing out flyers to passers-by at the entrance. The girl saw him and exclaimed in surprise, It's you! Lin Yan blinked and asked, Who are you? The girl pouted slightly and said awkwardly, I'm the one who handed you the flyer that day. Lin Yan nodded, then asked again, Why are you still handing out flyers? Don't you have a job? A black line appeared on the girl's forehead, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Is it possible that handing out flyers is my job? Lin Yan suddenly realized. Oh. Negative value from Chukiki plus 23. Under Chukik's resentful gaze, Lin Yan entered the martial arts hall. The hall was simply decorated, with little ornamentation, yet it exuded a serious atmosphere. A wall caught his attention, covered with certificates of merit and honor, one of which listed Qin Xuangan's achievements. Qin Xuangan, a sixth-tier marquis, was a member of the Linen City Demon Hunting Squad No. 12138 and participated in many missions of B rank or higher. Slay the alien race and earn the Morningstar badge. Lin Yan read out, showing great respect for the B-level mission and the Morningstar badge. The missions are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D, with level B being extremely dangerous. The Great Xia emblem comes in 3 types, Morningstar, Silver Moon, and Bright Sun. There are also rumors of the Glory badge, but no one has ever been heard of obtaining it. Even the Morningstar badge requires significant contributions and outstanding military achievements to be nominated. Martial arts schools are similar to after-school tutoring centers, where retired experts teach practical combat skills that cannot be learned in schools. Powerful martial arts schools can also carry out missions independently. Qin Xuangan was indeed qualified to open a martial arts school, but Lin Yan had seen many martial arts schools, all of which were extremely expensive, while Wanxiang Martial Arts School was unusually cheap. He looked around. Only a few students in training clothes were moving about in the gym. The price was low, and the owner was highly skilled. Why was no one signing up? The girls handing out flyers at the entrance were exceptionally enthusiastic, but the Mixed Sea shopping mall remained deserted, which puzzled Lin Yan. After handing out flyers, the girl entered the martial arts gym and approached the front desk with a hint of shyness. Lin Yan looked at her and asked, "Are you still at the front desk?" The girl blushed slightly and quickly explained, "I'm just filling in for someone. Sister Guan has something to do today." Lin Yan nodded and said, "You really are capable." The girl paused for a moment, then quickly composed herself, put on a professional smile, and asked, "Are you here to sign up for our training camp?" Lin Yan nodded and said, "I guess so." The girl's eyelids twitched slightly, but she still said, "Then you need to pay the fee first." "Okay." Lin Yan agreed readily, and the girl visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly completed the formalities for him, afraid that he might change his mind at the last minute. After paying the fee, the girl led Lin Yan towards the inner room of the martial arts hall. Along the way, they passed several private training rooms, all of which were empty. Lin Yan couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so cheap yet so few people?" The girl suddenly stopped, and Lin Yan, unable to stop himself, bumped straight into her. Sorry." Lin Yan was a little embarrassed. The girl's face turned even redder, and she looked away as she said, "It's probably because our curator has a rather eccentric personality." Lin Yan frowned and pressed, "What do you mean? How is it strange?" The girl chuckled and said, "Well, you'll see when you see it." Lin Yan had a bad feeling. The girl took him to the group training room and then hurriedly returned to the bar. She suddenly slapped her forehead, annoyed. "Oh no, I forgot to ask him what level of awakened he was. It seems like everyone in today's training camp is at level 2. At this moment, Lin Yan pushed open the door and entered. A solemn-faced, one-armed man was lecturing to several students. "Students, what's the key to killing alien races? It's about not caring about your life. Just charge in. Take your back to your teammates. Those alien races may seem powerful, but they are also afraid," the one-armed man said with a cold expression and an extremely serious tone. Lin Yan noticed the other person's empty sleeves, gently knocked on the door, and asked, "Excuse me, are you here for training?" The one-armed man nodded and said, "This is the place. Have a seat." Lin Yan casually found a seat and sat down. "Where were we?" the one-armed man asked, frowning. A boy timidly raised his hand and said, "We were talking about being scared." "Forget it, let's stop talking and get straight to the practical combat." The one-armed man shook his head, and Lin Yan immediately felt that this place was becoming more and more unreliable. When the one-armed man walked to the center of the training room, Lin Yan realized that not only was his arm missing, but his legs also seemed to have old injuries, and he walked unnaturally. "Those who have come here today are all early-stage second-tier awakeners, and they should all have a basic understanding of how to use their abilities. So we'll start the live fire exercise right away." Lin Yan's expression was subtle. He was clearly only a first-tier awakener. "Zhang Wangchuan, come up here." The one-armed man called out the name, and a tall, thin boy immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Instructor Chen." Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, so this one-armed man was Qin Xiangan. Qin Xiangan coldly said, "Attack me with all your might." "Yes, Instructor Chen." Zhang Wangchuan summoned 2 balls of flame with both hands, combined them into one, and threw it directly at Qin Xiangan. Qin Xiangan stood still, a flash of golden light extinguishing the flames instantly. He said expressionlessly, "Insufficient strength, insufficient speed, and the prelude is too long and flashy." Zhang Wangchuan gritted his teeth and summoned even larger flames, but before he could make a move, Qin Xiangan had already closed in. A golden longsword flashed, cleaving the flames in two. Qin Xiangan coldly sneered. "Too poor, too weak, the prelude is still too long." Zhang Wangchuan was panting heavily, supporting his back, unable to unleash another attack. Qin Xiangan frowned and said, "You're not even patient enough. If you go to the battlefield like this, you'll be the first to die." A chubby boy muttered under his breath. "Instructor Chen, you're a 6th level awakened one. Of course, our physical abilities can't compare to yours." Qin Xiangan's icy gaze swept over him. "So, when you go to the battlefield, you need to find a lower-level alien race first? The battlefield is ever-changing. The alien races have no morals. They will not fight you fairly, They will only kill you in the most cruel way. There is no fairness in this world. Only those who survive are the victors. Several students trembled, and one girl's eyes reddened, almost bursting into tears. Only Lin Yan kept his eyes fixed on Qin Xiangan. No one noticed that after Qin Xiangan finished speaking, his expression turned melancholy, and he added in a low voice, "But sometimes surviving is also a kind of suffering." Qin Xian sensed Lin Yan's gaze, and when his eyes met those dark, deep eyes, his mind was slightly shaken. All the trainees kept their heads down, except for this newcomer who looked at him without any hesitation. A thought flashed through Qin Xiangan's mind: this newcomer is interesting. Chapter 26. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Chapter 26. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? What's your name? Qin Xiangan said. Lin Yan, Lin Yan said calmly. Qin Xiangan was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he felt like he wasn't facing a student. Rather, it is an extremely terrifying being. He could sense that the new trainee's composure was not feigned, but rather an innate and natural quality. Qin Xian's dormant passion seemed to have been stirred up. This is incredible. He hadn't felt this way in many years, this thirst for war. Great, you're the one. Come up and practice. Qin Xiangan pointed at Lin Yan and said calmly. Lin Yan stood up and said very sincerely, Instructor Qin, you should be prepared. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. These words stunned not only Qin Xiangan, but also the students on the field. Is that so arrogant? Many trainees couldn't help but want to laugh, but they covered their mouths tightly, their faces turning red from holding it in. The assessment is complete. He's just a hothead. Perhaps they have awakened some powerful talent, but they think they are invincible. That's why I asked this question. This newcomer is far too arrogant. Although Instructor Qin has a leg problem, a bad temper, and is strict in his teaching, he is a genuine 6th level awakened. How dare someone provoke him like this? I have to say, he's really too brave. He probably hasn't heard of Instructor Chen's reputation. He'll be in for a surprise soon. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. This is going to be interesting. Who knew someone so handsome could be so dim-witted? The trainees were whispering among themselves. Lin Yan expressed his innocence. He said that because he was genuinely worried about Qin Xiangan. After all, he had never used lightning demon energy before, so it was normal for him to not be able to control it well the first time. And this instructor, Mr. Qin, is not very good at using his hands and feet. He's very afraid of accidentally getting hurt. A stiff smile appeared on Qin Xiangan's icy face, his eyes filled with admiration. Young people need to have this kind of overbearing drive. Young people should be full of vigor and ambition. I've been teaching for several years now, and you're the first student who dares to talk to me like this. I admire you. Just do your best in a bit, and I'll suppress my strength to the 2nd level to fight you. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with envy once again. This fair competition shows that Instructor Qin is serious about teaching. Otherwise, they'll just give you a good beating, then tell you about your flaws and let you figure it out on your own. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. Lin Yan blinked and nodded. Okay. At that moment, Chu Kiki, the girl at the front desk, was standing outside the door with a melancholy expression. What should I do? I made such a big mistake. The courses taken by awakened individuals of different levels can be completely different. If Sister Guan finds out, I'm doomed. Most importantly, if Instructor Qin lets that boy practice in real combat, he'll definitely get a severe beating. It's all because he's so handsome, I completely forgot about it, sob sob. Chukiki tried to knock on the training room door several times, but stopped herself at the crucial moment. Her little face was full of confusion. At the same time, at the center of the training platform, Qin Xiangan stood with one hand behind his back and said calmly, I have already suppressed my cultivation level to the 2nd tier. Attack me with all your might. As long as you can make me retreat even half a step, I'll consider it. He hadn't finished speaking. A flash of azure light appeared in the depths of Lin Yan's dark, deep pupils. Suddenly, The entire room was instantly filled with incredibly violent and restless lightning elemental power. Crack! In just a moment, tens of thousands of tiny, azure arcs of electricity appeared out of thin air and settled around Lin Yan, emitting violent hissing and crackling sounds. The reflection made Lin Yan appear as if a thunder god had descended to earth. The lights hanging in the training room flickered on and off. The glass in the window shattered into pieces. Chen Xuangan's eyes widened, and his expression suddenly changed. He was about to stop him. Just as Chu Kiki outside the door had made up her mind and was about to open the door. The next moment, a torrent of lightning, a thunderclap exploded in the clear sky. A curtain of azure lightning rose into the sky. It pierced through space in an instant, and covered Qin directly. Although it wasn't nighttime, the dazzling electric light still overshadowed the sun's brilliance. A vast curtain of lightning was unfurled before all the trainees. The trainees were completely unable to react before the thunderous sound was already deafening in their ears. Fortunately, it wasn't directed at them. Instead, Qin Xiangan at the center of the training room. After the trainees realized what had happened, they all got up from the ground with expressions of horror. All I saw was, the center of the training field has been charred black. Large areas of residual electric arcs still lingered, emitting faint echoes. All the windows around the room were shattered. The overhead lights were also emitting black smoke and a burnt smell of electrical wires. Qin Xiangan stood in the center of the training room, his hair now an afro, his face blackened, and his eyes staring blankly ahead. It opened its mouth, and a plume of black smoke slowly drifted out. In contrast, Lin Yan. I stood quietly in place. As always, azure lightning danced merrily around him. Everyone was stunned. The visuals were so impactful that everyone's thoughts came to a standstill. Chu Kiki also stood outside the door, looking completely bewildered. Only 2 words remained in her mind. So handsome. A glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and he swallowed hard. Instructor Chen? Are you alright? He said that the first time you use it, you definitely won't be able to stop. Thankfully, I didn't use it at home before, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Qin Xiangan slowly extended his one arm and made an okay sign. It's okay, I'm fine. Lin Yan immediately felt relieved. As expected of a 6th-tier Marquis-level awakener. It's about resisting electricity. Qin Xiangan gently moved his body, which had been numb from the electric shock. When his gaze fell upon the utterly chaotic scene around him, I was stunned again. I'm fine, but my training room is terrible. Qin Xiangan let out a roar. Negative value from Qin Xiangan plus 1,000. Negative value from Qin Xiangan plus 1,000. Negative value from Qin Xiangan plus 1,000. Lin Yan shrank his neck. Somewhat guiltily, he said, You told me to attack you with all my might, and I did as you said. My per training room. How much money will it cost, and how many students will I need to train, to renovate it back to its original state? Qin Xiangan, a cold and ruthless man, shed a single tear. Tears streamed down his cheeks, leaving 2 distinct streaks on his incredibly dark face. Lin Yan cleared his throat twice and comforted him. Ahem, Instructor Chen, I think everything should be done with care. You can't build something new without destroying the old. Out with the old, in with the new. This symbolizes a good start. Qin Xuangan's lips twitched. What are you doing here, kid? Trying to cause trouble? At this point, Qin Xuangan's tone had turned somewhat cold. How could a 2nd-tier awakened being possess such destructive power? Since high-level awakened ones wouldn't come to his small martial arts school to learn, there's only one possibility. This kid's here to cause trouble. Chapter 27 Only by surviving can one witness a magnificent and glorious era. Chapter 27 Only by surviving can one witness a magnificent era. What? You're only at level 1? Inside the office of the owner of Wenxiang Martial Arts School, Qin Xiangan looked shocked. Is there a problem, Instructor Chen? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Looking at Lin Yan's innocent face, Qin Xiangan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is there a problem? This is a huge problem. Who can unleash such a powerful lightning attack at level 1? Even the top-ranked talent in the S-tier lightning element isn't this terrifying, is it? What talent have you awakened? Qin Xiangan asked, frowning. Can I refuse to answer this question? Lin Yan blinked and said sincerely. Qin Xiangan looked slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. He then said with a serious expression. If what you said is true, then a genius like you should indeed keep this a secret. Does the principal of Linen No. 1 High School know about this? I know. Lin Yan nodded. Several black lines gradually appeared on Qin Xiangan's forehead. If that's the case, why don't you just go and cultivate with the principal? Why do you have to come here and cause trouble? The thought of his expensively built training room turning into ruins, as if it had been ravaged by war, is unbearable. He felt extremely distressed. Negative value from Qin Xiangan plus 500. Lin Yan smiled gently and said, Of course, I came here because I admire Instructor Qin. Your badge and your... Lin Yan's gaze swept lightly over Qin Xiangan's empty sleeves, and he continued. And your glory, both fill me with great admiration. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Xiangan did not show the slightest hint of smugness. Instead, he laughed self-deprecatingly. They're nothing but useless cowards clinging to life. If it weren't for that little girl Coco insisting that these things could help me increase enrollment, I would have been prepared to bury them forever. I don't deserve your admiration, much less this honor. It doesn't belong to me, I'm just lucky. Qin Xiangan's eyes were filled with sorrow, his expression forlorn, as he spoke slowly and deliberately. Lin Yan also fell silent. He had a vague suspicion in his heart, but didn't know how to comfort him. A long time. Qin Xiangan flicked his sleeves, stood up, looked out the window, and slowly said, You're a peerless genius, kid. My place is too small to teach you much. I'll have that girl return the money to you later. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and he said innocently, What about compensation? Qin Xiangan's face immediately turned dark, just like when he was struck by lightning. You don't need to pay me back. Just leave and don't make me angry, Qin Xiangan said irritably. Lin Yan blinked, her lips slightly parted, and she chuckled silently. It's strange that, despite being angry, no negative emotions were generated at all. Instructor Qin, you don't want others to know that you were blasted black and blue by a first-level awakened one, do you? Qin Xiangan. What do you mean, kid? Lin Yan said softly. I heard that every year, major martial arts schools hold a competition and send their students to participate, and then rank the martial arts schools, is that right? Qin Xiangan was slightly taken aback, then said stiffly. So what if it is? Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy has never bothered to participate in these pointless competitions. Is it because you don't want to participate, or because you can't beat them? Lin Yan asked curiously, looking completely innocent. Qin Xiangan's eye twitched slightly. It's none of your business, you brat. Get lost and stop bothering me. Negative value from Qin Xiangan plus 500. Lin Yan smiled gently. I am willing to represent Vientiane Martial Arts Academy in the ranking competition this year. Qin Xiangan stared at Lin Yan for a long time before slowly saying, I don't need this so-called empty fame. Lin Yan's smile faded, and he said seriously, This isn't just an empty title, it's a brand. Only in this way can you attract more trainees and teach them how to survive on the battlefield. Silence. I don't know what you've been through, but I only saw an old man cursing himself for being a mere shadow of his former self, wholeheartedly teaching others how to survive. Instructor Qin, some outcomes are not the fault of one person, and living is not a mistake either. Only by surviving can we sow the seeds of hope for the future. Only by surviving can we one day witness that magnificent era with our own eyes. After Lin finished speaking, he remained silent. Qin Xiangan took a deep breath of stale air, and then slowly exhaled. You're right, this is all I can do now. Lin Yan smiled gently upon hearing this. I look forward to your shining achievements, and your students spreading all over the world. Chen Xiangan sighed softly. Even so, not many people would be willing to follow a cripple, someone who has ruined the entire team. Never mind, I won't say any more. But I still want to thank you. Chen Xiangan shook his head and said nothing more. Lin Yan shrugged. No need to thank me. I just made up for the mess you made of your training room in a different way. Chen Xuangan's face darkened. Thinking about this fills him with heartache. Negative value from Chen Xiangan plus 999. Strive to cultivate diligently. The future belongs to you young people. Chen Xiangan stood up and opened the door for Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded. I'll come again tomorrow. Chen Xuangan's lips twitched slightly, and he gently closed the door. His face was blank, and after a long while he let out a long sigh. He sat back down at his desk and opened the innermost drawer. There was nothing in the drawer except for a photograph. The photo shows a group of young men and women with solemn expressions and serious demeanor. They were wearing matching clothes with characters on their cuffs. 12,138. Chen Xiangan carefully picked up the photo, lost in thought. What he didn't notice was that a red light flashed by in the shadows behind him. Lin Yan walked to the front desk lobby. Due to an unexpected event today, the students all finished class early. Hey Lin Yan, wait a minute. Chu Kiki suddenly called out to Lin Yan. Lin Yan stopped in his tracks. What's up? Chu Kiki lowered her head and hesitated for a moment before handing it out with both hands, saying, This is my martial arts school student card. I forgot to give it to you earlier. Lin Yan took it without hesitation. Thank you. After saying that, he turned and left. Chu Kiki pursed her lips, sat back down at the front desk with a somewhat dejected expression, and rested her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Lin Yan returned home. The little succubus hasn't returned yet. But Lin Yan wasn't worried. Because no matter what the little succubus encounters, he will immediately sense it. And it can instantly pull her into the Shadow Kingdom. Take advantage of this time. Lin Yan began cultivating and continued to comprehend the power of the lightning demonic energy. The cultivation of spiritual energy seems to be very helpful in enhancing the power of lightning demonic energy, and can also develop more powerful techniques. After all, Lin Yan's foundation lies within the World Tree. The stronger the World Tree, the greater the power it can wield. These two aspects complement each other. The afternoon passed quickly. Sudden. A click came from the doorway. Chapter 28. Thank you. You're such a good person. Chapter 28. Thank you. You're such a good person. The little succubus is back. Master, I'm back. The little succubus went out for a stroll today and seemed to be in a good mood. Lin Yan casually asked, What time is it? The little succubus had just put down her bag when she heard this, and her delicate body trembled. She said weakly, It's 8 o'clock. Before Lin Yan could say anything, the little succubus suddenly knelt down. Lin Yan blinked. He really just wanted to ask for the time. He glanced at it sideways and said in a flat tone, You're punished to write a 20,000-word self-criticism. It needs to be emotional, meaningful, and profound. Hand it in to me first thing tomorrow morning. Huh! The little succubus widened her beautiful eyes, looking completely bewildered. A letter of self-criticism? What the heck? Lin Yan gently patted her face, then stretched his finger across her neck and lightly stroked it. Or else. Lin Yan only said half of what he meant, but the meaning was already very clear. The little succubus said nervously, No problem, master, I'll go right now. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 120. Lin Yan leaned back on the sofa and said lazily, Not now, I haven't eaten yet. Then I'll go cook first. The little succubus immediately ran to the kitchen to prepare a meal. There's no other way. I have to hurry, otherwise one night won't be enough to write a 20,000-word self-criticism. The little succubus is very fast. After Lin Yan finished eating, the little succubus washed the dishes as quickly as possible. Lin Yan yawned. I'd like to wash my feet after dinner. The little succubus didn't stop for a moment. I'm going to pour out the foot bath water. I want to take a shower. Master, can't these two be combined into one? Do you have a problem? No. No! After all that fuss, the little succubus sadly discovered that it was already midnight. Write 20,000 words in such a short time. Aside from that legendary novelist, I doubt anyone could have done it. The little succubus covered her face and wept, sitting pitifully in the living room, biting her pen and beginning to write her self-criticism. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 88. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 66. From Wang Yingye. The next day. Lin Yan looked at the paper in his hand with 4,000. Master, I was wrong. Written on it. Silence lingered for a long time. The handwriting wasn't very good, it was crooked and uneven. But it took 3 whole pages to write. It's so densely packed that it hurts my eyes. The little succubus stood to the side, head bowed and unease. Like a kitten caught in a trap, she trembled, her heart pounding. Is this your self-criticism? Lin Yan asked calmly. Yes, master. The little succubus answered weakly. Negative value from the little succubus plus 88. Lin Yan folded the letter of self-criticism. It's very well written, insightful, profound, and most importantly, it's full of emotion and sincerity. Gurgle? The little succubus was stunned. She never expected that her perfunctory self-criticism would receive such high praise and evaluation. Lin Yan put away the letter of self-criticism, smiled, and said, Go to work. Clean up the cake shop first. A ripple of emotion stirred in the little succubus's beautiful eyes. There were even specks of tears glistening like stars. Those were tears of emotion. Wah! Her master actually smiled at her. The little succubus felt incredibly warm inside. This was the first time her master had ever smiled at her. The little succubus said gently but firmly, Master, don't worry, I will definitely make money. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yan nodded. The little succubus, full of confidence and enthusiasm, went out to work. Lin Yan watched with satisfaction as the little succubus's charming back turned. A qualified capitalist must know how to use both kindness and severity. He felt he was almost there. When Lin Yan arrived at the martial arts gym, the noisy training room instantly fell silent. All eyes were on Lin Yan. Lin Yan's performance yesterday was truly astonishing. Instructor Chin is a 6th-tier marquis-level awakener. Although he suppressed his cultivation, he could still easily crush everyone present. But Lin Yan made Instructor Chin so embarrassed, it's simply inhuman. They were unaware that Lin Yan's current strength was actually only at the 1st level. If they knew this, they would probably be even more shocked. Lin Yan remained calm and casually found a seat to sit down. After Lin Yan sat down, the quiet training room gradually returned to its noisy state. Many students were whispering about Lin Yan. There were those who admired, those who were curious, and those who were jealous. Lin Yan didn't care about the occasional negative messages from the system. These people are too weak to be worth Lin Yan's attention. A girl was sitting to one side of Lin Yan, and she opened her mouth several times as if she wanted to speak. But he quickly swallowed it back. Her face turned red from holding it in. Excuse me, do you need to pee? Lin Yan stepped aside, kindly making room for him. The girl? Negative value from the spirit plus 44. It's alright, everyone needs to use the restroom sometimes, it's normal. Go on, Instructor Lu will be here soon, Lin Yan said again, offering a kind word of comfort. Girl. Negative value from the spirit plus 66. At this time, Coach Lu, with a slight limp, slowly walked into the training room. Lin Yan shrugged and said helplessly, It's over, you can't go. Just bear with it. Yu Ling smiled awkwardly. It's okay, I can hold it in. Lin Yan blinked. He looked around, his eyes brightening slightly. He picked up a bottle of pulse drink from the side and said, Why don't you use this for now? It has a big opening, so it's easier to aim accurately. Yu Ling took a deep breath and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Thank you, you're such a good person. Negative value from the spirit plus 99. Chapter 29. Do you have any objections? Chapter 29. Do you have any objections? Yesterday, I taught everyone practical exercises, but the results were very poor. Putting aside his poor skills, he doesn't even dare to step onto the field. Coward! Useless! If you keep going like this, you'll be the first one to die on the battlefield. Qin Xuangan's face was cold and stern as he launched into a tirade of abuse. The sound was so loud it almost lifted the roof off. All the trainees except Lin Yan had their heads down, and some of the girls even had tears welling up in their eyes. Lin Yan picked at his ear. He finally understood why Qin Xuangan's tutoring class was empty. This temper is definitely part of the reason. It is estimated that next week, many of the current students will leave the martial arts school. Lin Yan glanced around and came to this conclusion. Qin Xuangan continued. Today I'll take you to the nearby 10,000 demon mountains for a real test. After he finished speaking, the trainees subconsciously looked up. The 10,000 demon mountains? Instructor Qin, isn't it a bit too early? I heard it's full of demons inside, very dangerous. Are we going to die in there? Other martial arts schools only send their students to the 10,000 demon mountains after they reach the 3rd rank. Why do we have to go at the 2nd rank? Yes, we're only at the 2nd tier. There are 3rd-tier demons in the 10,000 demon mountains. Every word they uttered carried a hint of fear. Lin Yan looked at Qin Xuangan, whose face was growing increasingly pale, and sighed softly. If Lin Yan were the instructor, he would be angry too. The psychological quality of this group of trainees is truly worrying. They are terrified after just one real combat experience. How will they be able to go to the battlefield in the future? Lin Yan had also learned some about the 10,000 demon mountains. It is a dimensional rift with a danger level of D, which landed in a mountain range near Linen City. Because all those emerging from this dimensional rift are demons, the entire mountain range has come to be known as the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. Although there are many dimensional rifts on Earth, their sizes and the power they contain vary. The greater the power contained within a dimensional rift, and the larger its size, the stronger the alien races that emerge from it. Conversely, their strength is relatively weak. The Great Xia Kingdom classifies dimensional rifts into S, A, B, C, D, and E based on their danger level. The dimensional rift in the 10,000 Demon Mountains is classified as level D in terms of danger. This means that the strongest alien race to emerge from this rift is only around the 3rd tier. Therefore, the Wanao Mountain Range became the best place for nearby martial arts schools or schools to send their students for training. It's both very safe and allows trainees to witness the brutality of the demon race and the cruelty of the battlefield. Lin Yan was very curious about the 10,000 Demon Mountains, and quite interested in the demon race. However, the other trainees didn't seem to think that way. Qin Xuangan glanced around expressionlessly and said calmly, "Scared?" The trainees looked at each other in bewilderment. Although no one spoke first, their facial expressions made the meaning quite clear. If you're afraid of death, don't become an awakened one, don't cultivate, just stay at home and be an ordinary person, isn't that better? Qin Xuangan said indifferently and coldly. The coldness of the voice seemed to freeze one's mind. The trainees remained silent, terrified. If every generation of awakened beings were like you, humanity would have perished long ago, and the world would have been destroyed long ago. Are you afraid of demons who are only one level higher than you? This isn't the real battlefield yet, I'll be covering for you from behind. If you go to a real battlefield, will the enemy fight you fairly? Will someone be there to cover for you from the rear? Qin Xuangan's voice was as cold as ever, so cold that the air itself seemed to freeze. All the trainees lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, we can set off. Qin Xuangan said in a way that left no room for doubt. No one spoke. Lin Yan raised his hand. Qin Xuangan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Teacher Qin, I have a question. Are there any prizes for those who perform exceptionally well? Lin Yan asked earnestly, Chen Xuangan's face immediately darkened. You want a prize? They've made such a mess of my main training room, and I haven't even had time to clean it up yet, and they still want prizes? Lin Yan blinked gently. Chen Xiangan immediately understood. Yes, those who perform exceptionally well can obtain a metal attribute longsword, grade D+. Upon hearing this, the trainees looked up in shock. Weapons are the quickest way for awakened individuals to increase their combat power. A weapon that matches one's attributes and is of excellent quality can greatly increase one's combat power. Weapon quality levels are also S, A, B, C, D, and E. However, each level is further divided into plus and dash. However, the weapons used by these awakened beings are extremely difficult to forge. Most of the materials used can only be found in dimensional rifts, in the worlds of other races. Therefore, even E-grade weapons are extremely expensive. Instructor Chen is awesome! One of the students, who happened to be of the metal element, immediately exclaimed exaggeratedly. If he gets this weapon, his combat power will definitely increase significantly. The other students also looked excited. You can even get rewards for attending martial arts classes. That's a huge win. Chen Xiangan smiled, a rare occurrence for him. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yan raised his hand again. Chen Xiangan was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yan? Do you have any more questions? Lin Yan nodded and said seriously. Instructor Chen, you can give me this knife now. All the students, especially the student with the metal element, who felt like he was choking on his own blood. He realized that Lin Yan was absolutely right. Based on Lin Yan's performance yesterday, this reward should be a piece of cake. Negative value from Li by plus 33. Chen Xuangan's lips twitched violently. So you applied for this reward for yourself? At least show some respect for the procedures, okay? Qin Xian felt a slight headache. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Yan blinked, lightly tapped the air with his finger, and a powerful aura of lightning appeared above everyone's heads. A warm, azure arc of electricity danced around everyone. Everyone's face darkened. Negative value from Li Xing plus 44. Negative value from Lu Wu plus 55. From. Who the hell would dare to object now? Chapter 30 Solo Journey, Unusual Movement. Chapter 30, Solo Journey, The Final Anomaly. Lin Yan still managed to obtain the metal attribute long sword ahead of schedule. There was nothing that could be done. That terrifying lightning bolt hung right above their heads. Who dares to disagree? Lin Yan brandished his longsword for a moment, then shook his head slightly. It's not very useful. Chen Xuangan's face darkened. Give it back if it doesn't work. Others need it. Lin Yan quickly put it away, saying, It's alright, I can sell it. Negative value from Li Xing plus 55. Don't get too cocky, kid. If you perform too poorly, I'll take it back. Chen Xiangan said casually, glancing at him. Lin Yan smiled lightly. Don't worry, Instructor Chen, even if I'm not the best, I'm still a tiny bit better than them. All the trainees felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart once again. Where did this pervert come from? From. The students here come from different schools and grades, so some people don't know Lin Yan, who is a freshman. However, Lin Yan already knew them. This is all thanks to the negative ratings they provided, which included their names. Wanao Mountain Range. Is this the 10,000 Demon Mountains? This is my first time here, it feels so exciting. It is said that the entire mountain range is sealed off, with only one pass leading in, where the awakened members of the Demon Hunter Squad are stationed year-round. They're working so hard, this place is so desolate, there's nothing here. On a bus, the trainees were discussing in hushed tones. Qin Xiangan sat at the very front. Although the 10,000 Demon Mountains were not too far away, Qin Xiangan still hired a car to save time. Lin Yan could sense that this seemingly cold instructor Qin genuinely wanted to teach everyone something. After the car stopped, everyone got off the bus one after another. Qin Xiangan called out the names once, then said, I'll go apply for an entry and exit permit. You can rest here for a while. Lin Yan looked up. The mountains rise and fall, their shadows indistinct. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, casting a shadow over the Wanyao mountain range. A sinister aura emanated from the gloomy and bewildering atmosphere, assaulting one's senses. If you listen closely, you can still hear the chilling chirping. Even standing on the periphery, you feel as if countless eyes are staring at you. The demon race is second only to the gods and demons in terms of the harm it poses to humanity. They possess an endless horde of beasts, almost like the Shadow Legion, and are fearless and brutal by nature. But the demon race also has one advantage. The demon crystals contained within them are precious resources for awakened cultivators. Each demon crystal contains extremely pure elemental power, countless times purer than the spiritual energy wandering in space. Absorbing one piece is equivalent to many days of arduous cultivation. Especially for high-ranking demons, the energy contained in their demon crystals is even more powerful. Therefore, awakened individuals often come to the 10,000 demon mountains to sweep away the demon race. Whether they want to sell the demons or use them themselves, it is an excellent way to obtain cultivation resources. Lin Yan noticed a gray building not far away. Qin Xiangan headed towards that very spot. That must be where the demon hunter team is stationed. Not long after, Qin Xiangan then returned. The only arm held a token. "Let's go, I'll show you what the demon race is all about," Qin Xiangan said calmly. The trainees immediately became serious, and followed Qin Xiangan nervously. I was afraid of falling behind. Lin Yan walked at the very back of the line at a leisurely pace. It wasn't a waste of time to sign up for this martial arts school. If he were to follow the normal coursework at school, he would not have the opportunity to come into contact with the 10,000 demon mountains until at least his junior year. Lin Yan had a question in his mind. I wonder if alien races can provide negative values. Today is a good day to try it out. The dense forest, the winding mountain road, the pitch-black surroundings with little visibility, even the light was swallowed up. The deepest part of the 10,000 demon mountains is mostly inhabited by first and second-tier demons, with third-tier demons being quite rare. Next, you will use what you have learned to try your best to kill demons. The one who obtains the most demon crystals will be the best student in this practical exercise, Qin Xiangan said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, a student raised their hand and asked, "Instructor Chen, aren't you coming in with us?" "I'll be waiting for you here," Qin Xiangan replied. Many trainees immediately exchanged fearful glances. But seeing Qin Xiangan's cold expression, they ultimately said nothing. A group of more than a dozen students walked together into the depths of the 10,000 demon forest. Zhang Wangchuan, the fire-type awakened one who fought Qin Xiangan that day, suddenly stood up on his own halfway through the journey. "Dear classmates, I'll go first. Although the chances are slim, I still want to give it my all." After saying that, he turned and walked away alone. His words seemed to inspire everyone. "Yes, he's right. We're already here, what kind of behavior is this, timid and hesitant? I'll go in that direction, everyone be careful. Then I'll go over there. Wait for me, let's go together." Many trainees broke away from the group and explored the surrounding area. Because with such a large group of people gathered together, the results are bound to be poor. And even if they do encounter a demon race, how will the demon crystals be distributed? Behind him, a slight smile appeared on Qin Xiangan's usually impassive face. However, when he sensed it again, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He noticed that Lin Yan had disappeared from the group without anyone noticing. Even he didn't notice. "Where has that brat run off to again?" Qin Xiangan asked, frowning. However, Qin Xiangan was not in a hurry at all. When he went to the demon hunter team's outpost to get his pass, he overheard them telling him that the 10,000 demon mountains seemed to have been abandoned by the demon race. They investigated several times but found no trace of the demon race. People from other martial arts schools also came to try their skills, but they found no clues about the demon race either. "It's good to hone my courage even if there's no real danger," Qin Xiangan muttered to himself. "This is a dimensional rift." In the darkness, a handsome figure slowly stepped out. It was Lin Yan who had disappeared from the group. He naturally wouldn't follow the group. Instead, he had already arrived here using his shadow abilities. The deepest part of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, the location of the dimensional rift. Suddenly, a milky white light curtain about 3 meters long appeared out of thin air in front of them, lying horizontally in the void. The surrounding space kept distorting and ripples spread outwards. Where are the demons? I haven't seen a single one. Lin Yan looked around carefully, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't seen a single demon along the way, and he still hadn't seen one here. Could it be that the demon race in the 10,000 Demon Mountains has already been wiped out? Should we go in and take a look? Lin Yan pondered. It is said that beyond the dimensional rift lies another world, a world belonging to an alien race, and one that is extremely dangerous. Once the idea popped into my head, it was hard to suppress. With his shadow abilities, lightning magic, and the Shadow Legion, he shouldn't have much of a problem even if he went to another world. Just as Lin Yan was about to go in, the milky white light curtain suddenly flickered a few times. Outside the spatial rift, something seems to be about to emerge. Chapter 31. Some monsters just disappeared as they walked. Chapter 31. Some monsters just disappeared as they walked away. Lin Yan's figure flashed. Returned to darkness. The next second, 2 majestic and imposing demonic beasts slowly emerged from the dimensional rift. These 2 monstrous beasts were incredibly ferocious. They lay on the ground like giant black lizards, with 2 black fleshy wings bulging on their backs, and their blood-red eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty intent. A menacing aura swept over us. Demon race, black-winged earth dragon. The demon race is divided into many races, making it arguably the race with the most races. The Blackwing Earth Dragon belongs to a subordinate demon beast clan of the Blackwing Demon Dragon clan. They belong to a demon race with relatively high bloodline and strong strength. Lin Yan recognized him instantly. Identifying different ethnic groups is also a basic knowledge topic that is taught in the classroom. It will also be included in the total score as a cultural subject in the college entrance examination. 2 Tier 3 Blackwing Earth Dragons. If other trainees saw this, they would be terrified. But Lin Yan's eyes lit up instead. These are the ones. The 2 black-winged earth dragons walked forward on their own, one of them seemingly carrying something in its mouth. They were completely unaware that their shadows were gradually becoming darker. Darkness is spreading. Pairs of bluish-white claws emerged from the shadows, dragging the black-winged earth dragon's limbs and merging into the darkness. The black-winged earth dragon was suddenly startled. But it was too late. Their figures had already been completely dragged into the darkness. From a distance, it looks as if they are being swallowed by their own shadows, which is extremely eerie. Negative value from the Blackwing Earth Dragon, plus 88. Negative value from the Blackwing Earth Dragon, plus 88. Some demons simply disappeared as they walked away. It works as expected. Lin Yan appeared. Fear is also a negative emotion, and the Blackwing Earth Dragon must have experienced a great deal of fear before it died. This is definitely a great place to generate negative points. But there are too few demonic beasts. It doesn't live up to the name of 10,000 demons. Lin Yan frowned, looked at the dimensional rift, and muttered to himself. Sudden. A shadowy ninja appeared before Lin Yan, kneeling on one knee. He presented something while holding it in both hands. What's this? Lin Yan took it. What I saw was a very miniature version of black bone wings. Lin Yan held it in his palm and carefully felt it. Such a rich power. Lin Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This is definitely a good thing. Lin Yan circulated his spiritual power and attempted to refine it. The next moment, Lin Yan then sensed an extremely powerful will resisting from within the black bone wings, seemingly about to launch a counterattack. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly, and he was about to give up refining it. Unexpectedly, the world tree inside my body suddenly swayed slightly. It only took a second. Lin Yan completely refined the small bone wing, and the will within it vanished into thin air. The world tree returned to peace. Lin Yan blinked. This works? Suddenly, the bone wings erupted with a burst of black light, and then merged into Lin Yan's skin. Lin Yan did not resist. The next second, Lin Yan felt a chill down his spine, as if something was about to burst out. A pair of dark black bone wings slowly unfurled behind Lin Yan. Strangely, it did not damage Lin Yan's clothes, as if it appeared out of thin air. A wild, ancient, and desolate aura burst forth from the bone wings. Lin Yan had a thought. With a gentle flap of its bone wings, it carried Lin Yan into the sky like an arrow. Lin Yan swayed and barely managed to control the direction. He could sense the immense energy contained within the bone wings, but his current strength was too low to unlock it. Lin Yan returned to the ground and retracted his bone wings. Looks like I still need to practice more. He then turned his gaze to the dimensional rift, his eyes burning with desire. They've only just arrived outside the dimensional rift, and already obtained something so powerful. If we go in, I'll just go in and take a look. I'll come back if there's any danger. Lin Yan, skilled and daring, slowly stepped into the crevice. Lin Yan was on high alert, ready to unleash his lightning power at any moment, and his bone wings were ready to open at any time. Everything went very smoothly, and Lin Yan's figure disappeared into the milky white dimensional rift. Just as Lin Yan's figure disappeared, a man dressed like an ordinary office worker and a very slovenly fat man appeared one after the other in front of the dimensional rift. Strange, where is the demon clan member who was supposed to make contact? The white-collar man, dressed in a clean suit and with his hair meticulously styled with hair gel, looked around at the empty space and said with a hint of confusion. The slovenly, fat man picked his nose, flicked it to the side, and said slowly, "What's the rush? Demons have never had a sense of time. He's probably sleeping somewhere again." The white-collar man in a suit frowned and took a small step forward. "Next time you come out with me, remember to wash yourself thoroughly." "Damn, you think you can get the acting leader's favor looking like this? How ridiculous," the fat otaku said with no politeness. "That's still better than you fat, slovenly nerdy guy." The man in the suit glanced at him disdainfully. The fat guy sneered. "Hell, once this is over, I'll definitely ask the acting manager to let me move to another city. You think I want to be with you? It's because of people like you that the Pantheon has lowered our overall image," the man in the suit said, his voice full of disdain. "Get lost, you repressed pervert. You fat otaku. Pa! You repressed pervert." While the two people outside were arguing fiercely, Lin Yan had already arrived inside the dimensional rift. At first glance, Lin Yan was somewhat shocked. It was as if he had entered a barbaric world. Everywhere you look, there are towering giant trees that seem to reach into the clouds, but strangely, these giant trees and the surrounding vegetation all seem to be dead, and the whole place is filled with an aura of decay and decay. Lin Yan looked up and saw black cracks everywhere in the sky, as if a mirror had been shattered and was in pieces. So this is the world inside the rift. Lin Yan composed himself and looked around warily. He concealed his figure in the shadows, appearing and disappearing intermittently, darting swiftly through every dark corner. Suddenly, Lin Yan stopped in his tracks. There seemed to be a very strong aura not far away. That aura felt strangely familiar to him. Lin Yan's figure disappeared completely into the darkness. "What's going on? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Could something have gone wrong?" The man in the suit finally felt a little uneasy. "Unfortunately, this spatial rift is too low level and can only withstand so little power that we cannot enter." The overweight guy also sensed that something was amiss. This is a key plan between the demon race and the god race. How could it be delayed for so long? This plan concerns the fate of Linen City, and the demon race cannot afford to ignore it. "Let's wait and see," the man in the suit said in a deep voice. "Hey, do you think this lost stone is really that powerful? Can it amplify the energy of this dimensional rift and expand it infinitely?" the fat otaku suddenly asked. The man in the suit glanced at the fat man indifferently, then calmly took out a gray stone from his pocket. "Of course it's not as outrageous as the legends say. This missing stone can at most raise this dimensional rift to the level that can accommodate an 8th order awakened being to enter and exit, and it will take at least a quarter of an hour. The man in the suit spoke in a calm tone, yet with an air of arrogance. It seems to be saying that he is the one who knows the most. 8th tier? That's enough to wipe out Linen City. I heard the demon race has gathered more than one 8th tier demon beast. The fat otaku wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he licked his lips, looking expectant. Of all the high-level combatants in Linen City, only Governor Wudi is an 8th level awakened. And Principal Mo, details unknown. It is said that it may have reached the 9th level, but no one knows for sure. However, the demon race consists of young, strong, and peak-level 8th tier demon beasts, and they are well prepared. This is the first time such a divine object has appeared in the human world. It's sure to give the world a pleasant surprise, hee. The fat guy grinned lewdly, but the sound of his laughter was extremely eerie. On this point, the man in the suit and the fat otaku have reached a consensus. This is indeed a divine object. If the Black Dragon clan hadn't brought out the divine-level ancestral Black Dragon Bone Wing, the acting lord would definitely not have agreed to cooperate so easily. At the same time, Lin Yan witnessed the most shocking scene he had ever seen before. Chapter 32 One person is missing. Chapter 32 One person is missing. In the desolate valley, under the shattered sky, they actually gathered an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts. The mountains and plains were covered with countless monsters, stretching as far as the eye could see. The soaring malevolent aura and the savage stench of the demonic beasts mingled together, emitting a nauseating stench. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly as he hid in a secluded shadow. Why are so many monsters gathered here? Or is this how it always is inside the dimensional rift? Lin Yan pondered to himself. He quickly shook his head again. No. This is too outrageous. How could so many demons have gathered here? For the first time, Lin Yan felt that his Shadow Legion was outnumbered. It's easy to imagine how many monsters he saw. There seemed to be several very powerful auras inside. I wonder if I'll be discovered if I get any closer. Lin Yan could clearly feel the intense pressure emanating from that demonic mountain and sea. It even gave him a feeling when facing the principal. The only difference is that the principal is gentle as water, while this place is like a surging wave. There are definitely several extremely powerful demonic beasts there. Lin Yan's first thought was not to retreat, but to take another look forward. If Principal Mo found out, he would definitely be so angry that he would lose 3 more hairs. Whose first-tier awakened individual would dare to risk entering the demon race's stronghold? What an amazing mom! She's incredibly awesome. Shadow Eater Group. Lin Yan summoned the petite and exquisite Shadow Devouring Group. Then send them to scout out the situation. If possible, they might even be able to strengthen this Shadow Devouring squad. The countless monsters roaming the mountains and plains there symbolize the existence of the mountain-wide transformation. The loyal and obedient Shadow Eater Group, in units of 100, infiltrated the demonic beast army ahead from different locations. Lin Yan and their vision were completely shared. Lin Yan had a premonition. He must have come into contact with something extraordinary this time. Devour. The Shadow Devouring clan arrived silently at the location of the demon beast army, and Lin Yan gave the order to devour them. The tiny Shadow Devourer was forcefully absorbing the enormous black shadow of the black-winged dragon. But soon, Lin Yan was speechless to discover that the Shadow Devouring group was too weak to absorb the powerful shadows of monsters. It's not that you can't suck it in, but the process is extremely slow. So slow as to be almost negligible. None of these countless demonic beasts were weaker than the 3rd rank. The Shadow Devouring clan's strength has only just reached the 3rd tier. Moreover, the Shadow Devouring clan was very weak in its early stages, and the demonic beasts were too powerful. It seems we can only use them as scouts for now. Lin Yan temporarily abandoned the idea of cultivating the Shadow Devouring clan. At the same time, at the pass of the Wanyao mountain range, all the students of Wenxiang Martial Arts School gathered together. After this field trial, The trainees, who had never seen a dangerous area before, clearly showed a different side. They excitedly discussed what they had seen and heard in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. I thought it would be dangerous, but there wasn't a single monster here. Hey, but it's also pretty exciting, isn't it? What a pity. I was planning to kill a few monsters, but unfortunately I won't have the chance to show off. Sigh. Come on, you're just bragging. We were walking together just now, and I broke a tree branch, which scared you half to death. I'm just very vigilant. Ha 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 ha. Seeing such a joyful scene, Qin Xiangan felt a slight softening in his heart. Ultimately, they are just a group of children. I was indeed a bit too strict with them usually. What he didn't expect was that there wasn't a single demon in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Could it be true, as the demon hunter stationed here said, that this dimensional rift has long been abandoned by the demon race? Qin Xian felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, he noticed that one person was missing from the group. Where is Lin Yan? Qin Xian felt uneasy and amplified. The students looked at each other, all with the same confusion in their eyes. Zhang Wangchuan stepped forward. Instructor Qin, we haven't seen Lin Yan since we entered the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Qin Xiangan frowned deeply. Go back to the car first, don't come out. If anything happens, just let the driver drive. Don't wait for me. Qin Xiangan said quickly, then resolutely returned to the 10,000 Demon Mountains with slightly sloping steps. Instructor Qin. Zhang Wangchuan called out softly as he watched Qin Xiangan's retreating figure. A breeze swept by, and Qin Xiangan's empty sleeves fluttered behind him, his steps unwavering. Everyone, let's get back in the car, Zhang Wangchuan said, turning to everyone. The trainees naturally had no objections and all got back into the car. However, some people whispered gloatingly. Could Lin Yan have encountered some danger? I don't think so. He's so powerful. The highest level of monsters in the 10,000 Demon Mountains is only the 3rd rank. What's the use of being strong? You have to understand that monsters don't fight fairly with you. Anyway, it's none of our business, so we'll just have to wait here obediently. Before the dimensional rift, the man in the suit became increasingly irritated. Could something have happened to the demon race? Why haven't they sent anyone to make contact yet? The overweight man scratched his greasy hair, frowned, and asked. What should we do if they don't come out? You know, it took a lot of effort to sneak in this time and get past the demon hunter team's blockade. It won't be so easy to get in next time. The man in the suit was about to speak. Suddenly, a strange ringing sound rang out. Ragdoll, why do you always sit there watching me, Ragdoll? The man in the suit paused, then pulled his phone out of his pocket. His expression changed drastically when he saw the contacts displayed on his phone. He quickly answered the call. Your Excellency, I am the 2nd generation of the guide. Sir, we haven't completed the handover yet. The demon race did not send a contact. Yes, I understand. The call ended. The man in the suit let out a long sigh of relief. The agent said that if the plan changes, we should withdraw for the time being. The fat guy's eyes widened. But we finally got in here. How can we just give up on this plan? The man in the suit took out the lost stone and said calmly, This is an order. Do you want to disobey the agent's orders? The chubby guy gritted his teeth. Let's wait and see. The man in the suit nodded slightly. He wouldn't want to leave either, since the plan was about to succeed, which would be a great achievement, and would surely elevate his status. He had no choice but to reluctantly give up. In the demon army, a burly man covered in black scales sat on the throne. Why hasn't the contact person we sent returned yet? The burly man's voice was booming, authoritative even without anger, like the roar of a dragon. Your Highness, perhaps the gods have caused some delay. At this moment, a half-dragon human monster stepped forward and said respectfully. The burly man snorted coldly. Why not just send it directly from the Great Thousand Worlds? Why insist on sending it from the human world? It's such a hassle. The demon race member in his half-dragon form laughed and said, "Your Highness, as you know, the Great Thousand World is currently in a state of flux. Being transferred from the human world is actually safer." The burly man paused, then stood up and said, "Quickly go and check where the lost stone is. This was obtained with great difficulty using my clan's divine artifact, the ancestral black dragon bone wing. This time, I must personally crush the human world." "Yes, Your Highness, rest assured I will go and see for myself." The half-dragon bowed respectfully before turning to leave. And all of this was seen by a tiny thing. Oh wait, it didn't have eyes. "Guys, I went to see my girlfriend today. I'll be away for the next few days, but I'll try to keep updating. Love you all, mwah. The parts one wrote earlier weren't very good. I'll revise them when I get back. Please bear with me." Chapter 33: The Omitted Stone, The Crisis in Lin Yan City. Chapter 33: The Omission Stone, The Crisis of Lin Yan City. The Omission Stone? To flatten the human world? Lin Yan pondered. Just as he expected. The gathering of this army of monsters here is a highly unusual situation. Lin Yan's heart sank. If this endless army of demonic beasts were to actually enter the human world, Lin Yan City would likely fall directly. After all, the Wanao mountain range is not far from Lin Yan City. Once attacked by these monsters, there's simply no time to take many defensive measures. At that time, humanity will likely suffer heavy losses and widespread devastation. Although Lin Yan has not been in this world for long, he has already developed a sense of belonging to it. He generally approves of everything around him. There are many people who are very lovely. Lin Yan frowned slightly. But what exactly is that overlooked stone? And what are the primordial black dragon bone wings? Wait a moment. Lin Yan suddenly remembered that after he killed the 2 black-winged earth dragons, he obtained a small black wing. Could that be the black dragon bone wing? Lin Yan's mind stirred. I had a sudden realization. It seems I've unexpectedly snatched something amazing. The overlooked stone. Lin Yan glanced at the half-dragon who was quickly leaving, then disappeared back into the darkness. Wait 5 more minutes. If they don't come out to meet us, we'll leave. The man in the suit gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Okay. The fat guy lost his joking mood. If they succeed in this mission, they will definitely be promoted to the first generation of guides. Then you will receive more of God's blessings. But now it's clear that something went wrong with the mission, which makes them both somewhat unwilling to give up. Just as they were preparing to leave, the milky white dimensional rift shimmered slightly. The man in the suit looked pleasantly surprised. As expected, a third-tier black-winged earth dragon emerged from the spatial rift. As soon as the black-winged dragon appeared, it looked around as if it were searching for something. You demons have finally shown up. I brought the things. The man in the suit flipped his hand, and the silver-white forgotten stone appeared in his palm. The Pantheon? The black-winged earth dragon said in human language. The man in the suit nodded. That's right, it's us. I am the Grand Elder of the Black Dragon clan. Have you seen the contact we sent? The black-winged earth dragon continued. The man in the suit immediately understood. It must be that the Grand Elder used a wisp of divine thought to possess the black-winged earth dragon, and then communicate with him. But then he had some doubts. Aren't you here to make contact? We haven't seen anyone else. The black-winged earth dragon remained silent for a moment. Give me the forgotten stone first. After my clan emerges, His Highness the Black Dragon will personally present the black dragon wings to you all. The half-dragon, who called himself the Great Elder, spoke with his eyes closed outside the crack. His face looked rather grim. He realized that something seemed amiss. But for the sake of the clan's greater interests, they had no choice but to deceive them for now. The man in the suit frowned. That's not what we said at the beginning. The situation has changed. The black-winged earth dragon, also known as the Grand Elder, replied calmly. The man in the suit frowned even more deeply. He looked at the fat man and finally said, I need to give a report first. Then I got through to the phone call I had just made. My lord, the demon race has appeared, but the situation has changed. It's like this. Yes, I understand. The man in the suit visibly breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. He looked at the black-winged dragon and slowly said, The agent said that the stone of omission can be given to you first, and he could even do without the black dragon wing, but half of the humans in Lin Yan City must be left to him. The Grand Elder quickly replied, No problem, I can make that decision. The man in the suit smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Okay, it'll be a pleasure doing business with you. He forced down his excitement, and carefully handed over the missing stone. The Grand Elder, controlling the black-winged dragon, accepted the lost stone and turned to leave. The man in the suit and the fat man exchanged a glance, their pupils both burning with desire. The Pantheon, God's grace shines everywhere. The two of them spoke in unison, humming softly in unison. Just then, a surprised and questioning voice came from afar. Who are you? Inside the dimensional rift, the elder, who was in the form of a half-dragon, also breathed a sigh of relief. I finally got it. Having obtained the missing stone, the plan is now half complete. The Grand Elder placed the forgotten stone in his palm, turned to a follower and said, Go and inform His Highness that the forgotten stone has been obtained and the army can set off at any time. Yes. A half-dragon behind the Grand Elder nodded in agreement and left. Then the Grand Elder sat cross-legged in front of the dimensional rift, motionless. Not far behind him, Lin Yan's expression was rather unpleasant. He originally intended to intercept the stone halfway through the journey and take it as well. However, the elder was too powerful, and every time he got too close, he would immediately turn around and look back. Several times, Lin Yan felt that he had been discovered. These powerful beings are indeed not easy to deal with. I guess he's stationed here now because he sensed something's wrong. Lin Yan's heart sank slightly. Because even he himself was trapped inside the dimensional rift. The human world and the world of monsters are not connected. Apart from the dimensional rift, Lin Yan is not yet able to use the Shadow Kingdom to travel to other places with his current strength. However, the dimensional rift was now firmly blocked by the Grand Elder. Lin Yan dared not make a move rashly. Putting aside the fact that Lin Yan couldn't see through the strength of this elder, he was completely unable to do so. Behind him were tens of thousands of demon soldiers and powerful demon experts. The situation was extremely critical. Lin Yan couldn't get out, and messages couldn't be sent. He also failed to intercept the so-called overlooked stone. Could it be that Lin Yan City has been destroyed? Lin Yan pondered, his face showing deep thought, as he remained in the Shadow Kingdom. Instructor Chin is still in the 10,000 Demon Mountains, so they will definitely be the first to be affected. In the end, our strength is still too weak. Lin Yan sighed softly. The Shadow Legion's advantage is not obvious in the face of the demon army, and its current strength is not very strong. Even if Lin Yan goes all out, he probably won't be able to stop them. Lin Yan came up with several solutions, but none of them worked. It seems we can only adapt to the situation and act according to our capabilities. Lin Yan quickly stopped worrying about it. Although he really wanted to be a savior, he didn't want to see humans being slaughtered by the demon race. But ultimately, our current capabilities are limited. Lin Yan would never sacrifice himself to save others. He is not that noble. Without a foolproof plan, Lin Yan would not act rashly. Chapter 34 The First Signs of Crisis. Chapter 34 Crisis emerges outside the dimensional rift. Qin Xiangan frowned. The two seemingly unrelated people in front of him looked quite strange. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The man in the suit said politely, his expression and tone completely normal. Qin Xiangan looked them over carefully and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? This is already at the very center of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. One more step forward will lead to the location of the dimensional rift, which can be said to be the most dangerous area. Besides the demon hunting squads on missions and some powerful martial arts schools, ordinary people would never risk coming to this place, because no one knows what kind of monster might crawl out of the dimensional rift. But neither of the two people in front of them seemed to be from the Demon Hunter Squad or the martial arts school. The man in the suit smiled somewhat awkwardly, looking quite embarrassed. We came here to hunt monsters and get some monster crystals to exchange for money. We've been really poor lately. Qin Shuanggan's eyes flickered. The chubby guy chimed in. Yeah, things haven't been going well at home lately. My brother's the only one earning money is outside, but it's nowhere near enough. So we came here to hunt monsters, just to barely make enough for our mother's medical treatment. As the fat guy spoke, he squeezed out 2 tears. Are you brothers? Qin Xian asked suspiciously. Because these two look so different, they don't look like they were born from the same mother at all. Yes, we are a blended family, the man in the suit quickly replied. Qin Xian nodded, then asked, So, have you ever seen a tall, handsome, and very clean-cut guy? The man in the suit and the fat man exchanged a glance and both shook their heads. We didn't see it. Qin Xian observed carefully, and concluded that the blankness in the eyes of these two people was subconscious and not faked. Thank you. I'll go look somewhere else. You should also leave here as soon as possible and find a safer way to make money. After all, life is the most important thing, Qin Xian said earnestly. The man in the suit nodded gratefully. Okay, please be careful too, we'll be going now. Qin Xian smiled slightly. The man in the suit pulled the fat man along and started to walk back. In the instant that Qin Xian felt their bodies collide. By the way, could I see your entry and exit permits? Qin Xian suddenly said. The man in the suit's pupils contracted. Your Highness Black Dragon, we have obtained the Stone of Oblivion, but the gods have requested an additional condition. The elder bowed slightly and spoke with great respect. He cleverly avoided mentioning the disappearance of the Black Dragon bone wings. The burly Black Dragon King frowned. I've already handed over the Black Dragon bone wings to them. Those are the bone wings that my Black Dragon clan's ancestral dragon once transformed into. They are peerless divine artifacts. And they still have conditions? The Grand Elder remained expressionless and continued. That's right. The gods have added a condition that they want half of the humans in Linen City. The burly man scoffed dismissively. Humph, they're at it again with their power of faith nonsense. Fine, I'll just agree to their terms. Yes, Your Highness. When shall we expand this dimensional rift? The Grand Elder asked. The burly man in black armor shot out a cold glint in his eyes. Now, I can't wait any longer. The Grand Elder swept his hand over the dragon's tail behind him and said respectfully, Then I'll go and make the preparations. After speaking, he turned and left. At this moment, the area in front of the spatial rift was filled with demonic beasts of the Black-Winged Dragon clan. At the very front were enormous, ferocious black-winged earth dragons. Further on, there are even higher-level black-winged earth dragons, which have grown huge fleshy wings and can glide briefly. There were also many black-winged dragons with bone wings on their backs. These were the true black dragons. The black-winged earth dragon is nothing more than a miscellaneous dragon with a trace of bloodline. But even these miscellaneous dragons are incredibly powerful in combat. A third-tier black-winged earth dragon can defeat at least 2 human awakeners of the same tier. Because the monster's defenses are so high, it's very difficult for non-offensive awakened individuals to break through them. This is one of the reasons why humanity has suffered repeated defeats. If it weren't for the extreme limitations of dimensional rifts, some of which have limited energy and cannot accommodate powerful beings, then these dimensional rifts would be much larger. Otherwise, humanity would probably be facing extinction by now. The half-dragon elder threw the stone he had missed into the air above the dimensional rift. The silvery white stone suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Space was trembling, and the dimensional rifts were visibly twisting, creating ripples. The dimensional rift grew larger and larger, gradually expanding, with violent energy bombarding the boundary between the two worlds. Open! The Grand Elder roared, his voice like a dragon's cry or a tiger's howl, and the milky white light barrier of the dimensional rift expanded outward, gradually taking shape. The elder's face lit up with joy. He flashed back to the burly man's side and said, It's all right, Your Highness. The dimensional rift will continue to expand and increase its energy level. We'll be able to cross it soon. The burly man nodded and waved his hand. Let the Blackwing Earth Dragons go first. They are low level, so they can be the vanguard. The Grand Elder naturally had no objection, as this was something that had already been agreed upon. The massive army of Black-winged Earth Dragons moved slowly and steadily toward the dimensional rift with heavy steps. The mountain was shaking, and ancient trees were being crushed. This seemingly endless army of monsters marched majestically toward the human world. And no one else knew any of this except Lin Yan. What none of the monsters noticed was that, among that massive herd of black-winged earth dragons, the shadow of one particular dragon was more profound than the others. At the same time, outside the dimensional rift, Qin Xiangan fought two opponents alone. I knew something was off about you a long time ago. How did you get in without an access pass? Qin Xiangan held a broad golden sword engraved with mysterious patterns in one hand, his whole being like a drawn sword, his sharp aura soaring to the sky. A metal attribute arbitration sword, a spirit item of sequence 12. You're Qin Xiangan. The man in the suit had a somber expression. They almost escaped. In the end, they were found out. However, upon seeing the golden arbitration sword, the man in the suit felt that his defeat was not entirely unjustified. The guides of the Pantheon, aren't they? Where are my students? Aren't they in your hands? Qin Xiangan also recognized the identities of the two people completely. After all, he had dealt with the Pantheon quite a bit when he was in the Demon Hunter Squad. He has also killed many of these human traitors. But at this moment, Qin Xiangan was somewhat hesitant to act rashly. Because he didn't know where Lin Yan had gone, or if she had been kidnapped by these people. The man in the suit gave a cold laugh. I don't know what you're talking about, but the plan is already done, and you can't stop it now. Qin Xiangan's heart sank. Just then, a burst of intense light erupted from the dimensional rift, followed by a violent surge of energy that swept across the entire 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Chapter 35 One Man, One Sword, Escape. Chapter 35 One Man, One Sword, escapes with a thunderous, earth-shaking sound. Space was trembling, and the earth was wailing. Qin Xiangan's face was filled with horror. The man in the suit and the fat man exchanged a glance, both looking excited. The plan was a success. Let's go, the man in the suit said quickly. Without hesitation, he turned and left. The fat guy followed closely behind, but didn't forget to turn around and taunt him. In a quarter of an hour at most, Linen City will become a living hell, ha 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 ha. Qin Xiangan frowned, his eyes turning cold. Just as they were about to stop it, the first black-winged earth dragon broke through the dimensional rift and stepped out. Then came the second one, the third one. They rushed out as if they had smelled delicious food. Qin Xiangan's eyes trembled, but his heart calmed down slightly. The Blackwing Earth Dragon isn't a high-level monster, it's perfectly manageable. He believed that the demon hunting squad stationed there would soon discover something amiss. Just as Qin Xiangan was about to catch up with the two members of the Pantheon, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. No. The people from the Pantheon wouldn't appear here for no reason. Dimensional Rift, the Pantheon, there must be some connection between these two. Years of combat experience told him that things were definitely not that simple. Seeing the two Pantheon cultists fleeing frantically, Qin Xiangan had no choice but to suspend the pursuit. At this point, the number of Blackwing Earth Dragons had become extremely terrifying. They will soon be able to challenge Qin Xiangan's position. Qin Xiangan wielded his sword with one arm, the sharp metallic quality transforming into ultimate sword intent, cutting through everything in its path. The first batch of Blackwing Earth Dragons that emerged were all split in two, and in an instant, blood flowed like a river in front of the dimensional rift. A thick, pungent smell of blood hung over the 10,000 demon mountains. The dimensional rift is widening. How is this possible? Qin Xiangan was deeply shaken. He discovered that the dimensional rift was expanding outward at a very slow but constant rate. Moreover, the energy it contains is becoming increasingly powerful. This means that higher-level monsters will come to the human world from the dimensional rift. The Pantheon. Qin Shuanggan's gaze was icy. Without a doubt, this was the work of those two Pantheon members. The dimensional rift continues to spread. More and more Blackwing Earth Dragons emerged from it one after another. Qin Shuanggan remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. He swung his sword again, calmly and evenly. The black-winged Earth Dragons in front of them fell down one after another like dominoes. This sword strike even pierced through a dimensional rift, its light reaching the world of monsters. The half-dragon man frowned slightly. A human? A high-ranking warrior, how could he? For this plan, they had already withdrawn all the demonic beasts from the 10,000 demon mountains, creating the illusion for humans that they had abandoned the spatial rift. But to my surprise, there were still humans guarding outside. The elder's expression darkened slightly. This plan absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. We must not allow humans outside the dimensional rift to tip us off. Blackwater, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice. A half-dragon, completely clad in black armor, stepped forward and respectfully said, Elder, the current dimensional rift can barely pass through sixth-tier beings. You lead Black Cloud, Black Abyss, and the others to the outside and clear away all obstacles. Remember, don't let a single one escape. The elder's tone was low and icy. Yes. The half-dragon named Blackwater accepted the order and left. Outside the dimensional rift, Qin Shuanggan's one arm trembled slightly. Old friend, I'm sorry to have put you through this. Qin Shuanggan looked at the golden judgment sword and sighed. Being one-armed will ultimately affect one's strength. Blood had already flowed like a river before him, and the corpses of countless night dragons could have formed a small mountain. At this time, a powerful aura swept past in the distance. Senior Chun! A man dressed in black combat gear darted through the jungle and soon arrived in front of Qin Shuanggan. What happened here? The man said in horror. Qin Shuanggan's expression relaxed, and he quickly said, Report to the Demon Hunter Team headquarters immediately that the dimensional rift in the 10,000 Demon Mountains is expanding outwards, and we are requesting support. Make sure to prepare a comprehensive defense plan. The man's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. How could the dimensional rift be expanding? Qin Shuanggan said calmly, urging, Don't think too much about it, go quickly. There is a high possibility that a high-level demon race will appear here. Make sure the governor makes a support plan as soon as possible. The man in black hurriedly nodded. Senior Qin, come with me, we're going to defend the mountain pass. Qin Shuanggan slowly shook his head. No, I still have students in the 10,000 demon mountains. I can't leave now. I'll hold them off for a while longer. After I report the situation, you can help me find him. His name is Lin Yan. Once you find him, take him away immediately. The man in black wanted to say something more. Qin Shuanggan interrupted him. There's a car down the mountain, and it's full of my students. Please help me get them out of here safely. Seemingly afraid that he would worry, Qin Shuanggan added, Don't worry, I will leave once you have taken them to a safe place. The man in black looked conflicted as he glanced at the dimensional rift from which monsters were still pouring out. With gritted teeth, he said, Senior Qin, hang in there. I'll be right back after I finish the mission. Having said that, the man turned and left without further hesitation. He understood that the situation was critical and there was no time for hesitation. Even a second's delay could lead to unpredictable consequences. Qin Shuanggan watched his departing figure, and only then did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yan, you better not get into any trouble. Qin Shuanggan muttered to himself. He was worried that if the demonic beasts occupied the entire 10,000 demon mountain range, Lin Yan's situation would be extremely dangerous. I can hold out a little longer, you better save your breath and get lost. Qin Shuanggan smiled slightly. That kid is very strong and talented. Given time, he will definitely become a pillar of humanity. It's just a bit infuriating. Qin Shuanggan shook his head and chuckled. The one-armed man gripped the sword hilt tightly once more. One man with a sword single-handedly defended against tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Lin Yan was currently hidden in the shadow of a black-winged earth dragon. We're just a hair's breadth away from stepping out of the dimensional rift with this black-winged earth dragon. Lin Yan could already see the silver-white forgotten stone floating above the dimensional rift. He pondered for a moment. The distance is still too far. If only it were underground. Lin Yan calculated that the probability of snatching the overlooked stone from his position was not very high. Even though he has the black dragon bone wings, Lin Yan has only just acquired them and is not very skilled at using them. The elder was extremely vigilant. He never left his seat from beginning to end. Not all demons are brave but reckless. There are also many cunning and treacherous individuals. After much deliberation, Lin Yan decided to give up the attempt to seize it. If he were to reveal his location now, he would inevitably be surrounded by an endless army of demonic beasts, and at least a dozen powerful demons. Even if Lin Yan could use the Shadow Kingdom to hide. But they'll probably be completely trapped in the dimensional rift. If only there were someone who could work with me. Lin Yan quickly shook his head and smiled. This is inside a dimensional rift. How could I possibly see anyone here? Finally, it was his turn to lead the Blackwing Earth Dragons into the dimensional rift. Lin Yan concealed himself in the shadows and gradually disappeared into the dimensional rift. We're out. Lin Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, I was slightly shocked by what I saw. Chapter 36 I will grant you death with thunder. Chapter 36 I will grant you death with thunder. Several enormous black dragons flying in the air were constantly spewing dragon breath around a golden figure. Lin Yan frowned. Instructor Chin? The figure had only one arm, the empty sleeve fluttering in the wind, while the other intact arm held a broad golden sword. Each swing of the sword caused a burst of light, making evil spirits retreat. But there were simply too many enemies. Each of those enormous black dragons flying around was no weaker than Qin. Moreover, they had extremely thick defenses, and countless black-winged earth dragons constantly harassed Qin. Qin was beginning to show signs of fatigue. He wielded the sword solely out of unwavering willpower. Lin Yan remained silent for a moment. Are you stupid? If you can't beat them, just run away. At this point, the situation was beyond what one or two people could stop. It is of utmost importance that Linen City be informed of this situation first. Wait a minute. Is he waiting for me? Lin Yan blinked, suddenly realizing this. He has been away from the team for a long time. Lin Yan pointed lightly. The shadow beneath Qin feet suddenly became incredibly deep. Lin Yan was going to take him into the Shadow Kingdom, and then leave this place first. Qin was suddenly startled. He looked down slightly and discovered that his feet were deeply embedded in the soil. No, it's not that I'm stuck in the ground, but rather that I'm in a very strange space. Using shadows as a medium, they tried to drag him in. Qin frowned. He suddenly exerted force with his feet. He swung the golden arbitration greatsword in his hand down at the dark figure. That immense metallic energy was unstoppable, and coupled with that astonishing sword intent, it seemed poised to cleave the earth. The shadowy figure trembled slightly. Qin channeled all his strength and leaped upwards, breaking free from the shadowy figure's grasp. Lin Yan. There's nothing we can do. Lin Yan had no choice but to emerge from the shadowy side. Instructor Qin, let's go! Lin Yan shouted. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin hurriedly turned around. He couldn't help but yell. Who told you to come here? Get lost! He originally thought Lin Yan was just somewhere else in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. If he can hold off the monsters here, he can create enough time for Lin Yan to escape. Who would have thought we'd run into each other here? Let's go together, Lin Yan said in a deep voice. At this rate, more and more monsters will appear. Moreover, its strength is growing stronger. Although Instructor Qin possessed 6th level strength, it was simply not enough at this moment. If this drags on any longer, the only outcome will be Qin Shuanggan's death here. He, none of the humans here today will escape. A huge black dragon circling in the sky suddenly spoke in human language, sneering as it spoke. His mission was to ensure that no human being escaped from this area. The black dragon suddenly swung its tail. The next moment, it appeared above Lin Yan. Qin Shuanggan frowned, then flew into the air, pointing his golden sword at the back of the black dragon, and chased after it, completely disregarding the several evil dragons behind them. Instructor Qin. Lin Yan had a terrible headache. How did it start flying? It seems I must use thunder to shatter the darkness. Lin Yan muttered to himself. He looked up. A demon mask had somehow covered his face. The clarity in his eyes was replaced by a red glow. Buzz! A soft cry came from the distant horizon. Lin Yan's bloodshot eyes narrowed. Without warning or wind, dark clouds that blotted out the sky enveloped the Wanya mountain range. The floating black smoke swirled and billowed, enveloping everything in this place in a layer of black velvet. Everything lost its distinct outline, and boundless darkness instantly filled the entire space. Both Heilung and Qin Shuanggan stopped fighting at the same time and looked up at the sky. What happened? The black dragon roared in bewilderment. The other black dragons were also in a state of confusion. I will grant you death with thunder. Lin Yan did not move. But the intense lightning suddenly erupted without any warning. Between heaven and earth, a thunder spear made of lightning has been formed. The dazzling lightning was so intense that it gave the black dragon no time to react before slashing down directly. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Boom! The thunder roared like exploding cannonballs, shaking the earth as if mountains were collapsing and the ground was splitting. The thunder spear flashed wildly, leaving a straight rainbow in its wake. The black dragon that was fighting Qin Shuanggan was knocked down by such power and pinned to a mountain in the 10,000 demon mountains. Rumble! Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the mountain where the black dragon was nailed looked as if it had been scorched. It had turned completely black and emitted a pungent smell. Azure, exquisitely beautiful electric flames surged across the ruins, while the black dragon's blood splattered onto the thunder spear, resembling a dazzling rose. Negative value from the black dragon plus 1,200. Qin Shuanggan's expression froze. He even swallowed uncontrollably. This is way too damn terrifying. He suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. If Lin Yan had used this power that day as well. It wasn't just one training room that was destroyed. The other black dragons retreated in horror. Why is this human, who just seemed so weak, suddenly able to unleash such immense power? The situation has changed. We urgently need reinforcements, one of the black dragons roared. Lin Yan's lips, hidden beneath the mask, curled slightly upwards. Trying to leave? In the darkness, countless shadowy legions appeared silently and in perfect formation on this land. In front of each of these 9 shadow legions stood a grotesque, armored, demonic ghost general. Leave no one alive! Lin Yan's unique stereo dual voice rang out. After receiving their orders, the 9 generals turned their bloodthirsty gazes toward the black dragon and the monsters on the ground. There were no extra words. The battle erupted instantly. Qin Shuanggan slowly descended, and Lin Yan's figure instantly emerged from the shadows beside him. Instructor Qin, come with me, don't resist. Lin Yan said a few words briefly. Lin Yan? Qin Shuanggan asked with some suspicion. Lin Yan nodded. Yes. What on earth happened? Why is there this anomaly in the dimensional space? Qin Shuanggan had too many doubts in his heart. Lin Yan's mystery seems to offer him the answer. Then I'll make it short. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yan quickly gave a brief summary of what he knew. The Overlook Stone, the demon army, it turns out like this. Qin Shuanggan muttered to himself. Lin Yan remained silent. So, we are completely powerless to stop all of this. The only thing we can do now is to leave this place. Qin Shuanggan shook his head, his tone heavy. No, it's too late. They only have 15 minutes, they can't get here in time. Chapter 37 Plan. Chapter 37 The Plan. A quarter of an hour? Lin Yan frowned slightly. 15 minutes is too short. It is estimated that by the time Governor Wu Di leads the defense forces here, the demon army has been fully formed. And those powerful demon beings can now freely enter and exit dimensional rifts. By then, it will be too late. That's right, the truth is probably even worse than that. I suspect those two people from the Pantheon were lying, Qin Xiangan said silently. He didn't believe a word the two Pantheon members said. They said that in a quarter of an hour there would be widespread death and destruction, perhaps just to mislead him. The Pantheon? It really was them. Lin Yan suddenly realized. That's right, one was a guy in a suit, and the other was a bit overweight. It's a pity I didn't bring my phone, so I couldn't take a picture of them, Qin Xiangan said with some regret. It's all right, we can find them when we get back, Lin Yan reassured him. Qin Xiangan remained silent. Lin Yan, go back. I want to try to destroy that so-called overlooked stone, Qin Xiangan suddenly said. Lin Yan remained calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. He had guessed that Qin Xiangan would do this. When Qin Xiangan asked Lin Yan what had happened, Lin Yan remained silent for a few seconds. At that time, Lin Yan knew that once he told the whole story, he would be in trouble. Qin Xiangan will definitely make this decision. But Lin Yan still told the truth. After Lin Yan refused to go back, she met Qin Xiangan, who had learned the truth, and was overwhelmed with guilt and grief. Qin Xiangan must be filled with regret for leaving back then. Even if all of this had little to do with him, even if it was just human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, it was only natural. But he will definitely hold himself accountable for the blood debt of those hundreds of millions of lives. By then, the veteran in front of me will bear even more burdens. Lin Yan remained unmoved and did not utter another word of objection. Instead, she said softly, Instructor Qin, let's go together. Qin Xiangan glared at him. What are you doing getting involved? Get lost, I can manage on my own. Lin Yan slowly shook his head. You can't do it alone. I understand the situation inside. Trust me. Qin Xiangan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Lin Yan, who was still somewhat immature but showed no sign of panic or fear on his face. An indescribable emotion was growing in my heart. But he remained resolute, saying, No, you are the hope of humanity. I will not allow you to take risks. Obey orders and go back immediately. Lin Yan didn't answer him, but looked at the dimensional rift and said softly, Instructor Qin, do you know what this trip means? Qin Xiangan frowned. I'm not going to my death. If things don't work out, I'll retreat naturally. Don't let my bad legs fool you, I'm quite adept at running away. Lin Yan chuckled to himself. Actually, I planned to get away from this place as soon as I came out of the dimensional rift. But I've suddenly changed my mind. If we work together, we can definitely destroy that overlooked stone. Qin Xiangan remained silent, his brows furrowed. It seems they still disagree with Lin Yan's offer to volunteer. Lin Yan said softly, Instructor Qin, time is running out. This seems to confirm what Lin Yan said. The dimensional rift suddenly trembled violently, and an even more advanced army of demonic beasts emerged from it. The Shadow Legion's resistance was showing signs of fatigue. Qin Xiangan hesitated for a moment, then said emphatically, All right. I'll go in and destroy the lost stone. You wait for me outside. If I don't return in 15 minutes, leave immediately without hesitation. Lin Yan slowly shook his head. No, I'll go. Qin Xiangan wanted to say something more. Lin Yan summoned the black dragon bone wings. In an instant, it floated and hovered in the air. Qin Xiangan's expression was one of astonishment. This is... Lin Yan landed again. Instructor Qin, I have a plan. Inside the dimensional rift. The Grand Elder frowned deeply. The plan is going smoothly, so why do I still feel a sense of unease? He looked up at the forgotten stone floating above the crack. Everything is as usual. The dimensional rift quickly expanded to a point where he could pass through. The elder turned to a half-dragon guard behind him and said, "Go out and see what's going on. Report back to me if you hear anything." "Yes." The black dragon guard accepted the order and left. However, at that moment, a human in black robes and a mask slowly emerged from outside the dimensional rift. This human walks in the shadows, exuding an aura of evil. The surrounding monsters ignored him, which was very strange. The elder's eyes gleamed. He was very familiar with this outfit. "Elder, our cardinal asked me to give you his regards." Before the person even arrived, the man in black robes spoke in a sinister tone. The Grand Elder sneered inwardly. They really are from the Black Demon Hall. "What are you doing here? What, trying to get involved too?" the Grand Elder asked calmly. The man in black robes nodded without hesitation. "Of course, our Black Demon Hall is very interested in your cooperation with the Pantheon. How could we not be included in such a matter?" The Grand Elder smiled calmly. "No need, we are absolutely certain, so we won't trouble you. Don't be so quick to refuse, I brought a very generous gift," the man in black said unhurriedly. "Oh?" The elder's eyes flashed. The man in black robes stretched out a hand and lightly touched the shadow on one side. Then a one-armed human slowly emerged from it. "Humans?" the elder asked, puzzled. "What a wonderful gift!" The man in black robes continued casually. "That's right. This human wants to join our Black Demon Hall, so he plans to tell us about all the defenses in Lin City and the surrounding cities as a pledge of loyalty. So now our Black Demon Hall intends to share this information with you." The elder suddenly unleashed his aura, then immediately withdrew it. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Really?" The one-armed human nodded hurriedly and said, "Of course it's true. I'm already here, how could I dare to lie to you?" The elder thought about it again. That's true. What human would risk coming into the dimensional rift just to tell him a lie? Unless that human doesn't want to live anymore. The elder looked at the man in black robes. "What are your conditions?" "Half the population of Lin City," the man in black said calmly. "Yes," the Grand Elder replied without hesitation. The demon race only cares about territory. Humans are merely food for them, and their presence or absence is irrelevant. However, both the gods and demons have always been very interested in humanity itself. This is an open secret among the alien race. "You, come here and bring this human to His Highness the Black Dragon." The elder beckoned to a guard and said to him, "This intelligence is absolutely crucial for the demon race, who are about to attack humans. Even though they possess overwhelming strength, humanity has developed very rapidly in recent years and is not someone to be trifled with. If the losses can be reduced, then His Highness the Black Dragon would surely be pleased." At this moment, the man in black robes said in a low voice, "Elder, this is a great achievement." The elder paused for a moment. He instantly understood what the man in the black robe meant. If he were the one to bring this human, then all the credit would go to him. "Wait a minute, come back. I'll go myself. You stay here and keep watch." The elder then summoned the guard back. Then, he led the one-armed human and quickly fled towards the rear of the demon beast army. The man in black robes breathed a slight sigh of relief. And the face beneath that black robe was none other than Lin Yan. He felt that his back was somewhat damp. When that elder unleashed his power just now, he was at least an 8th level being. Teacher Chen, hang in there. Chapter 38 Rescue. Chapter 38 Rescuing Lin Yan. He moved around a bit, slowly approaching the location of the forgotten stone. The demons guarding nearby immediately looked at Lin Yan with wariness. Lin Yan stopped and asked curiously, "Aren't you demon chiefs so ugly? Don't you feel inferior?" The group of half-dragons. Negative value from the Blackwing Dragon plus 250. From. Does this human have cat pancakes? They come up here and say they're ugly? What good are you, Black Demon Hall? You're all rats in the ground, lackeys of the demon race. one of the half-dragons said disdainfully. Lin Yan did not refute, but nodded. That's right, you're all the same, no two are better than one. The half-dragon frowned. You. Lin Yan smiled silently. Black bone wings suddenly unfurled behind him, and his black robes fluttered even without wind. Only then did the half-dragon realize that beneath the black robe was a hideous and terrifying demon mask. His tall and imposing figure, mysterious black robe, and jet-black bone wings made him look like a grim reaper from hell. Etc. Bone wings? The half-dragon was stunned for a moment before suddenly waking up. Why do these bone wings look so familiar? Before he could even examine it closely. The next second, Lin Yan then soared into the sky. The target is that overlooked stone. Stop him! The half-dragon shouted urgently. But it was too late. Lin Yan arrived at the overlooked stone almost instantly. The power of lightning in his hand burst forth, transforming into a giant lightning spear that could destroy it in the next moment. Sudden. The world tree swayed again. Lin Yan's eyes flashed. He sheathed the thunder spear, grabbed the overlooked stone, and stored it in his system space. Rumble! The dimensional rift that had lost the lost stone emitted a violent sound of spatial collapse. The dimensional rift, which was originally expanding outward, began to collapse and gradually contracted back. Countless monsters passing through the dimensional rift were crushed into mincemeat. Lin Yan did not hesitate at all. Immediately used the shadow ability to locate Qin Xiangan in the distance, and prepared to pull him into the Shadow Kingdom. The unusual movement of the dimensional rift immediately caught the attention of the Grand Elder. What happened? The Elder's unease grew rapidly. He suddenly looked at Qin Xiangan. But they found that the other person's expression had changed from fawning to one of relief and ease. You're the ones behind this? The Grand Elder's gaze was terrifying, and his aura erupted fiercely, stirring up the heavens and earth. Qin Xiangan showed no fear as his figure gradually merged into the darkness. He burst into laughter, his pent-up frustration completely released. I never thought that in these days of barely surviving, I could do something so exhilarating. It was worth it, ha ha ha, it was worth it! Now that things have come to this. How could the Grand Elder not understand that he had fallen for a diversionary tactic? There's a problem with the dimensional rift. The Elder's eyes were terrifying, like those of a savage beast ready to devour its prey. Trying to escape. The Elder extended a claw. A giant black dragon claw suddenly shot out from the sky. He lunged at Qin Xiangan. It was as fast as lightning and as imposing as Mount Tai. At this moment, Qin Xiangan had not yet fully merged into the darkness. But there was no fear on his face. With a single, light flip, the sword of retribution shone with golden light. The entire space was enveloped in golden sword light. A giant golden sword hung horizontally in the void, slashing upwards with fierce force. Buzz! The giant sword and the giant claw clashed together, producing a harsh, unpleasant sound. The Elder sneered. With just this one move, he was able to test the true strength of this human. The Elder swung his claw again, slamming it violently into the ground. The earth trembled, and mountains and rivers collapsed. The golden greatsword shattered layer by layer. Dragon God Domain! The Great Elder had transformed into a black dragon that blotted out the sky and resembled a lizard. He also had a pair of enormous bone wings behind him, but they lacked much of the spirit of the bone wings that Lin Yan had obtained. With each flap of its bony wings, the dragon's might emanating from them completely sealed off this space. Lin Yan frowned from a distance. He discovered that his shadow link with Qin Xiangan had disappeared. That immense dragon's might followed. Lin Yan's heart sank slightly. He underestimated the strength of the Grand Elder. To be able to serve as the Grand Elder of the Blackwing Dragon clan, one's strength is by no means ordinary. Without further hesitation, Lin Yan gently flapped his bone wings and his figure streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt. Within the Dragon God's domain, Qin Xiangan's figure had completely emerged from the darkness. When he realized he couldn't leave as planned, he decisively chose to give up. Being trapped in the dark would actually hinder his ability to perform. "Human, how dare you deceive me? Die!" The black-winged dragon elder angrily exhaled a breath of dragon fire. He intended to crush the human before him with overwhelming power before heading towards the dimensional rift. Qin Xiangan smiled wryly and casually swung his sword. "I really want to see you get furious later, but this is enough for now." Judging from the black dragon's reaction, he knew that Lin Yan must have succeeded. Although he failed to escape, it no longer mattered. Compared to the successful destruction of the Lost Stone, his safety was completely insignificant. The powerful dragon breath destroyed Qin Xiangan's sword strike with overwhelming force. But its remaining force was not diminished at all, and it flew to Qin Xiangan's side. The immense power overturned the earth, stirring up billowing dust. As the dust settled, a one-armed figure slowly stood up. He braced himself with his sword, dragging his feet along the slightly sloping ground. Once again, they faced the terrifying, enormous black dragon in the sky. The blood-stained hem resembled blooming plum blossoms, standing proudly. Qin Xiangan felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he felt a sense of relief and liberation. This time, finally. However, Qin Xiangan had not finished speaking. Then we heard a popping sound in the air. A figure completely shrouded in a black robe and wearing a demon mask appeared. "You!" Qin Xiangan's eyes widened. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go!" Lin Yan grabbed Qin Xiangan's shoulder and flew rapidly towards the outside of the dragon god domain. The black dragon bone wings behind him seemed to be able to ignore the so-called dragon god domain. But the situation remains far from optimistic. Lin Yan saw countless demonic beasts surging towards them, including several with exceptionally powerful auras. "Damn the Black Demon Hall!" the Grand Elder roared. Upon seeing the bone wings, he instantly understood everything. It turns out that the divine artifacts they used to trade with the gods had already been intercepted by this guy. Lin Yan laughed loudly, his unique demonic voice resounding through the sky. "That's right, this was done by my Black Demon Hall. Come and bite me if you dare!" The Grand Elder was furious upon hearing this. "Stop them!" But behind Lin Yan are the bone wings that molted from the ancestral demonic dragon of the Black Dragon clan, possessing infinite power and extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan and Qin Xiangan disappeared from the spot. The group of black-winged dragons were left staring blankly. "Chase them!" Negative value from the Grand Elder plus 7,800. Negative value from the Grand Elder plus 8,000. From just came out of the movie theater with my girlfriend, going back tomorrow. Chapter 39 Death. Chapter 39 Life ends outside the dimensional rift. Lin Yan just breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Xiangan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression quickly became listless. In order to maintain his best fighting condition, he had been forcibly maintaining the state of his internal injuries, keeping himself tightly tense. Now that the danger is gone, the taut string snapped, causing the injury to become even more serious. Lin Yan frowned. "Hang in there." At this moment, the dimensional rift was rapidly shrinking, and the powerful fighting force of the demon race could no longer emerge. They succeeded. All we need to do now is hold out until rescuers arrive. Qin Xiangan shook his head and said weakly, "It's no use. That elder is at least an 8th level expert. I'm no match for him at all. Cough cough. My heartstrings are broken. There's no way to turn the tide." Lin Yan gently placed him on a clean, open ground. "Don't speak, just hang in there, I can save you." Qin Xiangan smiled brightly. "If it means that humanity will be free from worry, I will die without regret." "Thank you, Lin Yan, for giving me this opportunity." Lin Yan couldn't help but scold softly. "Shut up, you won't die. If you usually talk to me like that, I'd definitely teach you a lesson, but now, cough cough. You are the most talented awakened I have ever seen. The future of humanity rests on the shoulders of young people like you. This battle has finally fulfilled my wish." Lin Yan remained silent. He was fishing like crazy at that moment. System, convert all negative values into fishing attempts. Start with higher level attempts, and if you don't have enough, continue converting to lower level ones. I've redeemed 7 legendary items, 5 epic items, 3 rare items, and 8 common items. Fishing for everyone, Lin Yan said directly. He wants to fish out the dog charm, or the horse charm. You only need to have one of them. Qin Xiangan will not die. Fishing begins. This fishing scenario is from Jackie Chan Adventures. Ding! Fishing success. Legendary fishing items this time: empty, dragon charm, old man's magic socks, magic paper, Wei Sheng's jar, doom emerald, empty. Epic fishing items this time: Xiaoyu's hair, Afyu's collection of witty remarks, empty, enlargement potion, empty. Rare fishing items this time: Xiaoyu's used chopsticks, the magic book from Daddy's antique shop, Kong, and the bull warrior's headgear. Items for this normal level fishing session: empty, empty, ordinary bowl, empty, empty, ordinary water, empty, pig talisman. The fishing items have been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at will. As the last fishing rod was reeled in, Lin Yan's heart sank suddenly. Only then did he realize that fishing could result in an empty rod. However, this is considered normal. A lucky break occurred during a normal fishing trip, but unfortunately it turned out to be a pig curse. This is of no use in the current situation. Lin Yan frowned. For the first time, he felt powerless. Lin Yan helped Qin Xiangan up again, preparing to use the black dragon wings to quickly take him back to Linen City. If we act quickly enough, we might be able to get timely treatment. Lin Yan, don't worry. Qin Xian's aura gradually dissipated, but the light in his eyes shone brighter than ever before. Honestly, it hurt a bit, but it was fucking exhilarating. I also saw how furious the Grand Elder was. Haha, so satisfying. Qin Xiangan's words became increasingly forceful, and he was full of energy, with an unnatural flush appearing on his face. Lin Yan remained silent. He knew this was a final burst of energy before death. Don't talk anymore, I'll take you back, Lin Yan said softly, supporting Qin Xiangan's shoulder. Qin Xiangan gazed towards Linen City and patted Lin Yan's shoulder with his one arm. No need to waste your energy. I know my own situation. I have a few more words to say, or it will be too late. Lin Yan didn't stop moving and lifted him up without saying a word. Keep your words to yourself for now, we'll talk about it when we get back. Qin Xiangan, with a strength he didn't know he possessed, broke free from Lin Yan's hands and stood firmly in place, continuing. Let me speak first, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have enough time later. You're the most talented kid I've ever seen. Wait, did I already say that? Never mind, let's not talk about that. Let me tell you, don't feel guilty at all. This is the best place for me to be. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Instructor Qin, don't worry, I won't. Qin Xiangan's expression froze. Negative value from Qin Xiangan plus 350. You're much more open-minded than I am, Qin Xiangan said with a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head. Then the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he lost his expression. I can almost see my comrades waving at me. Hey, they haven't changed much all these years. I'm a little sleepy. Kid, when you get back, remember to make a name for the Wanxiang Martial Arts School. You promise me. From now on, the position of curator will be handed over to you. Go and see that prosperous era for me. After saying this, Qin Xiangan slowly closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Yan stood quietly in place, speechless for a long time. For a long time. Lin Yan slowly moved her feet. I will. This prosperous era will surely be as you wish. At this time, countless fully armed awakened humans emerged at the mountain pass of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Leading the group was Wu Di, the chief executive officer of Linen District. When they rushed over there, they were completely shocked by what they saw. The soaring blood energy gradually condensed into blood mist, which slowly drifted through the mountains and forests. But in between there is one place of pure purity. A one-armed man lies forever on the ground. Before him stood a being that resembled a demon god. Wu Di was about to make a move. And Mo Baichuan, who was beside him, moved even faster. "What the hell are you doing here, Lin Yan?" "Wu Di." Lin Yan slowly removed her mask. "Who told you to come here? Do you know how dangerous this is?" Mo Baichuan said angrily. While he was on the road, he was thinking about how to send a trustworthy high-level awakened as soon as possible to escort Lin Yan out of Linen City. "I never expected to see Lin Yan here so soon." This almost scared Mo Baichuan's heart out. Lin Yan remained silent. At this time, a man dressed in black combat gear walked forward. Hesitantly, he asked, "Senior Chen He?" It was the same member of the demon hunting team who had gone out to deliver important information and was stationed in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Lin Yan spoke slowly and said softly, "Instructor Chen has completed his mission." Chapter 40, Sending him home. Chapter 40, Sending him home to the 10,000 Demon Mountains. "It can't be like this. Qin Xiangan sacrificed himself to destroy the demon race's conspiracy," Wu Di muttered to himself. Mo Baichuan sighed. "Qin Xiangan, I've heard of him. He had a chance to become the captain of the demon hunting team in Linen City back then, but unfortunately." Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly, and he continued calmly. "That's right. After Instructor Chen saved me, he ventured into the dimensional rift alone and destroyed the overlooked stone, completely thwarting the conspiracy of the demon race and the Pantheon." The entire room fell silent. No one spoke. Although they couldn't see the fierce battle through Lin Yan's words, the marks on the ground were enough to demonstrate the brutality of the fight. Everyone looked at the one-armed man lying quietly on the ground with reverence and endless sorrow. Wu Di's eyes trembled slightly, but as the governor, he quickly composed himself. He still needs to take charge of the overall situation. Wu Di looked at Lin Yan and said softly, "Lin Yan, you should go back and get some rest. We'll take care of things here." Lin Yan nodded gently. "Then I'll take Instructor Chen home." The words fell. Lin Yan picked up Qin Shuangdan's body, which had lost some of its warmth. He strode towards the mountain pass. Mo Baichuan sighed deeply and looked at Wu Di, saying, "I'll go take a look. I'll leave this to you." Wu Di nodded. At this point, he really couldn't leave. He needed to make sure first that there was absolutely no danger here. Only then can other things be done. Proceed with the defense work as originally planned. The original combat troops will be converted into reconnaissance troops. Do not overlook any suspicious places. Wu Di issued the order. All the awakened ones quickly began to take action. Wu Di sat before the now calm dimensional rift, showing no sign of carelessness. Linen City paid the price of an outstanding awakened individual, and he absolutely could not let Qin Shuangdan's sacrifice be in vain. "Hey brat, wait for me!" Mo Baichuan shouted from behind. Lin Yan paused slightly. He said calmly, "Principal Mo, you're late too." Mo Baichuan approached Lin Yan, his expression somewhat somber. "We rushed over after receiving the emergency notification, but we were still a step too late." He was the second person to learn about the notification. Wu Di was the first. After urgently mobilizing the defensive forces, Mo Baichuan used his spatial abilities to greatly increase the team's speed. By this time, they had already expended considerable energy. Otherwise, they would have arrived even slower than they are now. Lin Yan looked at the Wanyao mountain range where the blood aura still lingered, remained silent for a moment, and said, "This is Instructor Chen's last battlefield. Otherwise, let's bury Instructor Chen here." Principal Mo was about to nod when he suddenly seemed to remember something, looked up and said, "No, there is a place that is his best resting place." Lin Yan looked at Principal Mo and suddenly realized something. He probably also knew where Principal Mo was referring to. Principal Mo patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. "Kid, come with me." Having said that, he lightly flicked his sleeve. Lin Yan's figure and he both disappeared. Location in the suburbs of Linen City. It was already night. The sky was clear and bright, and all the stars were visible. The bright moonlight cast a cool, pale glow upon the earth, like a veil draped over the land, making the night seem even more profound, hazy, and enigmatic. Under the moonlight, a neat and orderly cemetery was faintly visible. "Should we bury Instructor Chen here?" Lin Yan asked hesitantly. He was holding a wooden box in his hands, with a black and white photo of Qin Xiangan pasted on it. Mo Baichuan nodded. "That's right, this is his home." Lin Yan remained silent for a moment. "Is this the graveyard of the demon hunter team?" Mo Baichuan nodded calmly. "Yes, these people are the graveyard of Qin Xiangan's demon hunting team." Lin Yan glanced at it. "This is a very large cemetery. Exquisite and brand new tombstones stand neatly in the cemetery. There are roughly thousands. Many tombstones are adorned with very fresh fruit and beautiful flowers." As far as Lin Yan knew, the demon hunting squad stationed in Linen City has always maintained a size of around 3,000 people. But this cemetery takes up a third of it. "What happened to that demon hunter team?" Lin Yan asked, somewhat puzzled. Principal Mo fell silent. After a long silence, he slowly began to speak. "I don't know much about what happened back then. I only know that Qin Xiangan's demon hunting team went out on a mission, but only he returned, missing an arm. The rest..." Mo Baichuan paused slightly, then raised his hand, pointed to the tombstones, and continued. "The rest are all here." Lin Yan looked at the tombstones and pursed her lips. "This is indeed Instructor Chen's home. Let's take him home." Principal Mo nodded slightly, his words carrying a deeper meaning. "I know this matter concerning the 10,000 demon mountains isn't so simple. You're the kind of person who's destined for great things, so I won't interfere. I just hope you won't forget this monument." Lin Yan remained silent. He silently gathered a layer of lightning power in his hand and carved a monument stroke by stroke. "Huh! Where did you get this lightning energy from?" Principal Mo said in shock. Lin Yan ignored him. After the carving was completed, Qin Xiangan's urn was gently placed inside. Mo Baichuan was still puzzled as to when Lin Yan had acquired a lightning-based ability. I was just about to ask Lin Yan properly after he finished his work. Standing in front of Qin Xiangan's tombstone, Lin Yan suddenly said, "Principal Mo, I'll head back now." Having said that, he disappeared into the night. Mo Baichuan? Negative value from Mo Baichuan plus 1,000. Back home. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Lin Yan was preparing to cultivate. The phone rang at that moment. Lin Yan opened his phone and saw a message from Fishin. "Qingqiu Hongye. Come out quickly, I'll show you a big treasure today." Saying one thing but meaning another. Black stockings or white stockings? Saying one thing but meaning another. Is Lin Yan's Feishing name. Qingqiu Hongye. Holy crap, are you a dog? You can smell it even through the screen? Saying one thing but meaning another. The flavor is too strong, it can't be contained. Qingqiu Hongye. Lin Yan was just about to post something else. Boom! A loud bang came from outside Lin Yan's house. Chapter 41 Today, either of us can survive. Chapter 41 Today, either of us can say. Senior Sister Mu, repairing the gate is very expensive. Lin Yan sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Mu Qingqiu swaggered over the door, her delicate white silk-clad feet dangling. Come on, take off your shoes. Mu Qingqiu swung her fair fist, her smiling eyes crinkling slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Take off your shoes? Lin Yan asked, puzzled. Mu Qingqiu looked down at Lin Yan sitting on the sofa and said with a smile. You wanted me to lick your feet, right? Then you have to take off your shoes first. Senior, Lin Yan blinked and said seriously. Please don't freeload. Mu Qingqiu. Me freeloading? Mu Qingqiu felt like she was about to vomit blood from anger. She rushed over as soon as she learned about the Wanyao mountain range. Although it is said that Lin Yan was not injured, he sacrificed a senior awakened who was closely related to him. Mu Qingqiu then decided to come over and comfort this guy. But now, comfort my foot. However, seeing that Lin Yan was not too sad, Mu Qingqiu felt a little relieved. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 288. Lin Yan continued. Research shows that girls have 6 times more bacteria on their feet than boys, so senior, don't even think about taking advantage of them. Mu Qingqiu? Damn it. I got a good deal? I can't take it anymore. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Smack. Mu Qingqiu snapped her fingers, the sound crisp and clear. A tiny hourglass lies silently in the void. But strangely, not a single grain of sand leaked out. At the same time, the chirping birds on the branches outside the window fell silent, and the swaying leaves stopped moving. Even the dust particles under the sunlight seemed to freeze in the void. Everything in the world came to a standstill, like a lifelike painting. Lin Yan froze in place. Time-based ability, stop time. Mu Qingqiu looked at Lin Yan, who was standing still in front of her, and a mischievous smile appeared on her pink lips. Then she slowly took out a colored pen from her bag. Humph, watch me draw you into a big pig's head. A mischievous glint flashed in Mu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes. But what she didn't notice was that her shadow merged with Lin Yan's shadow. It flowed slowly and eerily. She removed the pen cap and carefully examined Lin Yan's face. What a handsome face, I can't bear to draw it. Fine, I'll let you off this time, humph. Mu Qingqiu pouted, haughtily closed the pen cap, and put it back in her bag. At that moment, the shadow stopped moving. Mu Qingqiu snapped his fingers again. The first breeze blew in through the window. The birds, completely unaware, resumed their chirping. The dust in the void continued to drift along its original trajectory. Lin Yan blinked. So this is what time stop is. Mu Qingqiu puffed out her chest. Then she suddenly realized something and asked, somewhat surprised. You can sense. Lin Yan responded. Mu Qingqiu looked at Lin Yan suspiciously. Where's the big baby? Lin Yan glanced at it and asked curiously. Today, Mu Qingqiu wasn't wearing a short skirt, but rather a pair of loose-fitting jeans. She wore a casual camel-colored coat, which was just right and perfectly accentuated her curves. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqiu smiled, her eyes sparkling with allure. She stretched out her fair and delicate wrist and gently pulled up one of the loose trouser legs. Underneath, she was wearing a striking white silk stocking with a fluorescent sheen, as white as snow. Underpants? Lin Yan's eyelids twitched. Senior sister really knows how to have fun. It's not over yet. Mu Qingqiu pouted and pulled up the other pant leg as well. Inside were a pair of alluring black fishnet stockings. The black and white duo! Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mu Qingqiu smiled faintly, sunlight falling on her hair, creating a dreamy orange hue. Is it pretty? Mu Qingqiu asked in her soft, childlike voice. They look good, but research shows that wearing stockings makes it easier for bacteria to grow and produce a stronger odor than not wearing stockings. Lin Yan nodded seriously at first, then said solemnly. Mu Qingqiu's smile froze. Are you fucking allergic to romance? Even a titanium alloy steel pipe isn't as straight as yours. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Screw your research. I'm going to take this off and shove it in your mouth today so you can taste if it smells weird. Mu Qingqiu flew into a rage and started to take off her pants and stockings. Go easy on me, senior. This is really something. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Ahem, senior. Have a sip of milk tea, it's my takeout. Lin Yan looked at Mu Qingqiu, who was sitting in the corner drawing circles, and said softly. He had just learned that Mu Qingqiu had immediately put down her mission after learning about what happened in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The black and white outfit was probably worn specifically to comfort and encourage him. This made Lin Yan feel a little embarrassed. But just a tiny bit. No more. I won't drink it! Mu Qingqiu shouted angrily. Lin Yan shrugged and said, Oh, then I'll drink it myself. It's buy one get one free downstairs. Great, double the happiness. Mu Qingqiu. Give it to me, I'll drink it. Mu Qingqiu suddenly turned around and stretched out her fair little hand. We absolutely cannot let that bastard get away with this. Lin Yan, with 2 straws in her mouth, blinked and said innocently. But I've tried both. Phew. Mu Qingqiu exhaled, then snatched the milk tea from Lin Yan's mouth. Then she put the straw in her rosy little mouth and started sucking away. The movements were executed in one smooth, fluid motion. Lin Yan looked at Mu Qingqiu with a strange expression. She then noticed that Lin Yan had just bitten the straw. Mu Qingqiu blushed slightly, but she still stiffened her neck and forced herself to remain calm as she said. It's okay, I don't mind that you're dirty. Lin Yan's expression grew even stranger. He pointed to the cup of milk tea and whispered, But you grabbed it too fast, and I accidentally spat it in. Mu Qingqiu froze as she sipped her milk tea. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Mu Qingqiu didn't get angry, instead she laughed. It's alright, this is what my sister likes. Mu Qingqiu's voice was still soft and gentle, seemingly without any sign of anger. But no matter how Lin Yan heard those words, he could feel a chill in them. He took a sip of his milk tea and said innocently, Haha, just kidding, how could I do something like that to a senior? Mu Qingqiu's lips twitched. Humph. She felt as if she had been set ablaze, a surge of anger rising to the top of her head. In her anger, Mu Qingqiu channeled her fury into strength. I started to focus on the milk tea in my hand. They drank it in big gulps and chewed the pearl beans inside vigorously. When the silver tooth fell, it seemed as if it were Lin Yan, making a crunching sound as it bit down. Senior, please send me the milk tea fee later. Lin Yan reached out her hand and reminded her. Mu Qingqiu? Isn't this buy one get one free? Why do I need to pay? Mu Qingqiu said loudly. Lin Yan sat up straight and said seriously. The cup in my hand is a gift, the one in your hand is one I paid for. Mu Qingqiu. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Destroy it, I'm tired. We absolutely must lose one of us today. Hey senior, let's talk this out. There's no need to pull out a knife if you don't want to pay for the bubble tea. Die. Chapter 42. Thank you, senior. Then I won't be polite. Chapter 42. Thank you, senior. Then I won't be polite. Senior, why are you bringing a knife when you visit someone's house? Lin Yan had several black lines on his forehead and said with a helpless expression. What do you think? Mu Qingqiu rolled her eyes in annoyance, puffing out her pink cheeks in anger. Her rosy lips looked like those of a little goldfish, cute and playful. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 180. If she could, she really wanted to kill that scoundrel with a single blow. I've never seen such a despicable person. Lin Yan cleared his throat twice and changed the subject. Ahem, what brings you here, senior? You didn't come just to show me your pantyhose, did you? Mu Qingqiu's eyes flickered, looking pitiful. Can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? You never come to me on your own initiative, so I came here in person. Lin Yan glanced at him. Not a single word old CG said could be believed. I'm very busy, I still need to cultivate, Lin Yan said earnestly. After the incident at the 10,000 Demon Mountains, Lin Yan truly realized the importance of strength. Qin Xiangan. His life taught him something. Mu Qingqiu moved closer, extending a slender finger to gently trace along Lin Yan's cheek, a seductive smile playing on her red lips. Cultivation is nothing compared to the fun of being a sister. Senior, please have some self-respect. We young people should prioritize cultivation, Lin Yan said righteously, turning slightly to the side. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with difficulties and dangers. Fortunately, he was determined. Mu Qingqiu sat down beside Lin Yan, her upper body slightly tilted, the collar of her dress slightly open below her delicate collarbone, captivatingly beautiful. Don't you want to touch it again? Mu Qingqiu said charmingly. Lin Yan paused for 2 seconds, then asked seriously. Is that all right? Mu Qingqiu almost laughed in anger. You really don't hide it at all. Of course, but you have to promise your sister something first, Mu Qingqiu said softly, blinking her big eyes. Lin Yan frowned slightly. What is it? Agree first, Mu Qingqiu said, crossing her long legs and a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes. She decided to use time stop immediately when Lin Yan tried to touch her. Let him not be able to touch it, and drive him crazy with impatience. Lin Yan glanced at it and then looked away. He then said, Let me guess, are you trying to get that milk tea for free? Mu Qingqiu. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 150. Mu Qingqiu was speechless. Are you allergic to romance? Can you please stop being so clueless? Lin Yan immediately looked at Mu Qingqiu warily. He subtly shifted to the side. Do you want to turn me gay? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I will never agree to it. Mu Qingqiu. Don't get angry, be elegant, be elegant. It's not worth getting involved with this kind of stoic guy. Mu Qingqiu gulped down her milk tea in one go. Her beautiful eyes flashed with malice, and her teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Not satisfied, she also took the milk tea from Lin Yan's hand. He gulped it down in a few big mouthfuls. A scoundrel like him doesn't deserve to drink milk tea. Mu Qingqiu crossed her long, beautiful legs, her delicate lotus feet swaying back and forth. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, but she looked at Lin Yan with a very smug expression. You're kidding me, aren't you? The milk tea's gone, huh? Lin Yan looked down at the empty milk tea in his hand, then looked up at Mu Qingqiu's pink lips with a strange expression. Senior Mu, I really did spit that milk tea out. Huh? Mu Qingqiu's expression froze. Lin Yan looked at her sincerely and said earnestly, Really? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Senior Mu, let's talk this out. Don't pull out your sword so easily. Besides, you were the one who took advantage of me. Shut up. Mu Qingqiu sat on the sofa in a classic duck pose, looking very playful and cute. However, her actions at this moment gave off a sense of danger. Mu Qingqiu was holding an apple and practicing stabbing it seriously. Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Ahem, senior, you're planning to invite me to join the demon hunter team, but I'm only a freshman. Won't I be too inexperienced? Lin Yan recalled what Mu Qingqiu had just said and asked hesitantly. Mu Qingqiu continued poking the apple, her red lips parting slightly as she said, No, the demon hunter team values talent, ability, and character, not age. There aren't so many requirements for a genius like you. Character, indeed, my most shining strength can never be hidden, Lin Yan said with a hint of melancholy. Mu Qingqiu rolled her eyes. It's because someone recommended me, and my talent was also confirmed by the principal, which is why I was able to successfully enter the Demon Hunter Team assessment list. Someone recommended you? Lin Yan was slightly taken aback, then said, Instructor Chen? Correct, but there's no prize. Mu Qingqiu snapped her fingers. In fact, not only Chen Xiangan, but she herself also recommended Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained silent. It seems that Chen Xiangan had already paved a path for him after he returned. They had only met once before. Lin Yan remained silent for a while. Mu Qingqiu pursed her lips, unsure how to offer comfort. Or how about letting him touch it? But wouldn't that seem a bit too forward? Just as Mu Qingqiu was struggling with this decision. Senior, what does the assessment list mean? Lin Yan quickly composed himself and caught a key word, asking. It means exactly what it says. You are just a candidate now. You still need to participate in the training camp and then take the final assessment test before you can have the identity of a demon hunter team. Mu Qingqiu said with a smile in her eyes. This junior student has an exceptionally strong character and such great talent. He will surely become a pillar of humanity in the future. I understand, that makes sense. Lin Yan nodded. Mu Qingqiu sheathed his knife, placed the apple on the table, stood up, and solemnly said, How about it? Want to join the Demon Hunter team? Having a membership in the Demon Hunter squad has many advantages. This training camp is a special program jointly organized by the Demon Hunter Associations of all cities in Donlia Province. Through the training camp, one can directly obtain the status of a Demon Hunter team member. Obtain it directly? Lin Yan asked, somewhat surprised. That's right, just like me, I joined the Demon Hunter team directly through this route, Mu Qingqiu said proudly, tossing her head. So that's how it is, Lin Yan pondered. How is it? I'm mostly out on missions, it's pretty easy. Mu Qingqiu sat down again, swinging her fair little feet, and said with a relaxed expression. I'll join, but after joining the Demon Hunter squad, can I still represent the martial arts school in competitions? Lin Yan asked. He had promised someone. We must revitalize and promote the Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy. Of course you can, but you'll have an extra identity, which will attract more attention to your match. It would be embarrassing if you lost. Mu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, seemingly looking forward to it as well. Well, that's good, Lin Yan said calmly. He didn't say anything more, nor did he make any threats or try to act tough. He prefers to prove himself through his performance, believing that everything will be decided on the field. I'm really starting to admire you more and more, little brother, Mu Qingqiu said coquettishly, her beautiful eyes brightening slightly. Calling you brother is fine, since you're older. But please don't add any inappropriate prefixes. Lin Yan corrected him earnestly. Mu Qingqiu's lips twitched, and her smooth forehead was covered with black lines. What do you mean I'm old? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 200. Stop talking nonsense. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Starting today, you don't need to go to school anymore. The Demon Hunter Association's training camp teaches a more comprehensive curriculum. Mu Qingqiu naturally put her arm around Lin Yan's neck and said in a soft, childlike voice. I've already agreed, so can I touch you now? What do you think? Thank you, senior. You'll be welcome then. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Chapter 43. Senior, this is a different price. Chapter 43. Senior, this is a different price. You really don't hold back. Mu Qingqiu's eyebrows furrowed, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. The warm touch on her white-stockinged legs hadn't faded yet, causing a strange flutter in her heart. She could have easily used time stop to stop all of this, but for some reason, she couldn't even muster the idea. Does he secretly crave to be touched? Mu Qingqiu's expression was somewhat strange. Lin Yan sat on the sofa, looking calm and collected. He even rubbed his fingers together lightly and nodded. It feels good. Try a different fishing net next time. Mu Qingqiu was furious when she saw Lin Yan giving such a serious evaluation. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 250. Mu Qingqiu crossed her arms and looked down at Lin Yan. Dream on. It won't be so easy to touch her next time. Lin Yan blinked and looked up slightly. Senior Mu, I didn't realize you were so well endowed. Mu Qingqiu? Mu Qingqiu then realized just how alluring her pose was. The pressure created by crossing his arms over his chest made his chest appear even more imposing, which could be described as magnificent and awe-inspiring. Senior Mu, can I take this as you seducing me? Lin Yan covered her collar, leaned back slightly, and said in a wary manner. Mu Qingqiu, who was about to lower her arm, suddenly smiled when she saw this scene. Yes, you noticed that. You're quite something, little brother. Mu Qingqiu licked her pink lips and said in a soft, sweet voice. Now it was Lin Yan's turn to have a question mark appear above his head. What's going on? Not only do they not provide negative feedback, but they also actively agree with what they say. Lin Yan looked Mu Qingqiu up and down. Could it be that this woman really desires my body? High-level hunters often appear as prey. Lin Yan felt a slight sense of unease. A mischievous smile crept across Mu Qingqiu's alluring face. She took small steps, getting closer to Lin Yan. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Yan's slightly evasive gaze. Mu Qingqiu was in a great mood. You little brat, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Lin Yan had nowhere to hide, so he stood up abruptly, shoved Mu Qingqiu aside, and shouted. Senior Mu, this is a different price. Mu Qingqiu. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Seeing Lin Yan's grief-stricken expression, Mu Qingqiu felt a surge of anger. Your sister specially dressed up in black and white to comfort you. And yet you still asked your sister for money? Shaw. No, that's not the point. Mu Qingqiu was both ashamed and angry. In a moment of impulsiveness, he pushed Lin Yan back down onto the sofa. Then a perfectly proportioned long leg was raised high and placed directly next to Lin Yan's sofa. Sofa slam. Mu Qingqiu rested one hand on her leg, a fierce expression on her charming face. Come on, let's calculate the price properly. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. Thankfully, she wasn't wearing a skirt. Otherwise, wouldn't my vantage point offer an unobstructed view and breathtaking scenery? Ahem, senior, you're a good person, so can we come down and talk this out? Looking at the pretty face so close to his, Lin Yan spoke with utmost sincerity. Mu Qingqiu. Mu Qingqiu never expected to be friend-zoned. She is a campus beauty, possessing both good looks and talent, with exceptional charm and temperament. I got friend-zoned? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Lin Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. School beauty Mu is truly a perfect, leak baby, a term for someone who is exploited for money. Not only can she generate countless negative values outside, but she herself can also generate just as many negative values. It's absolutely adorable. Mu Qingqiu glared angrily, her pink cheeks puffed up with rage. She has been loved by others since she was a child, and is a little princess who is cherished. But for Lin Yan. But it seemed like she had become a punching bag. Ironically, she herself seemed to really enjoy this feeling. Mu Qingqiu felt as if a mysterious attribute was slowly awakening within him. Senior Mu, calm down. Getting angry is bad for your health and can easily cause menstrual irregularities. Lin Yan continued, looking at Mu Qingqiu with a sincere gaze. Mu Qingqiu's lips stiffened, and then she pressed her whole body down on Lin Yan in a duck-sitting position, landing hard on her bottom. Screw your chaos. I'll sit on you until you're dead. Lin Yan felt the soft touch from her thigh. That shove was really heavy, it made him a little breathless. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Mu Qingqiu angrily stretched out her two delicate hands, one on each side, and grabbed Lin Yan's face, pulling and rubbing it outwards. You little brat, today I'll show you what your big sister is all about. Lin Yan let those two soft little hands knead and pinch her face. Call me sister. Elder sister. Lin Yan obediently called out. Mu Qingqiu then released her hand with satisfaction. She gave a soft snort. You're smart to know what's good for you. Sudden. Mu Qingqiu frowned slightly. What is that thing that's so hard? Lin Yan blinked, looking completely harmless. Mu Qingqiu. She realized what was happening too. What else could it be? Of course it is. Looks like I really can't call him little brother anymore. Younger brother? A delicate blush swept across Mu Qingqiu's face. She shifted her hips somewhat awkwardly. But before Lin Yan could fully experience it, the next second, Lin Yan felt a lightness in his body, while Mu Qingqiu had already stood up. The process was completely unexpected and occurred without any prior warning. It was as if those few seconds had been abruptly cut off. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. They even used the time-stop ability. That's cheating. He did things himself, but he didn't dare to face them. Despise. What are you thinking about? Mu Qingqiu forced herself to remain calm, looking at Lin Yan with an unfriendly expression. I wasn't thinking about anything, Lin Yan said naturally as he sat up. That's more like it. Mu Qingqiu's face flushed slightly. I don't know what came over her just now, she suddenly did this. It's very smooth, but you can't really feel it through the fabric. Lin Yan suddenly said something out of the blue. Mu Qingqiu took a few deep breaths and silently pulled out a knife. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 999. I'd better silence them. Lin Yan. No, senior, I was wrong. I'll never talk nonsense again. Please let me go. Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 44 They Don't Deserve to Live. Chapter 44 They Don't Deserve to Live. A few minutes later. I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. I'm relieved to see you're alright. I have things to do. See you tomorrow. Mu Qingqiu sheathed his sword and left gracefully. Lin Yan sighed. This woman is very beautiful, but she has a bit of a bad temper. If Mu Qingqiu heard these words, he would definitely come back with his knife to kill again. Is it my own bad temper, or is it that you, my brat, are just too infuriating? Fortunately, Mu Qingqiu did not hear those words. She was leaning against the wall in the hallway, her hands covering her chest, feeling her heart pounding faster and faster. A captivating blush graced her pink cheeks. After Mu Qingqiu left, Lin Yan sat back down on the sofa. The unexpected training camp disrupted Lin Yan's plans. He originally planned to cultivate step by step, accumulating negative points at Linen No. 1 High School, and keeping an eye on the dean of students. Then he will inherit the position of director of Wanxiang Martial Arts School and carry it forward. Finally, he continued his studies at the Great Xia Academy. Go there to continue causing trouble. No, go there to continue getting along well with your classmates. Once they have gained enough strength, they will enter the dimensional space to hunt down alien races. While we're at it, let's also eliminate those guys from the Pantheon and the Black Demon Hall. It now appears that this process can be accelerated significantly. He had heard about this training camp before. Those were special training camps held by the Demon Hunter Association in each province. Their city of Linen is located in the province of Dongliao, and only highly talented awakened individuals are qualified to participate, with very limited slots available for each city. Moreover, generally speaking, only third-year students are eligible. After all, freshmen are just beginning to awaken, and their strength and experience are still very insufficient. Participating in such training camps would be a bit too eager for quick success and wouldn't be very beneficial. Therefore, Lin Yan did not expect that he would obtain the training camp qualification ahead of schedule. I never expected that I could skip a grade directly. This was likely driven by Principal Mo and Instructor Chen. Lin Yan fell silent when he thought of Instructor Chen. They didn't see each other very often. But Lin Yan kept Chen Shuanggan's impression firmly in her heart. Perhaps long afterward, it will still remain vividly in Lin Yan's memory. Lin Yan doesn't want to go too far right now, firstly because the harvest here isn't finished yet, and secondly because he still needs to help Wanxiang Martial Arts School win first place. Secondly, it's because of that director of teaching affairs surnamed Lu. Lin Yan was very curious about him and had been keeping an eye on him with the Shadow Ninja for some time, but had not yet discovered anything unusual. But he believed that the fox's tail would eventually be revealed. With a thought, Lin Yan gently flipped his palm. A silvery white stone appeared in his palm. It was that overlooked stone. Lin Yan originally intended to destroy it directly, but at that critical moment, the world tree suddenly moved. It seems to have some kind of desire for this stone. The Forgotten Stone, the Pantheon. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with light, and extremely subtle arcs of electricity flickered deep within his pupils, icy cold. The demon race must be killed. But the Pantheon deserves to die even more. As human beings, they serve other races and willingly become slaves. Killing him 10,000 times wouldn't be too much. At this time, the world tree swayed gently again, interrupting Lin Yan's thoughts. Lin Yan composed himself slightly and saw that the overlooked stone in his hand had disappeared. At the same time, the world tree gained a mysterious aura and an almost transparent mark. This is... Lin Yan seemed to understand. He felt as if he had grasped a sliver of the mystery of space. Lin Yan then opened the system space. The room was quietly filled with many items, all of which he had just caught while fishing. Dragon Talisman and Pig Talisman are two very powerful abilities. Lin Yan discovered that he could also use the abilities of anything within the system space. It was as if the system space was an integral part of him. This saved a lot of trouble. Lin Yan continued to look at the other items. The Doom Emerald can bring disaster to others, but if used properly it can also be a powerful weapon. The potion that makes you grow bigger, Wei Geng's jar, the magic paper, they all have their uses. Suryu's hair, Dad's magic socks, Dad's magic book and the bull warrior's headgear, Afyu's collection of witty remarks, seemed to be of little use. Lin Yan looked at them one by one and made a general summary. Finally, he looked at the pair of chopsticks with a strange expression. Chopsticks that Xiaoyu used? Isn't that inappropriate? This is definitely useless. Let's leave it here. Lin Yan tidied herself up and felt a little hungry. So I decided to go out and get something to eat. Let's check on how the little succubus is doing. Let's see if she's slacking off, and then reduce her negative rating. Okay, so let's just say she's been lazy, regardless of whether she's actually been slacking off or not. That's a good reason. Lin Yan got up, pushed open the door and went out. There were still many pedestrians on the road, seemingly unaffected by yesterday's events. It is estimated that before Wudi could announce the withdrawal, the incident in the 10,000 Demon Mountains had already been resolved. Therefore, Wudi kept this matter a secret to avoid causing public panic. Lin Yan moved silently through the crowd. Silence. Instructor Cheng gave his life. It remains unknown to the world. Is it worth it? Perhaps for him. It's worth it. Lin Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The shop isn't far from my home. Even without using his shadow abilities, Lin Yan quickly reached the shop entrance. The male owner of this shop is said to have found a very wealthy woman, allowing him to avoid working for another 20 years, so he stopped running the business and sublet it. As a man, Lin Yan expressed his contempt for him. Several men had gathered in front of the shop, shouting something. Lin Yan frowned and quickly stepped forward. Little sister, we're really not bad people, we just want to get your contact information so we can come and support you when we open for business. Yes, little sister, you don't need to be so scared. Although we are all second-tier awakeners, we are definitely law-abiding and good people. That's right, our boss has even reached the 4th level of awakening, and he's famous all over this street. He can protect you then. 3 or 4 young men dressed in flashy clothes stood at the shop entrance, chatting and laughing. Although they said they meant no harm, their behavior was aggressive and offensive, which was very off-putting. The little succubus stood inside the shop, her pretty face expressionless, her gaze icy cold. If she weren't worried about exposing herself and causing trouble for her master, she would have killed all of them long ago. Then feed the dog. The surrounding crowd just watched from a distance, and no one stepped forward to stop it. Lin Yan's gaze turned slightly cold. Walk through the crowd. He walked straight over there. Just then, an old man suddenly tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve. Young man, you mustn't go over there. Those guys are the bullies on this street. They rely on their leader being a 4th level awakened to collect protection money from those who are easy to bully. Many shops have been forced to close down by them. The old man spoke softly, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Yan smiled slightly and said softly, Thank you for reminding me, I'll go take a look. Turning around, the cold glint in his eyes intensified. A level 4 awakener is already considered quite powerful in this remote corner of the West District. The next step up from the 4th tier transcendent level is the 5th tier Grandmaster level. The school's teachers were only at the 4th level, and some of the people around them hadn't even awakened yet. They were still just ordinary people. The path to awakening is extremely difficult. Talent alone weeds out many people. But these people, relying on their strength, did not fight against other races, but instead turned their attention to their own people. His intentions are despicable, and his crimes deserve to be punished. Lin Yan knew that there were always some scoundrels in every era, and the Black Demon Hall and the Pantheon were the most typical examples. Those traitors to humanity deserve to die, and these parasites in front of us deserve to die as well. They don't deserve to live. Lin Yan walked silently behind these people. Master! Brother, you've come! The little succubus's eyes lit up with joy the moment she saw Lin Yan, so much so that she almost called him by the wrong name. Fortunately, they changed their tune in time. Lin Yan asked the little succubus to call him brother in public, as using the title master could easily arouse suspicion. The four youths immediately turned around and then discovered Lin Yan standing behind them like a shadow. "Are you her brother?" asked one of the young men, who had tattoos on both arms, shaking his head. Lin Yan parted his thin lips slightly and said calmly, "The sun is so strong, be careful not to get heat stroke. We won't be responsible if you faint." The tattooed youth burst into laughter. "So you're planning to let us in for a while? Fine, you're the smart brother. Send me your sister's WeChat later, and I'll guarantee your shop's safety." The other three youths echoed this sentiment, displaying an extremely arrogant demeanor. "Master," the little succubus murmured softly. She knew Lin Yan would never be that kind of person. To swallow one's anger is absolutely not in the master's dictionary, especially since the master is so powerful. Lin Yan smiled gently. Despite it being daytime, the four men felt a bone-chilling cold. At this time, a dark, inky cloud appeared out of nowhere, gently obscuring the sky and blocking out the bright sunlight, casting a patch of dappled shadows. Lin Yan stood motionless beneath the shadows, his deep silhouette spreading outwards like a demon god awakening. The four young men were about to step into the shop when they suddenly felt as if their feet were stuck to something and they couldn't lift them. They looked down. They discovered several small, cute creatures, resembling tiny black sharks, at their feet. These black creatures also had a blue symbol resembling an eye on their bodies, which looked very eerie. "What is this thing? Why have I never seen this kind of creature before?" the tattooed youth said, puzzled. "I don't know, just crush him." One of the stronger young men reached out to crush him without saying a word. However, the next second, they saw that the blue symbol wasn't the eyes of these creatures at all, but their mouths. They had no eyes, no faces, only a wide-open mouth filled with fangs. What's even more terrifying is that these tiny creatures seemed to be feeding on their shadows. The faint gray shadow beneath them kept dissipating, like a wisp of smoke, which was sucked into the mouths of those small shark-like creatures. Before they could even react to what had happened, then I felt a complete darkness before my eyes. It fell into eternal sleep. Meanwhile, the small, shark-like creatures suddenly grew larger, their faces becoming even more ferocious, with exposed fangs, making them incredibly terrifying. They quickly blended into the shadows, and no one saw them. The gray clouds were blown away by the wind, and the sun shone down once more, revealing the sun through the thin clouds, its clear light shining brightly. It's as if nothing ever happened. But the four youths collapsed to the ground, as if they had fainted from heat stroke. Strangely, they cast no shadows even under direct sunlight. "Everyone saw it, I didn't do anything," Lin Yan said softly as he turned to look behind him. The onlookers started chattering amongst themselves. "That's right, we are all witnesses. This young man didn't do anything, and they just fainted on their own. Maybe they're trying to extort money." "Yes, everyone here is a witness. These guys are trying to extort money from us. Let's throw them in the trash." "Agree." The crowd, who had long harbored resentment, lifted the young men up and stuffed them directly into the trash can. Lin Yan smiled slightly and said to everyone, "After the opening, everyone is welcome to come and enjoy our free tasting." The crowd cheered. Only the little succubus stood behind Lin Yan with a sullen face. So many people all getting it for free? When will she be able to pay back enough money? Wah. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 88. Chapter 45 Special Habits. Chapter 45 Special Habits inside the shop. The little succubus looked like a child who had done something wrong, her head bowed, too afraid to speak. "This has nothing to do with you, there's no need for this," Lin Yan said softly. The succubus handled this matter fairly well. "At least I resisted the urge and remained rational." The little succubus looked up in surprise. "Master thinks so too." This time they must be praising her, right? However, Lin Yan's tone changed. The little succubus immediately lowered her head again. She knew it. Her master would never praise her. She might even be punished later. Sobs. Negative value from Wanyinya plus 88. Lin Yan continued calmly. But next time you encounter something like this, remember to report it to me as soon as possible. The little succubus looked up in surprise. But Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. The little succubus quickly lowered her head again, her eyes fixed on her toes. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. Wah. Negative value from Wanyinya plus 99. But you can go ahead and take action against scumbags. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Lin Yan said calmly, but his tone carried an undeniable coldness. Yes, master. I understand. The little succubus's voice was soft and sweet, and she felt as if her heart was being melted. The domineering owner is so cool. Keep it up, open for business and make money as soon as possible. I'm off now. Lin Yan got up and left. The little succubus watched Lin Yan's retreating figure, secretly clenching her fists. Master, don't worry, I will definitely make money. Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of Wenxiang Martial Arts Hall. There weren't many people here to begin with, and now it feels even more deserted than before. Two girls sat on the steps at the entrance, in the same pose, knees supporting their chins, staring blankly at the street in front of them. Sister Guan, Instructor Chen really? Chu Kiki pursed her lips, looking bewildered, with what appeared to be tear stains on her cheeks. She started to speak but then stopped, unsure of what to say next. The girl next to her, who looked more mature, lowered her head and sighed softly. Instructor Chen is gone forever. We will never see him again. A hint of sadness flashed in Guan Tong's eyes. Why did this happen? Chu Kiki bit her lower lip and murmured softly, still unable to believe it. At this time, Chu Kiki caught a glimpse of a pair of familiar shoes out of the corner of her eye. She slightly raised her head. A tall, upright figure stood before them. Lin Yan? Chu Kiki called out subconsciously. Lin Yan nodded slightly. What's this girl's name again? Never mind, I can't remember. He received too many negative messages during this period, and the names of the people were too varied, so Lin Yan couldn't remember them all, nor did he bother to. I'm sorry, Instructor Chen is no longer here, so Wenxiang Martial Arts Academy will be closing down. Chu Kiki looked at Lin Yan and said apologetically. At this moment, Guan Tong also raised her head. She first looked at Chu Kiki, and then at Lin Yan. Somewhat puzzled, she asked, Coco, what's this? Chu Kiki thought for a moment and said, Sister Guan, this is Lin Yan, the last student that Instructor Chen accepted. Guan Tong understood instantly. Hello, Lin. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Wenxiang Martial Arts Academy is temporarily unable to offer classes. Oh, by the way, I'll refund your tuition. I'm so sorry for the trouble. Guan Tong forced a slightly stiff smile and spoke to Lin Yan in an unnatural tone. Lin Yan shook his head. No need. From now on, I will inherit the Wenxiang Martial Arts School. Ah? Chu Kiki and Guan Tong both exclaimed, Ah! In unison. They exchanged a glance. Deep in his eyes was confusion and astonishment. Finally, the two of them looked at Lin Yan again in perfect unison. Lin Yan nodded seriously. That's right. Really? Guan Tong asked hesitantly, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Chu Kiki didn't have too many doubts, but she felt that the reversal was too strong and she was still in a state of confusion. Lin Yan flipped his hand, and a broadsword suddenly appeared, its sharpness fully revealed. This is Instructor Chen's weapon, you should recognize it, right? Chu Kiki still looked bewildered. Guan Tong, however, took a closer look and recognized it. This is indeed a weapon that Instructor Chen once used. Guan Tong stated this with absolute certainty. Lin Yan lightly flicked the hilt of the knife with his fingers. A crisp sound reverberated through the air. Does this convince you? Lin Yan never expected that this long sword would be the only proof that Qin Xiangan left in the world. This? Guan Tong still hesitated a bit. Lin Yan sheathed his long sword and took out his phone. The recording playback button was turned on. Kid, when you get back, remember to make a name for the Wanxiang Martial Arts School. You promised me. From now on, the position of curator will be handed over to you. Go and see that prosperous era for me. Qin Shuanggan's voice came from the phone. His tone was calm, yet it conveyed a sense of liberation and open-mindedness. Guan Tong recognized the words immediately from the first sentence. They were indeed spoken by Qin Shuanggan, Instructor Qin. Only. Why are you still recording all the time? Guan Tong asked suspiciously. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. It's just a habit. Guan Tong's lips twitched slightly. That's quite a unusual habit. Guan Tong took out her key and opened the door, saying, This is Instructor Chen's choice, and we certainly have no right to interfere, but... She paused slightly before continuing. However, this Wanxiang Martial Arts School is Coach Chen's life's work, and I hope you won't use it for anything else. Of course, this is just a hope. Guan Tong's voice gradually faded, and by the end, she was choked up and unable to speak. Lin Yan took the key and replied, Don't worry, Wanxiang Martial Arts School will be famous all over the world, I guarantee it. Guan Tong suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining. She looked at the boy in front of her. I was slightly touched. This was the first time Lin Yan had made such a solemn promise. This might be the last time. Chu Kiki, who was standing nearby, was also infected by the atmosphere. She leaned closer and asked with some anticipation, Can we still continue to work here? If the Wanxiang Martial Arts Hall is not demolished, then Lin Yan will definitely need more manpower to help him. And since they are long-time employees, they are very familiar with this, and they will definitely be able to do even better if they stay. The most crucial thing is, I can also spend a lot of time with Lin Yan at close range. Chu Kik's face flushed slightly, and little thoughts kept popping into her mind. Guan Tong also has some expectations. She has also developed feelings for the Wanxiang Martial Arts School. She wouldn't want to leave unless absolutely necessary. He was met with expectant looks from the two girls. Lin Yan shook his head firmly. Can't. Chapter 46 Red Moon Merchant Guild. Chapter 46 The atmosphere at the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chu Kik's expression froze, and Guan Tong's eyes dimmed slightly. Negative value from Chu Kiki plus 33. Negative value from Guan Tong plus 188. Lin Yan glanced at Guan Tong with some surprise. It seems this woman is quite powerful. I don't have money to pay your wages, so you can leave. Lin Yan continued. He didn't have the money to hire 2 people to keep the martial arts school running. In his plan, Wanxiang Martial Arts Academy only needs him. Lin Yan would not bother to go to great lengths to recruit and teach any random students. He doesn't even have enough time to cultivate himself, let alone care about others. Moreover, those students won't come to register, because Lin Yan's current apparent strength is only that of a first-level awakened being. Alright then. Guan Tong forced a smile. This is indeed a big problem. Without money, nobody wants to waste their time here. But you can recruit students, Chu Kiki suggested softly. Lin Yan glanced at her and said indifferently, I don't have time, and I'm only at the first level. Who would sign up? Chu Kiki covered her mouth. You're only at level 1. She didn't believe it. She witnessed it with her own eyes. That day, Lin Yan used the power of lightning to turn Instructor Chen's hair into an afro. The main training room is still completely dark and hasn't been cleaned yet. Is this something a first-tier awakened being can do? Maybe I'm a tiny bit stronger than other first-tier awakened individuals, Lin Yan said rather modestly. A question mark slowly appeared above Chu Kik's head. By the way, when is the martial arts competition? Lin Yan asked. Guan Tong thought for a moment and said, It should be 3 months from now. Lin Yan nodded, took one last look at the Wanxiang Martial Arts Hall signboard, and closed the door again. Okay, I understand. After saying that, he turned and left. 3 months is enough time. After Lin Yan left, Guan Tong tugged at Chukiki, who was still in a daze. Let's go, Coco, let's find another job. Chukiki seemed to have just come to her senses and subconsciously responded. Oh, okay, Sister Guan. Lin Yan did not go home to cultivate. Instead, they continued strolling through the city streets. Relying solely on ordinary cultivation methods is far too slow. The world tree is of a very high rank, and its abilities are even more mysterious and unpredictable. To this day, Lin Yan has not yet figured out all its secrets. However, it also requires a great deal of spiritual energy to upgrade. It requires several times more spiritual energy to level up than other ordinary awakened beings. Moreover, the amount of spiritual energy required becomes increasingly terrifying as you progress. Lin Yan had already deeply realized this when he was at the first level. But the demon crystals of demonic beasts are indeed a valuable item. Lin Yan flipped his hand over. A demon crystal the size of a thumb appeared in the palm of his hand. These are the demon crystals left behind by the demonic beasts slaughtered by the shadowy ninjas. Before Lin Yan even left, he had already looted all the demonic crystals contained within the bodies of all the demonic beasts. Not a single piece was left. However, these demon crystals are not of a very high grade, contain limited spiritual power, and are mostly of earth and water attributes. Because the Blackwing Earth Dragon is a demonic beast race that primarily uses earth and water attributes. It's not very suitable for Lin Yan's current lightning and shadow attributes. Therefore, Lin Yan plans to find a merchant guild and exchange all these demon crystals for lightning attribute ones. Although the spiritual energy within these demon crystals can still be utilized, it is not as easy to absorb as that of crystals of the same attribute. Lin Yan also had a premonition that the spiritual power of lightning might help him better develop the power of lightning demonic energy. He doesn't have any water or earth magic energy right now, so he'll exchange for it first. Red Moon Merchant Guild. Lin Yan looked at the luxuriously decorated business hall that came into view. This is it. The Red Moon Chamber of Commerce is quite well known in Linen City. I should be able to afford to redeem it. If he went to a small, unknown merchant guild, they probably wouldn't be able to accept Lin Yan's demon crystals. Although the monsters killed by the Shadow Legion were of low level, generally around level 3. But the quantity is too large. The densely packed demonic beasts, like locusts passing through, left behind only precious treasures. Lin Yan retrieved the demon crystal and stepped inside. The Chamber of Commerce lobby is very luxurious. It displays some precious items. All kinds, a wide variety, you name it. There were also many awakened beings coming and going to buy things. Lin Yan sensed that there were several powerful gazes watching them from the darkness. It's clear that their security measures are very thorough. At this moment, a man in a suit noticed Lin Yan entering the room and walked over. A standard fake smile. Hello, sir, how may I help you? Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Man in a suit. This kind of outfit isn't fashionable these days. Lin Yan smiled and said, Let me take a look myself first. The man in the suit maintained his smile and politely stepped back 2 paces. Yes, sir, please feel free to look around. Would you like me to introduce you to anything? Lin Yan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. Okay, please come this way. The man in the suit said respectfully. Lin Yan strolled over leisurely and casually remarked, Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, the name is quite charming. The man in the suit smiled slightly and said with a hint of respect, This is the name chosen by our president. Lin Yan nodded. The man in the suit began to introduce the exhibits on display. Their attitude was very good. They didn't look down on Lin Yan at all just because he looked like a student. No wonder the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce is so prosperous, ranking among the top in Linen City. Even Lin Yan couldn't find any fault with it. Have you heard about the Wanyao mountain range? Lin Yan suddenly asked. Negative value from Yaowood plus 444. The man in the suit maintained a normal expression, but his eyes darted around slightly, as if he were thinking about it seriously. After a moment's hesitation, the man in the suit said softly, "I heard a little about it. Apparently, the monsters there suddenly started to riot, but they have been suppressed now." "Oh, I see." Lin Yan looked as if he had just realized something. The man in the suit maintained his fake smile, and said in a relaxed tone, "Sir, you don't need to worry too much. Linen City is a relatively safe area, so there won't be any problems." Lin Yan nodded, a bright smile on her face. "Yes, it is indeed very safe. It's even safer if there are no negative value alerts." Chapter 47 Mysterious Warehouse, Bizarre Scenes. Chapter 47 Mysterious Warehouse, a bizarre scene. A moment later, Lin Yan finally revealed his purpose, taking out a small black-winged earth dragon demon crystal and saying, "I want to exchange this for a lightning attribute demon crystal. I wonder what the exchange rate is now." The man in the suit took the demon crystal, his expression changing slightly. He asked hesitantly, "This is a demon crystal obtained from the 10,000 Demon Mountains?" Lin Yan didn't hide anything and said truthfully, "That's right, I obtained this in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. I just picked it up. There were many demonic beasts on the ground at the time. It turns out they were being suppressed. No wonder. Negative value from Yawuda plus 333. The man in the suit exchanged glances for a few moments, then smiled and said to Lin Yan, "Lightning attribute demon crystals are quite rare, with an exchange rate of 5:1. How many would you like?" Lin Yan's eyes widened, and he said with dissatisfaction, "This is such a rip-off. I won't be able to exchange many of my demon crystals. I'd rather not exchange them." After saying that, he snatched the demon crystal back. Then he turned and left. The man in the suit had a strange smile on his face, and he suddenly asked, "Sir, did you see anything else in the 10,000 Demon Mountains?" Lin Yan frowned. "Why are you asking this?" The man in the suit looked on with a gossipy expression. "I'm just curious. I'm just a working-class guy who's never seen the world." Lin Yan nodded in realization. "I didn't see anything else. The scene was too bloody. I picked up a few things and left. But I think I saw two figures running past. I guess they were like me, picking up the scraps." Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and then slowly said. The man in the suit looked at him with admiration. "I really admire you powerful awakened ones. I wouldn't have the guts to go over there." Lin Yan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Although you don't have the guts, there was someone wearing clothes that looked a lot like you back then. You can assume it was you who went there." Negative value from Yawuda plus 444. The man in the suit waved his hands repeatedly. "Sir, you can't say things like that." "Just kidding, don't take it so seriously. Okay, I'm going to check out other places now, I'm leaving." Lin Yan waved his hand and turned to leave. The moment Lin Yan turned around, the smile on the man in the suit instantly returned to calm, as still as a stagnant pool. Suddenly, Lin Yan turned around again. The man in the suit was startled and quickly put on a fake smile, but it seemed it was too late. Lin Yan seemed oblivious to this scene, and instead asked kindly, "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet?" The man in the suit lowered his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the ground, and said calmly, "My name is Yawuda. Welcome to visit us again, sir." Okay, I'll definitely come next time," Lin Yan said with a smile. He turned and left again. Negative value from Yawuda plus 1444. Lin Yan turned around, a slight smile playing on her lips, her eyes icy cold. Red Moon Merchant Guild man in a suit. Interesting. The man in the suit watched Lin Yan's figure disappear. Only then did they head towards the rear of the Red Moon Merchant Guild. But what he didn't notice was that in the instant he turned around, a flash of red light streaked across the shadow beneath his feet. Night gradually fell. The city's neon lights quietly illuminated, merging with the stars in the sky. The moonlight was soft and beautiful, casting a cool glow upon the earth. Linen City is filled with a hazy and peaceful atmosphere. But beneath this beautiful night scene lies a darkness unknown to most. Red Moon Merchant Guild. The Chamber of Commerce was still open at this time, and many awakened individuals were still coming and going, making it quite lively. The sales staff at the Chamber of Commerce were enthusiastic, introducing the products to customers. But the man in the suit from the daytime was missing. Behind the Red Moon Merchant Guild is their warehouse. The man in the suit appeared, walked straight to the warehouse door, and pushed it open to enter. Instead of neatly arranged goods, the warehouse was filled with humans. These humans included people of all ages and genders, and their clothing and appearance varied greatly. But they have one thing in common. The expressions on these people's faces were solemn and dignified, their eyes filled with fervent devotion. Their eyes were pure and untainted as they knelt and worshipped earnestly deep within the warehouse, like the most devout believers. Extremely bizarre. At the deepest part of the warehouse stands a tall statue. The statue was bathed in colorful light, making it difficult to see clearly, yet it inspired an overwhelming sense of awe. Near the statue stood a bewitching woman shrouded in a thin red veil. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with long, shapely legs and a perfect figure that exuded charm. But none of the humans below turned their gaze toward her. The man in the suit walked silently to the woman with his head down. The alluring woman narrowed her long, narrow eyes slightly, and her soft, sweet voice rang out. "What happened?" The man in the suit lowered his head even further, this time speaking with genuine respect. "Lord Red Moon, my whereabouts and that fat pig's have likely been discovered. I request permission to take action again and kill him." The alluring woman frowned. "Wasn't Qin Xiangan dead? How come someone else discovered him? Idiot! We haven't even settled the score with you for the failed mission yet. Do you know that these are critical times? Any slight disturbance could expose our stronghold." The woman named Manhwa spoke in an extremely cold tone. The man in the suit felt a chill run through his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Don't worry, Lady Red Moon, that's just a little brat. I guarantee I can make him disappear completely without a sound," the man in the suit said with a hint of urgency. The alluring woman parted her red lips slightly, revealing a seductive smile. "Remember your words. If you disturb the gods, I will show you what true suffering is." The man in the suit shivered, but his tone remained absolutely respectful. "I understand, Lord Red Moon. I will inform Fatty Pig to join forces and ensure everything goes smoothly." The alluring woman slowly nodded. Just as I was about to say something more, a calm voice echoed through the hidden warehouse. "No need for that trouble, I'm right here." Chapter 48. Tonight is a fine night, perfect for sending you on your way. Chapter 48. Tonight is a fine night, perfect for sending you on your way as the sun sets. The city was shrouded in a thick layer of smog at some point. The cool moonlight was hidden behind the clouds. On the bustling streets, the dark twilight crept in quietly. The flashing neon lights slowly dimmed, losing their original brilliance. Inside the Red Moon Merchant Guild's warehouse, the eerie scene was terrifying. Those people seemed like walking corpses, their eyes showing nothing but fanatical piety. When that calm voice rang out, the red-clad, alluring woman's expression changed drastically. The man in the suit was completely stunned. "Who?" The woman in red narrowed her eyes and gave a cold shout. The man in the suit also realized what was happening and looked around warily. No one answered. It was as if the voice they had just heard was just their hallucination. However, neither the woman in red nor the man in the suit let their guard down. The woman in red silently released her power, completely sealing off the warehouse. She wasn't too worried at the moment, because this was her home turf. Even if Wu Di, the governor of Lin Yan City, came here, she could put up a fight and escape smoothly. Even, a comeback is not impossible. "Lord Red Moon, should we notify the others?" the man in the suit said in a low voice. The woman in red said coldly, "Not for now. Protect the statue. As long as the statue is there, he can't escape." "Yes," the man in the suit replied respectfully. The next moment, the bright lights inside the warehouse gradually faded. The dark shadows stretched deep into the warehouse from the gate. The entire room was shrouded in suffocating darkness, as if it had transformed into a mysterious forbidden zone. Even so, those humans, who had never heard of such a thing, continued their worship in a recurring cycle. What kind of aura is this? A demon? The woman in red frowned, looking completely bewildered. The room became even dimmer, and the shadows grew even deeper. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, the man in the suit pleaded. Lord Red Moon, please let me make the first move. The woman in red raised her head, her face covered by a faint golden light, making her look extraordinary. Those ignorant fools dare to play tricks on the gods. The woman in red had a slight smile on her red lips, and her red gauze dress fluttered without wind, making her look like a fairy. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in red slowly took a step forward, followed closely by endless, dazzling rays of light. The humans kneeling below the warehouse looked even more fanatical, muttering incantations. Countless faint golden threads emerged from their bodies and converged on the statue at the deepest part of the warehouse. Get out here! The woman in red gave a delicate shout, raised her fair wrist, and swung it down. The warehouse was dimly lit. A vast and mysterious power swept through the entire room. But strangely enough, the golden light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. There was no sign of life. Even the moonlight outside the Chamber of Commerce had lost its luster. The woman in red had a mixture of surprise and doubt on her alluring face. Nobody here? It seemed to be a response specifically to her. In the deep darkness, a crisp sound of footsteps rang out. Snap! A profound figure slowly emerged from the darkness. We meet again. Lin Yan smiled slightly, her smile as bright as sunshine. It stood out against the darkness behind it, yet there was a strange sense of harmony between them. It seemed as if Lin Yan was born to be the king of darkness. If he wants to. It's you! The man in the suit looked horrified. Negative value from Yawuda plus 800. He suddenly realized that Lin Yan's words earlier were actually a test. But the man in the suit couldn't figure out how Lin Yan had gotten in here. Leaving aside the numerous tight checkpoints outside and the hidden guard forces. The warehouse itself, for example, employs methods unique to the Protoss to conceal all traces of their presence. Even if outsiders open the warehouse door, they will still see what a warehouse should look like. It would never be this place. Lin Yan ignored him and instead glanced at the many humans inside the warehouse. Looking at them, they seemed to have lost their souls and their very being. Lin Yan's gaze was calm, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. You deserve to die. Lin Yan murmured softly. There wasn't much anger, nor much emotion. Lin Yan just felt that. He really wanted to punch those two pieces of trash from the pantheon in front of him until they were blown to bits. The woman in red had been carefully observing Lin Yan as he came out. When Lin Yan said, You deserve to die, the woman in red smiled slightly. I know you, Lin Yan, the only S-level wood-type awakener at Linen No. 1 High School. We haven't even gone looking for trouble with you yet, and you've actually come knocking on our door. The woman in red spoke coquettishly. She moved with light, graceful steps, her exquisite body appearing and disappearing beneath the red veil, breathtaking and alluring. So it was him. The man in the suit's eyes widened, his face contorted with rage. Negative value from Yawuda plus 1,200. So, this young man in front of them must have been on their kill list long ago. However, they have been too busy with their transactions with the demon race to pay attention to this. The original plan was to focus on these human prodigies on the kill list after capturing Linen City. Unexpectedly, the demon race's plan failed. They also had to keep a low profile. I can't believe you dare show up here. You're utterly ignorant of your own mortality. The man in the suit revealed a cruel smile, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. According to their intelligence, the boy in front of me has just awakened. In such a short time, even the most outstanding geniuses can only reach the second level at most. A second-tier level of strength is practically suicide for them. Lin Yan smiled silently. He parted his lips slightly and said softly, Tonight is a fine night, perfect for sending you on your way." The man in the suit was about to laugh. But then I heard. The woman in red, looking wary, ordered, "Yawuda, tell your men to seal off all exits. Also, be ready to evacuate at any time." The man in the suit was taken aback. The woman in red's beautiful face was somewhat distorted. "Fool! Would he have come here alone if he didn't have a trump card? The demon hunting team from Linen City might already be on their way. We need to finish this quickly." Negative value from Red Moon plus 1,500. The man in the suit suddenly realized what was happening. He immediately strode towards the hidden door on one side. However, "Did I let you leave?" Chapter 49. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, you can go die. Chapter 49. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, you can die. The indifferent voice resounded through the hall like thunder. The man in the suit frowned slightly, but kept walking. He trusted Lady Red Moon's judgment, and even more so, he trusted her abilities. He just needs to follow orders. But the next moment, Lin Yan raised his arm. The shadow beneath my feet was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. At the same time, under the moonlight, in the dark shadows, a legion of shadowy figures emerged like mercury. A chilling atmosphere permeated the warehouse. "Ha! What's this?" The beautiful woman's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of confusion appeared deep in her eyes. Negative value from Red Moon plus 900. She had never seen this ability before. When did humans acquire such bizarre abilities? All I saw was the shadows on the wall quietly revived like vengeful ghosts. Even the shadow beneath the man in the suit extended two pale, sharp claws. Ghost Shadow General. The 9 Ghost Shadow Generals who command thousands of Ghost Shadow Legions. He is the strongest individual combatant under Lin Yan's command. The 9 ghostly generals followed closely, coordinating perfectly and performing almost identical actions. With an almost ghostly speed, at an unpredictable angle, they attacked the man in the suit from 9 directions, blocking all his escape routes. In the blink of an eye, the man in the suit was already decapitated and his body torn to pieces. Negative value from Yawuda plus 2,000. Lin Yan didn't know his level, but he wouldn't be too weak. However, he didn't get to use any of his skills and was killed instantly by the 9 Ghost Shadow Generals. Assassination is what the Ghost Legion excels at. Hot blood splattered on the wall, and the 9 ghostly generals once again merged into the darkness, as if they had never existed. The woman in red was utterly horrified. His pupils contracted sharply. Even she hadn't reacted in time, let alone saved the man in the suit. Lin Yan pursed his thin lips slightly. He watched this scene with considerable dissatisfaction. "You died so easily, it's too good for you." The words had barely left his mouth. A bizarre scene then unfolded before Lin Yan. The crimson blood on the wall shimmered with golden light before slowly dissipating and gathering in the glow behind the statue. The man in the suit, whose body was torn into countless fragments on the ground, also turned into wisps of golden light and disappeared. Lin Yan turned his gaze to the golden statue, his tone icy. "Golden light, such a magnificent color, do you even deserve to use it?" The woman in red lightly licked her red lips, her eyes filled with seductive allure. "Who exactly are you? I'm becoming more and more interested in you. I imagine that killing a human prodigy like you would cause humanity immense losses and suffering. The gods will surely reward me, he. The woman in red became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes darting towards Lin Yan as if she wanted to devour him whole. "Have you said enough? If you have, you can go die." Lin Yan's expression remained indifferent. His eyes shone as brightly as the blazing sun, yet were as cold and clear as a frigid star. Her black hair moved on its own even without wind. A dazzling blue arc of electricity swirled around his body. Buzz! Intense lightning flashed, and countless bolts of thunder suddenly erupted. The space trembled. Lin Yan did not move. He simply raised one arm slightly. A spear of lightning, formed from interwoven and condensed azure thunder, has already taken shape. All of this was accomplished in the blink of an eye. There were no words spoken. Lin Yan lightly tossed the thunder spear into the sky. This thunderous spear, which had once pinned down the black-winged dragon, pierced through the darkness and tore through the void with an astonishingly dazzling flash. He charged straight at the woman in red. Boom! The thunder rumbled incessantly, and the lightning flashed endlessly. The deafening thunder sounded as if the sky were collapsing and the earth was sinking, and the houses seemed to shake violently. Boom! The thunder rumbled on and on. The area where the woman in red stood was now charred black, and the stench of burning flesh filled the air, making people want to vomit. Wisps of gray smoke rose upwards, obscuring their true form. Negative value from red moon plus 1800. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Slowly push your palm forward. A fiery red energy gathered in his palm. The next moment, the fiery red energy transformed into an extremely hot beam of flame, shooting out from the palm of his hand. The power of the dragon talisman. Dragon blast. Boom! Another dull thud. A muffled groan of pain came from the center of the swirling smoke. Negative value from red moon plus 2500. Lin Yan kept moving. At the instant the dragon exploded. Lin Yan slowly ascended into the air, her black hair dancing as her clothes swayed, and her eyes shone with endless golden light. Now, he was like a true god descended to earth. Its mouth holds the mandate of heaven, its eyes radiate divine might. Pig charm, electric eyes. Although the names Pig Charm and Electric Eye both sound rather uncool. However, its power is by no means weak. Splitting mountains and breaking rocks, melting iron and gold are all within their capabilities. At the current stage, this is considered a very powerful skill. Thump! Thump! The speed of the electric eye is even faster and more rapid than that of the dragon blast. Two more muffled sounds came from the gray fog. Negative value from red moon plus 3000. The warehouse appears to have been reinforced with a special material, as it suffered minimal damage even under such a powerful attack. What's even stranger are the humans around them. They seem completely oblivious, as if they haven't heard a thing. Lin Yan's golden eyelids drooped slightly. Thinking back to what happened to the man in the suit after he died. He knew. These people. They may not be able to survive. They may appear to be alive now, but their souls and bodies no longer belong to them. The Pantheon, ha! A flame was burning in Lin Yan's golden pupils. Chapter 50 Human Wave Tactics. Chapter 50 Human Wave Tactics. At this time, a strange ray of light burst forth from the gray mist. You lowly and foolish human, I will tear you to shreds! The angry and shrill voice sounded like the howl of a vengeful ghost. Negative value from red moon plus 3500. In the eerie glow of the sunset, the woman in red was dressed in tattered clothes, barely covering her body, with large swathes of her skin exposed. Many of their skin was covered with bruises, which from a distance looked like whip marks and torture, giving them a strange kind of allure. It must be said that Lin Yan's technique was very professional. Those moves just now were simply masterpieces of craftsmanship. If you ignore the fact that the alluring woman is covered in soot and her face is charred, it will only make her more exciting. Lin Yan's gaze was clear, yet slightly solemn. Although he did not unleash the full power of his lightning demonic energy just now. However, the fact that the woman in red was almost unharmed shows that she is extremely powerful. He was several times stronger than the man in the suit. It seems we still have to resort to a human wave tactic first. Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly. Ironically, this sturdy warehouse became the best place to be. Those outside could not hear any noise, and those inside could not escape. The woman in red disregarded the magnificent scenery, striding forward with her long legs, her back radiating a dazzling glow that echoed the divine statue. Before the power of the gods, you are but a weak ant. The woman in red had a strange expression, her eyes filled with devout reverence. Lin Yan stood in the void, his eyes indifferent. A bunch of trash who spend all their time hiding behind the scenes and doing dirty tricks dare to call themselves gods? As the radiant light swept in, Lin Yan gently stepped back. Then it vanished, disappearing into the darkness. What followed was a proliferation of countless shadowy legions of various shapes. The woman in red frowned as her attack missed. What the hell are these things? How come there are so many of them? The bizarre scene before her was beyond her comprehension. However, she didn't remain puzzled for long. The next moment, countless shadowy legions revealed a cold, blood-red light in their eyes. They pounced on the woman in red. The Shadow Legion is numerous, but strangely, this huge group moves together without making a sound. The atmosphere was tense. Silence spoke volumes. The woman in red didn't pay any attention at first, because these strange soldiers shrouded in black were no match for her at all. Even the 9 seemingly more powerful, armored generals, when they joined forces, could not do anything to her. As the woman in red said, this is her home turf, and the statue behind her can provide her with a continuous source of power. She was in an unassailable position from the very beginning. However, the endless army of shadowy figures continued to advance and kill. The shadows filled every inch of the ground, seemingly without end. At this point, the warehouse had become a no-go zone. A dense darkness enveloped it, preventing even a ray of light from penetrating. Time passed by, second by second. Right in the center of the shadowy army's encirclement, the woman in red no longer looked relaxed. A hint of fear appeared on her alluring face. Negative value from Red Moon plus 2333. She felt as if she were trapped in an eternal cycle. She could never kill all the black-clad soldiers in front of her, and she could never escape this place. The shadows are spreading, and the fear is growing. It's time to end this. Lin Yan put on the Terra mask at some point, and his soft murmurs sounded like the lowing of a demon. Countless bolts of lightning flickered around his body, their light flashing intermittently. The moment Lin Yan finished speaking, the area above the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce was shrouded in dark, heavy clouds. Suddenly, the gates of heaven opened. A streak of azure lightning flashed through the gap in the dark clouds, captivating and chilling to the bone. A terrifying pillar of lightning, piercing through the sky and the earth, crashed down. Rumble! A thunderclap, and the sky and earth shattered. The roof of the Red Moon Merchant Guild exploded, and azure lightning flashed wildly, striking the woman in red right in the center of the warehouse. Nothing can stop it. Everywhere you looked, there was a mess, a charred black landscape. However, Lin Yan controlled the power very skillfully, concentrating all the lightning power on one point without spreading it out at all. This also means that the woman in red is experiencing even stronger lightning power. All the zombie-like humans around them survived. Although it was uncertain whether these humans would survive, Lin Yan did not want to get involved directly or indirectly. Thunder ripped through the night sky, shattering the darkness. Lin Yan's gaze was calm, but there seemed to be arcs of electricity flashing in his golden pupils. I've deliberately accumulated some power to deal with you. The power of lightning demonic energy involves the level of laws, and its power is by no means limited to this. Even with the power Lin Yan is using now, he still hasn't unleashed its full potential. In the scorched earth, a beam of light forcefully pushed it open. The red veil on the woman in red was completely worn away by the high temperature, leaving her body charred black, resembling coal, with a deep wound on her ribs that exposed bone. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. If she hadn't exhausted so much of her strength and energy from those strange black-clad soldiers, she wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Lin Yan gave the woman in red no chance to catch her breath. He stood in the void, with boundless, dazzling lightning behind him, illuminating the dim city as bright as day. It attracted the attention of countless passers-by who looked up to watch. Lin Yan raised his hand and waved it down. A gigantic hand of lightning, formed from interwoven and condensed thunder power, slowly coalesced above the Red Moon Merchant Guild. Tonight, let this thunder that rips through the night send you trash on your way. The words fell. A thunderous giant hand crashed down. Its power was like a mountain range collapsing, the sky and earth overturning. Everywhere you look, there are thunderous hands as big as mountains. The woman in red's eyelids twitched slightly, and her beautiful face lost its previous composure. Her beautiful figure was exposed to the air, making her look extremely disheveled. A thunderous hand, like a mountain, is about to strike. The severely injured woman in red had nowhere to hide. "My Lord God, save me!" the woman in red cried out. Chapter 51 Sorry, I couldn't stop the knife. Chapter 51 Sorry, I couldn't stop the knife. Negative value from Red Moon plus 2,800. Buzz. The statue trembled slightly, and radiant light shone around it, illuminating the heavens. A mysterious power enveloped the entire warehouse. The fervor in the eyes of the people inside the window intensified. They knelt and worshipped frantically, as if they had witnessed a divine miracle. The next moment, the flesh and blood of these people quickly dried up, turning into scattered specks of golden light, all of which converged on the statue. But their faces showed no sign of pain. Instead, they looked blissful, as if it were a great honor. Until they completely turned into withered, dried corpses, powerless to fall to the ground. "Idiot!" The statue emitted a loud sound. The woman in red looked terrified and knelt on the ground, even more so than when facing the giant thunderous hand in the sky. The statue's body emitted a radiant glow, blocking the thunderous hand. Thump! Thump! A series of powerful, heartbeat-like sounds echoed in the space. It seems something terrifying is about to resurface. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Continue raising your hand and pressing down. Click! Rolling, flickering arcs of electricity exploded in the sky above the rosy dawn. To crush the opponent in the most violent and direct way. Rumble! With all the human believers who had been abducted by the Pantheon dead, Lin Yan had no more scruples. Thunder gathers, surpassing even the glow of dawn. The warehouse behind the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce is collapsing, the ground is being overturned, and it is unstoppable in its path, sweeping all in its way. The electric light reached the direction of the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce's hall. The lights in the entire hall were flashing incessantly, and the walls were teetering on the verge of collapse. The booming sound, like cannonballs, kept ringing out overhead. Many of the awakened individuals who came to buy things fled in a frenzy. "What happened?" asked the girl, a young couple of awakened ones who had come together, in a state of extreme fear. The boy, disregarding everything else, protected his girlfriend and hurriedly fled the scene. When they appeared on the street, they found that a large crowd had already gathered around them. The boy looked up at the sky following the shocked gazes of the crowd, and immediately wore the same expression. "There's thunder." The girl, who was being protected in the boy's arms, couldn't help but peek out. The girl's face turned deathly pale instantly. Dark clouds loomed overhead, with endless lightning crackling within them. An incomparably terrifying pressure swept across the sky, as if it were about to destroy the world. "Is that thunder? This is clearly the end of the world." The girl suddenly understood why everyone didn't continue to run away. Because there is simply no way to escape. Under this terrifying power of thunder, nothing could hide. "Wait a minute, there seems to be someone inside that lightning!" the boy suddenly shouted, speaking in disbelief. The girl couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with extreme terror. "There are powerful beings fighting here!" The other awakened ones also noticed the figures in the lightning and exclaimed in astonishment. "What a terrible day! Next time I'll definitely check the almanac before going out. Are we going to die? I really want to run away, but I'm too scared to move. We hope the Demon Hunter team can come to rescue us as soon as possible." At this moment, all they could do was pray that the gods fighting above wouldn't affect them. From negative values. From. Meanwhile, other members of the Pantheon within the Red Moon Merchant Guild also noticed this anomaly and rushed to the back of the warehouse, prepared to go and provide support. But halfway there, they were intercepted by countless eerie soldiers in black. The Shadow Legion was lifeless and silent, directly using a massive human wave tactic to encircle and annihilate all the followers of the Pantheon. No one could escape the encirclement. The Shadow Legion is invincible, inexhaustible, and endless. Moreover, their methods are unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Soon these members of the Pantheon died here, ending their sinful lives. Perhaps their only value is contributing some negative value to Lin Yan. At the same time, Lin Yan simply ignored the endless stream of negative messages. The thunderous giant hand continued to press down. The heartbeat grew more rapid, but it was of no use at all. Damn human! When I descend upon the human world, I will surely slay you! Negative value from Xin Shaoxian plus 15,000. After a furious roar, the glow of the sunset gradually faded. That mysterious power also began to recede. The woman in red finally showed signs of panic. My God! You cannot abandon me! Without the power of the rosy light, the giant thunderous hand was no longer an obstacle and pressed the woman in red to the ground without any hindrance. Rub it hard. The intense heat and sharp force of the lightning instantly left the woman in red covered in blood. The once alluring body was now mangled and tattered, resembling a piece of rotten flesh. No! No! The woman in red wailed softly. She actually still has her own power. But in this situation, it seems that no force can turn the tide. Lin Yan gave the woman in red no chance whatsoever. The giant thunderous hand transformed into a chain of lightning, firmly binding the woman in red to the ground. Lin Yan removed her mask. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the power of thunder disappeared, leaving only wisps of blue lightning. Lin Yan looked down at the woman in red. He said softly, "Tell me all the Pantheon strongholds in Linen City." The woman in red was bound to the ground in an extremely humiliating position by thunder chains. She barely managed to lift her head, her red lips slightly parted, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "You have no idea what you're facing. The power of the gods is beyond your imagination. What you're facing today is merely the tip of the iceberg. You will definitely regret this. Tell me, where is the stronghold?" Lin Yan's expression remained unmoved, but a golden light still flickered deep in his eyes. The woman in red revealed a mocking smile, muttering to herself, "You'll regret it, you'll regret it." Lin Yan frowned slightly. "Slightly flip your wrist." A broadsword made of gold suddenly appeared. The next moment, Lin Yan raised his knife and brought it down. Ah! The woman in red let out a heart-wrenching wail. One of her arms was gone forever. Negative value from Red Moon plus 3,000. Lin Yan kept moving. Start. The knife fell. Ugh! Her other arm was also gone forever. Negative value from Red Moon plus 2,000. Lin Yan lowered his eyes. His gaze fell on the long, slender legs of the woman in red. The woman in red had a ferocious expression, and blood was gushing from her empty shoulder. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he raised his knife again. The woman in red spoke quickly saying, I'll talk. However, one of her legs was gone forever. Sorry, I couldn't stop the knife. Lin Yan put away the golden longsword that Qin Xiangan had given him and said in a calm tone. Woman in red. Negative value from Red Moon, plus 3,500. The woman in red was deathly pale, and blood kept spilling from her lips. You can speak now. Lin Yan gave a bright, sunny smile. Then I'll tell you, and you'll promise to let me go. The woman in red gritted her teeth. If she can escape, there is still a chance for things to recover. Lin Yan nodded. Her smile became even brighter. Certainly. 4 chapters delivered. Although it didn't reach the 600 chapter mark for requesting more chapters, it's close enough. I'll be updating again tomorrow with lots of chapters. Please shower me with comments, gifts, and encouragement. Love you all! You can also help promote the author's book, thank you so much. Chapter 52 Leaving No Trace. Chapter 52 Not a single thread left, The silver moon hangs in the sky, the night wind sighs. Lin Yan stood amidst the ruins, his feet resting on scorched earth. I agreed, but my Shadow Legion did not agree. He patted his sleeves, brushing away dust that wasn't even there. I never imagined that Linen City had been invaded so severely. Lin Yan murmured softly. I thought about it. He took out his phone. Open Fission. I clicked on that cute girl's profile picture again. Insincere. Are you there? Ding dong. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. I'm here, what's up? Missing your sister? Fallen leaves in clear autumn, tempting photos and black stockings. Reply instantly. Mu Qingqiu seemed to be right there on the other end of the phone, replying to Lin Yan almost instantly. Insincere. I've taken down a Pantheon stronghold, and I have some intelligence. Could you pass it on to the Demon Hunter team and tell them to move out immediately? Fallen leaves in clear autumn. The little shark stopped thinking. Jap. Fallen leaves in autumn. The Pantheon stronghold? Where? By yourself? On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingqiu, who was lying lazily on the bed in a nightgown, suddenly sat up, exposing large expanses of her fair, porcelain-like skin to the air. But she clearly couldn't care less about anything else. He hurriedly typed in the next question. Fallen leaves in autumn. Where are you now? I'm coming right away. Insincere. Red Moon Chamber of Commerce. Fallen leaves in autumn. Okay, I'll go now. Are you alright? Lin Yan was about to reply that she was fine, and had already typed the message and was about to click send when a video call popped up. Lin Yan hesitated for 2 seconds before clicking to answer. In the picture, a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed in a sexy nightgown with her bare, white neck, appeared on the screen. Mu Qingqiu's hair was slightly damp, as if she had just taken a bath. Her fair and smooth skin was like a lotus emerging from the water, shining with a porcelain-like luster. Lin Yan's eyes looked somewhat strange. This woman really doesn't consider herself an outsider, does she? Quickly let your sister check if you're alright? Mu Qingqiu's face was free of any makeup, yet she was still radiant and stunningly beautiful. She parted her red lips slightly and said with a hint of urgency. She was taking a shower when she heard thunder outside. She thought it was going to rain and didn't pay much attention. She never expected such a big thing to happen. Lin Yan blinked. Against a backdrop of bright moonlight and scorched earth ruins, the boy on the screen stands gracefully, like an immortal. Lin Yan said softly, I'm fine. Mu Qingqiu carefully examined Lin Yan. Originally, we were searching to see if he was injured. But as Mu Qingqiu looked at him, she suddenly realized, this boy in front of her was really handsome. Lin Yan's hair was slightly disheveled after a fierce battle, which only added to his unruly air. Especially his eyes, which were as black as ink, yet as clear as crystal, with a faint golden light flashing deep within them, containing a strange mystery. Ahem, Senior Mu, wipe your drool off. An untimely voice interrupted Mu Qingqiu's thoughts. Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly, a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Mu Qingqiu blushed. Who's drooling? I'm checking if you're hurt, don't be ungrateful. Mu Qingqiu retorted loudly, her neck stiff. However, she quietly wiped the corner of her mouth with her little hands, and only felt relieved after finding that there was really no drool. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Are there any enemies around you? If so, get out of there first, and I'll call for backup immediately. Mu Qingqiu said with concern. The methods of the Pantheon are too bizarre and extremely powerful. They have always been the most troublesome enemy and opponent of the Demon Hunter team. Because the power of the gods was indeed too great, if it weren't for the restriction of the dimensional rift, Earth would have already fallen. The enemy? Lin Yan glanced at the mutilated corpse on the ground, then looked around at the empty surroundings, and continued. I just had a big fight with a naked woman, that should be over now. Mu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes widened, and with a flick of her wrist, her phone tilted downwards and almost fell. Her red lips parted slightly as she repeated. A woman without clothes. A big battle? Lin Yan nodded calmly. That's right, I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to clean up the other outposts. Remember to inform them. After saying that, he hung up the video call without waiting for Mu Qingqiu to say anything more. Lin Yan then sent Mu Qingqiu a list of Pantheon Church strongholds that were far away from him and that he was unable to reach for the time being. The strongholds are too scattered and disorganized. He certainly couldn't eliminate them all in one go. If there is any disturbance, the other strongholds will immediately evacuate. Therefore, we need to rely on the strength of the Demon Hunter team to act together, strike swiftly, and give these guys no chance to escape. Lin Yan thought for a moment, and then sent another message. Senior, next time you video chat, remember to wear your nightgown properly. Also, I really like Hello Kitty. He then put his phone away. Lin Yan looked at the statue. The glow around the statue had completely dissipated by this moment. There was nothing supernatural about it. It is no different from an ordinary statue. But strangely, the statue has no face. This is a faceless statue. Trash should stay in the trash heap. Lin Yan suddenly thought of a classic line. The next moment, Lin Yan waved his hand and landed. A fiery, scorching high-temperature ray burst forth from the palm. Boom! A dull thud. The tall statue cracked in response. It turned into fragments and remains, scattered all over the ground, blending into the scorched earth, indistinguishable from it. It's impossible to tell that this is the same sacred statue that was just receiving the worship of the crowd. Buzz. As the statue shattered, specks of light, like fireflies, floated gently upwards. It looked especially peaceful under the cover of night. Lin Yan's dark eyes were deep. He saw a face of liberation in each of these fireflies. Indistinctly, he seemed to hear countless cacophony of sounds, all converging to express the same emotion. Thanks. Lin Yan lowered his head slightly. As a human being, he could feel the pain and despair these people had endured in their lives. Without consciousness, unable to break free, imprisoned for life, until both body and soul become nourishment. Just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. The gods. Lin Yan's dark eyes were like cold stars, and his tone was icy. A gust of wind blew by. The golden glimmers faded away with the wind. After a brief silence, Lin Yan turned his gaze to the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce's actual warehouse storage location. The Shadow Legion. As soon as the words were spoken, the Shadow Legion appeared from the pitch-black shadows. Ran everything here, leave nothing behind. The Shadow Legion immediately knelt on one knee, accepted the order, and left. They began to diligently plunder all the resources of the Red Moon Merchant Guild. The massive shadowy army swept through the land like locusts, leaving nothing but barren ground in its wake. In just a short time, all the resources accumulated by the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce were completely looted. Not a single thread was left. Returning home with a full load. As expected, this method is still the fastest and cheapest way to obtain cultivation resources. Lin Yan's eyes shone brightly. Hurry to the next outpost, or we'll miss out. Behind Lin Yan unfolded a pair of enormous bone wings, as black as ink and engraved with mysterious and profound patterns. He then put the Terra Ghost mask on his face. When doing something like this, it's better to cover your face, right? Under the cover of night. Lin Yan wore a terrifying mask, with black bone wings behind him, his figure resembling an unparalleled demon god. The bone wings fluttered gently. Lin Yan soared into the air, embracing the first rays of moonlight, and transformed into a streak of black lightning, flying away. Chapter 53 conceals a mystery. Chapter 53 conceals a mystery. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Mu Qingqiu held her phone, gritting her teeth. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 999. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 999. What does it mean to have a big fight with a woman who isn't wearing clothes? Can you please explain it clearly? Besides, do you like Hello Kitty? You clearly like. Tui. Tui. Mu Qingqiu's face flushed red, and she quickly muttered a few curses under her breath. A delicate blush spread across her snow-white skin, creating a dreamy, reddish hue, with a faint, rising steam. She got dressed and quickly tidied herself up. After a phone call. Lin City tonight. It's destined to be a sleepless night. The night was dark and vast, and a lone star shone faintly through the thick clouds. Xiqing District, Lin City. In an old residential area. There aren't even streetlights here, only heavy darkness. The neighborhood was filled with an atmosphere of desolation and decay, as if no one had been there for a long time. It's clear that the people living here have a very poor quality of life. In this neighborhood, in a simple house, a fat man rolled over on the bed. Boom! A series of thunderclaps boomed from a great distance, reaching all the way here. The obese man suddenly sat up. What was that sound? The rumbling sound outside the window was like thunder, incessant and deafening. An obese man puts on a shirt with a beautiful anime girl print. I got up, got out of bed, went to the window, and drew back the curtains. Is it going to rain? The obese man frowned slightly. But why do I always have this uneasy feeling? The obese man looked thoughtful. Forget it, I'd better go take a look, just in case anything goes wrong again. I can't afford to make another mistake. The obese man muttered to himself. He then turned around and pushed the bed he had just been sleeping on to the side. Beneath the bed was a stone door engraved with mysterious patterns. The obese man knelt on the ground with utmost devotion, muttering incantations. The next moment, the stone door opened silently. The obese man looked out the window to make sure everything was in order before stepping through the stone gate. After the obese man's figure disappeared through the stone gate, the bed mysteriously restored itself, and the stone door closed silently once again. Just as the stone gate was about to close, a deep black shadow silently swept past. A bunch of brainless demons! They had the fruits of success practically in their mouths, and yet they still failed. What a bunch of useless trash! If that plan succeeds, I will surely receive a reward from the gods, and then I won't have to stay in this dilapidated place, guarding that disgusting guy. Useless demon race, truly worthless. The obese man continued walking down the passage while cursing and swearing. This is a very long and narrow underground passage. The passageway was eerily dark, with faint, strange groans of pain occasionally drifting out. The obese man's expression remained unchanged. He was already used to this. He moved his obese body to the very back of the passage. A dark gold door blocked his way. The obese man straightened his sleeves, his previously agitated expression vanishing completely, replaced by a respectful demeanor. He took something that looked like a compass out of his pocket and imprinted it in the doorway. A cracking sound came from the stone gate. An obese man pushed open the door and entered. The room behind the stone gate was small. You could see the end of it at a glance. However, the room was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people want to vomit. But there was also a rather peculiar aura permeating it. The obese man turned his gaze to the pool of blood in the room. The pool of blood was filled with thick, murky blood, a truly horrifying sight. And the source of this blood was that it flowed out from the void. A tiny, round hole appeared directly above the blood pool. The round hole is 5 inches deep, with no end in sight, as if it connects to another world. The hole is so small that only one straw can fit through it. And the blood flowed slowly from this round hole. Lord Blood Slave God? The obese man lowered his head and called out with utmost respect. Bubbles were seen gurgling and bubbling out of the blood pool. The thick blood bubbles kept bursting, as if they were about to overflow. Not long after, a bloody hand suddenly emerged from the pool of blood. The pungent smell of blood filled the entire room, making people nauseous and unable to bear it. The obese man lowered his head even further, showing some discomfort on his face, but he forcefully suppressed it. The blood pool gurgled and formed a small whirlpool. A humanoid creature, its face completely disfigured and its body covered in scarlet blood, slowly rose from the pool of blood. The obese man's Adam's apple bobbed. His head was kept tightly lowered, and he dared not raise it. "What do you want with me?" The blood-red figure slowly spoke. His voice was extremely hoarse, as if his vocal cords had not yet fully formed. "Lord Blood-Slave God, the plan to unite with the demon race has failed. We need to keep a low profile for the time being." The obese man spoke in a low, respectful voice. The blood-red figure showed no reaction, coldly saying, "What does this have to do with me? I only follow my master's plan, nothing else concerns me." "Yes," the obese man nodded quickly. The crimson figure seemed unable to leave the blood pool for too long. He sank back into the pool, the muffled sound echoing in the room. "In a few more days I will be fully formed, and then I will turn the human world into a bloody catastrophe. To welcome my master's arrival." The obese man secretly pursed his lips, and seeing that everything was normal, he said nothing more and turned to leave. He returned to the passage and closed the stone door again. Just as they were preparing to return the way they came. Turning around, I saw a ferocious and terrifying figure, like a demon god. "Who are you?" Chapter 54. Give me a chance to speak. Chapter 54. Give me a chance to speak. The obese man was startled and asked in great fear. Negative value from Shu Huiran plus 666. Lin Yan looked at him quietly, her scarlet eyes beneath the mask flashing with a chilling aura. His unique, devilish voice made him seem even more like a demon god. "Answer the question or die." The obese man looked hesitant. He seemed a little confused about the situation. The guy in front of me really doesn't look human. If it were those guys from the Pantheon, they should have kept to themselves and not interfere with the Pantheon. They had absolutely no reason to sneak in here. "Who exactly are you?" the obese man said in a cold voice. "It seems you've chosen to die." Lin Yan's tone remained unchanged. Countless loyal shadow legions emerged from the dark passage. The obese man frowned. "What the hell is that?" The obese man became highly alert, sensing an extremely cold and sinister aura emanating from him. It was as if facing an abyss. He felt even more terrified than when he had faced that blood-red figure earlier. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 1200. The Shadow Legion faithfully carried out Lin Yan's orders. In the world of the Shadow Legion, there is no mercy or hesitation. Lin Yan's order. That is the sole reason for their existence. Earth Hammer! Upon seeing the charging shadowy army, the fat man unleashed his power without hesitation. A massive hammer, formed from solidified mountain rock, swung down fiercely towards the shadowy legion. The passage trembled, and the few shadowy ninjas at the front turned into a cloud of black mist and slowly dissipated. The Shadow Legion could not form a numerical encirclement in this confined space in a short time. But they have one advantage: they are tireless and can penetrate any situation. Wave after wave of shadowy legions surged forward. The obese man was quickly depleted of energy. At this time, the 9 ghostly generals once again coordinated perfectly, launching a coordinated attack from 9 directions. Earth Shield! The fat man's expression changed drastically, and he shouted. An orange halo instantly flowed around his body, and a brown earthen shield tightly surrounded him, its heavy aura seemingly indestructible. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 1800. He actually managed to thwart the assassination attempt by the Ghost Shadow General. "I don't believe you can summon indefinitely. I advise you to leave quickly. I've already requested assistance. You won't be able to leave soon." The obese man's threatening voice echoed dully from within the earthen shield. Taking advantage of this lull, the obese man requested backup from the nearest outpost. He was too exhausted at this moment, and probably couldn't hold on for long, so he planned to scare Lin Yan away first. But Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes showed no fluctuation. Outside the earthen shield, the Shadow Legion's attacks continued relentlessly without any pause. General Ghost Shadow, feeling deeply ashamed for failing to land his first blow, became even more ruthless in his attacks. The obese man received no response and could only hold on desperately inside the earthen shield. All right, let's see who can last the longest. Time passed by, second by second. The attacks outside the earthen shield never stopped. The obese man was drenched in sweat, and his face was deathly pale. Damn it, if the ground here hadn't been reinforced, I could have escaped using Earth escape technique. Where did this monster come from? Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 2000. Lin Yan frowned slightly. It has been so long and they still haven't broken through this shield's defenses. It seems that the Shadow Ninja does indeed feel somewhat powerless when facing a powerful defensive awakened. Ultimately, it's because the Shadow Ninja's strength is too low. It would be even better if they could be upgraded further. Lin Yan raised her arms slightly. Boom! A dragon burst forth from his palm. This attack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The earthen shield in front of them collapsed with a crash. The ghost shadow general instantly subdued the obese man inside. Lin Yan had a sudden thought. The Shadow Legion's attack ceased. Answer the question or die. Lin Yan spoke calmly and indifferently. The obese man was about to speak. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yan drew his golden longsword. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. Ah! The obese man lost one of his thick arms forever. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 2500. Answer the question or die. Lin Yan continued calmly. The obese man, enduring the pain, was about to speak. Lin Yan swung his sword down again. Ah! The obese man let out another wail, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 2500. A thick, strong thigh was gone from him forever. The sprayed blood stained the floor red, and the air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Still being stubborn, no wonder he's a core member of the Pantheon. Lin Yan spoke with a rather mocking tone in his unique, devilish voice. He finally found the fastest way to earn negative points. Take a look. In just a short moment, he had already earned tens of thousands of negative points from the two strongholds of the Pantheon. Especially the woman in red and the fat man in front of her. They are simply two adorable little babies with experience. Lin Yan felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have killed that man in the suit so decisively. Instead, they should be taken good care of. It seems you still refuse to answer, Lin said calmly. The obese man was breathing weakly. The immense pain nearly made him faint. All he wants to do right now is shout out a complaint. Give me a chance to speak. Chapter 55 Sorry, I forgot, I'll take your dog's life. Chapter 55 Sorry, I forgot, I'll take your dog's life. The fat man's lips twitched. Lin Yan seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He immediately raised his hand and brought the knife down again. Pfft. The obese man could no longer make a sound. The awakened one has a stronger life force than the ordinary person, so at this moment his consciousness is quite clear and he shows no sign of fainting. This means that he has to endure this boundless pain completely. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 1000. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Is it really that unhelpful? It seems this thing can't provide much negative value anymore. If you keep cutting, he might really die. Lin Yan put away the golden knife. It must be said that although the knife given by Chen Xiangan was not of a high grade, it was really easy to use for cutting people. Answer the question or die, Lin Yan said calmly and patiently again. The obese man burst into tears on the spot. He had by then lost both arms and one leg. The intense pain threw him into a state of mental confusion, causing his psychological defenses to collapse. The obese man collapsed weakly to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, and said with great grievance. Sir, you want me to answer your questions, but you must ask them first. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 1200. The obese man wept uncontrollably. Thank goodness, he finally got a chance to speak. Lin Yan's eyes were bloodshot. He said casually, Sorry, I forgot. Puff. The obese man coughed up a mouthful of blood. I forgot. Those 3 simple words made the obese man feel like his world had collapsed. His eyes were lifeless, and he had no regrets about his entire life. The words, forgotten, kept echoing in my mind. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 2,500. What is that blood-red figure inside the stone gate? Lin Yan spoke calmly and asked in a low voice. The obese man's lips moved slightly, and he said weakly, I answered, can you let me go? Lin Yan took off his mask and smiled. Her smile was as bright and sunny as ever. Certainly. The creature inside is a blood-slave god, a special race cultivated by the gods using tainted divine blood, and it only obeys the commands of the gods. In about 3 days, he will be successfully cultivated. At that time, he will unleash his divine power and destroy the human world. His strength is immense, especially his complete blood-slave god form, which also possesses the power to corrupt awakened beings. Any awakened being who comes into contact with him will be turned into a blood-slave puppet. The obese man leaned against the wall and spoke slowly. He had already stopped bleeding. The physique of an awakened being was extraordinary, and he still had a chance to recover. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. Blood-slave god, tainted divine blood. The Protoss really have an endless variety of methods. The plans to invade humanity are meticulously crafted and interconnected. If Lin Yan hadn't discovered them one after another, they probably would be. If these plans succeed, they will pose a very great threat to humanity. That will inevitably lead to another scene of widespread suffering and destruction. How did the blood-slave god come to Blue Star? Lin Yan continued to ask. He needs to understand the whole story before he can develop targeted preventative measures. The obese man slowly shook his head, saying weakly, I don't know about that. Only the agent has access to such matters. I'm just responsible for guarding it. Lin Yan observed him carefully and found that he didn't seem to be lying. It seems that I'm not at a high enough level to access it. Agent. So what are you, Yao Wuda and Hongwei respectively? The obese man's pupils suddenly contracted. How do you know about them? The obese man stopped abruptly, realizing everything. No wonder the support he had requested had taken so long to arrive. Their largest stronghold in Linen City probably no longer exists. The obese man was utterly deflated. Yao Wuda and I are second-generation guides, while Hongwei is a first-generation guide. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened. Who is the agent, and what is their name? The obese man, his face deathly pale, said, I don't know either. We've never seen the agent before. Lin Yan nodded. I trust you. The obese man's expression brightened with joy. Does this mean he can be let off the hook? However, the next moment, a fine head shot into the sky. Negative value from Zhu Huiran plus 2,500. The head rolled off, but the joy in its eyes had not yet faded, remaining frozen in that moment forever. Then you're no longer of any use, Lin Yan said expressionlessly. Drops of blood dripped from the broadsword. Snap. Snap. After drinking the blood of several enemies, the golden broadsword became even more formidable. Lin Yan sheathed his knife. He ordered the shadowy ninja to find the compass-like object on the obese man's body. It was printed on the dark gold door. The door opened. A stronger stench of blood than inside the passage wafted over. It also carries a hint of mysterious power. The pool of blood churned. Glug glug. The blood-slave god's hoarse voice sounded in confusion. What are you doing here again? Snap. Lin Yan took a step out, his calm voice echoing in the small room. I'll take your dog's life. This is the 4th update today, a gift to encourage more updates. Please be even more enthusiastic. I want to challenge myself. Chapter 56 The Role of Divine Blood. Chapter 56 The Effect of Divine Blood in a Confined Space. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and everywhere was filled with an impenetrable crimson mist, mixed with wisps of mysterious energy that instinctively made one feel uneasy. After Lin Yan finished speaking, the blood pools suddenly churned, and countless bursting blood bubbles rose to the surface from the extremely thick and turbid blood. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened in the pool of blood. Immediately afterwards, a figure covered in blood slowly rose from the pool of blood. "You're not that human from before. Who are you?" The blood slave god's extremely hoarse voice rang out. The sound was like a worn-out cassette tape, like sandpaper rubbing against the tabletop, as if there were no throat strap, making one's skin crawl. Lin Yan's face was covered by a ghostly mask, and his figure was like a demon and an abyss. He murmured softly, "It's getting late. After I finish you off, I still have to rush to the next place." Half of the blood slave god's body was now visible. He had no face, no skin, and foul blood flowed across his body, making him appear as a grotesque creature made of flesh and blood. Lin Yan raised her arms slightly. A fiery red energy is generated in the palm. A dragon blast was unleashed in an instant. Behind Lin Yan, a faint crimson fire dragon hovered in the void. The dragon roared, and the fiery red ray transformed into a dazzling flash, rushing towards the blood pool. Boom! A muffled, booming sound rang out. The blood pool exploded, and the thick blood surged violently. The dragon explosion struck the blood slave god's body directly. A large hole appeared in the blood slave god's chest. Through this opening, one can see that the blood slave god's body has no bones, not even flesh, but is composed entirely of thick, filthy divine blood. But the next second, the blood that made up the blood slave god flowed slowly, gradually repairing the large hole left by the dragon's explosive attack. The blood pool remained intact, and the terrifying high temperature failed to evaporate the filthy blood. "Human, you have successfully angered me!" The blood slave god roared angrily. Negative value from the blood slave god plus 2,500. Although he was just a lowly blood slave among the gods. But when he came to the human world, he became the supreme blood slave god. His dignity does not allow any human being to provoke him. The blood slave god had a ferocious face, like a demon. "You lowly human, die!" Blood slave god swung his sword suddenly. A crimson column of blood shot into the sky from the blood pool. Almost in an instant, the pillar of blood shot right in front of Lin Yan. The pungent smell of the filthy blood was strange and nauseating. The blood slave god watched the scene with a mocking look in his eyes. Once humans were tainted by this filthy divine blood, they would become his puppets. This is the ability he is most proud of. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. The eyes beneath the mask were calm and serene. "Thunder." He uttered a single word softly. A small castanet, flashing with azure lightning, appeared between heaven and earth. These castanets are sacred objects used to subdue the demonic energy of lightning. It contains boundless power of the laws of lightning. The castanets vibrated slightly. A bluish-white arc of electricity flashed in the void, its dazzling light instantly transforming the dim space into a brilliant, luminous one. Amidst the interplay of sound and light, thunder and lightning erupted, hurtling rapidly toward the pillar of blood. Boom! The crimson pillar of blood collided with the thick bolt of lightning, producing a deafening roar. The blood slave god's expression changed in the blood pool. This human actually used two completely different powers. This is truly unbelievable. Even among the gods, such beings are rare. The blood slave god was entirely crimson, with disgusting, thick blood flowing rapidly from his body. "You're not human! Who are you?" Blood slave god roared. The sound of friction was like the howl of a vengeful ghost. Lin Yan remained calm and silent. He couldn't even be bothered to answer that question. Let this thing disappear forever, leaving behind only unanswered questions. Thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky. With a thunderous roar, the pillar of blood exploded, turning into a shower of blood that fell gently down from the sky. The thunder's power remained undiminished as it crashed down. Blood slave god seemed to see a giant wielding a gleaming great sword, slashing straight down, filling the sky with the light of that great sword. "Ah!" Blood Slave God let out a miserable scream. His entire body was split in two by the power of lightning. Negative value from the Blood Slave God plus 3,000. However, the next second, the blood pool churned, and the Blood Slave God's body slowly coalesced again. Instead of being angry, he was delighted. Foolish humans, you fear the power of this blood rain, ha 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 ha. Blood filled the air above the room, forming a blood cloud. A rain of blood fell in a steady stream. It carries an eerie and mysterious aura. Lin Yan shook his head and sighed. Why are you so ordinary yet so confident? As soon as he finished speaking, endless azure lightning flashed, like a dazzling rose amidst the rain of blood, blocking all the blood and mysterious aura around Lin Yan, and creating a domain of lightning. Lin Yan stood quietly in the lightning domain, unaffected by the surrounding blood rain. Blood Slave God trembled violently, muttering to himself in disbelief. No, that's impossible. You can't resist the power of divinity. Negative value from the Blood Slave God plus 2,222. Lin Yan's black hair flew wildly, and her clothes fluttered. Just as he was preparing to finally get rid of this disgusting guy in front of him. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. Lin Yan glanced to one side. There stood a shadowy ninja silently, ready to receive Lin Yan's orders. A drop of blood fell on him. The shadowy ninja's eyes blazed with a bright red light, like an intense, unyielding blood-red glow. Lin Yan frowned slightly. The shadow ninja seemed to have absorbed that drop of so-called tainted divine blood. If what that fat man and the Blood Slave God said is true, humans tainted with the tainted blood of the gods will obey the Blood Slave's commands and become his puppets. So, could this shadowy ninja be the same? If the Shadow Legion were to act in the same way, then Lin Yan would need to be on his guard to prevent his Shadow Legion from becoming puppets of the enemy. Lin Yan looked quietly at the shadowy ninja, a thought flickering in his mind. The next instant, almost without any interval, the shadowy ninja knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Lin Yan. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. It seems the shadowy ninja still faithfully obeys his orders. Moreover, Lin Yan discovered something else. This shadowy ninja's strength has increased dramatically. After absorbing that drop of divine blood, the shadow ninja's physique and strength underwent significant changes. This shows that this so-called divine blood helps to enhance the strength of the Shadow Legion. Moreover, after absorbing the divine blood, the Shadow Legion remained under his control and were not subject to the control of these so-called blood slaves. Perhaps it's because the Shadow Legion's structure is unique, not belonging to the category of living beings, or perhaps it's because the system is the most powerful, and no external force can affect it. In short, Lin Yan saw a path to quickly improve the strength of the Shadow Legion. But Chapter 57 Gods? Slaughter as many as they come. Chapter 57 God? Kill as many as come. To be on the safe side, Lin Yan decided to give it a try, to avoid any further mistakes. After all, the power of this divine race is unpredictable, and he has no idea about it. Lin Yan withdrew his gaze and looked back at the blood pool. At this moment, the Blood Slave God in the blood pool also regained his expression. As the blood churned, his body suddenly grew several sizes larger. No matter who you are, you must kneel before the divine might of the gods. The power of the gods is supreme. The Blood Slave God's body swelled wildly, and the blood in the blood pool decreased at a visible rate. A terrifying aura surged wildly, and the Blood Slave God's ferocious figure resembled a demon crawling out of a sea of blood. Lin Yan took a step back and said softly, "Shadow Ninja, kill him!" The shadowy ninja stood up without hesitation. "Turn around and draw your sword." They charged toward the Blood Slave God, which had almost filled the entire space. Alone, Lin Yan did not order the other shadow ninjas to join in the attack. Instead, he gave orders to this one shadowy ninja. This shadowy ninja, who had absorbed divine blood, faced the Blood Slave God, who was several times larger than him, without the slightest fear or hesitation. He was faster and stronger than before. He raised his long ninja sword above his head and slashed down fiercely. Laugh. A dull sound rang out. The ninja sword was firmly embedded in the blood slave god's body. The shadowy ninja instinctively wanted to draw his sword and slash again. But the ninja sword didn't budge an inch. The next moment, the ninja sword disappeared bit by bit, melting into the blood slave god's body. The shadowy ninja decisively abandoned the ninja sword and quickly retreated a few steps. You can't kill me. Without your weapons, let's see how arrogant you can be, ha ha. The enormous blood slave god looked down at the shadowy ninja and laughed triumphantly. However, the shadowy ninja remained indifferent, flicked his wrist, and pulled out another ninja longsword, exactly the same as the previous one, without any difference. Blood slave god, ? That's a bit too much. That's not fair. Negative value from the blood slave god plus 1233. The shadowy ninja wanted to continue charging forward, but Lin Yan said softly, "Come back." He was completely certain. The shadow ninja is indeed still under his control. As Lin Yan finished speaking, the shadowy ninja suddenly stopped and quickly retreated from the battlefield. The blood slave god's laughter grew even more rampant. Do you understand the difference now? Foolish humans are like ants, how can they possibly contend with gods? He interpreted the retreat of the shadow ninja as Lin Yan's fear. The blood slave god looked down at Lin Yan from his high position. However, before his arrogant expression could grow any further, the next moment, a massive hammer wreathed in endless thunderous power crashed down upon the blood slave god's body. You talk a lot of nonsense. Is your cerebellum not fully developed yet? Holding the thunder hammer, Lin Yan stood proudly in the void like the god of thunder. Boom! The blood slave god's body, formed from blood, exploded instantly, turning into thick blood mist that drifted into the air. Damn human! You! Blood slave god screamed in agony. Negative value from the blood slave god plus 2222. When the power of the thunder directly struck him, he realized just how powerful it was. Thunder inherently possesses the power to destroy evil and sweep away the strange. Half of the blood slave god's body was blasted to pieces, and his filthy divine blood turned into blood rain, splattering everywhere. But the next second, the blood rain began to recombine. It's useless. I can't be killed in the blood pool. When I am fully revived, it will be the end of the human world. The blood slave god sneered as he controlled the blood. His existence is extremely strange. As long as the tainted divine blood remains, he can be reborn indefinitely and never die. Moreover, no attack can truly harm him. Lin Yan's black hair flew wildly, and the giant hammer in his hand burst forth with intense lightning light. A slight upturn at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask revealed a silent smile. The blood slave god seems unable to leave the blood pool. Really? What if the blood pool dries up? Lin Yan's unique, devilish voice slowly rose into the air. Blood slave god suddenly became alert. However, he had already recovered by now. With a wave of his arms, waves of blood surged within the blood pool, rushing outwards. Above the blood pool, the flow of thick blood in the hole connecting to another world intensified. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a sea of blood. They even tried to surge up to the surface through the passage. Lin Yan stood amidst the sea of blood, yet his body remained unstained. Yes, that's it, give me a little more. There was a light in Lin Yan's eyes. Looking at the sea of blood, there was no disgust whatsoever. On the contrary, it was as if they had found a treasure. But in the eyes of the blood slave god, Lin Yan acted as if he was completely terrified. You must be highly regarded among humans, right? Follow me, and I will grant you unimaginable power. Otherwise, you will be the first human I kill. The blood slave god's form became increasingly solid, and his hoarse voice began to grow louder. I walk in the human world on behalf of the gods. My will is the will of the gods. If the gods conquer the human world one day, only by following me can you be spared. The blood-slave god's voice was full of seductive charm. The prestige and power of the gods were already deeply ingrained in people's minds, and he did not believe that any human could resist this temptation. The best example is the Pantheon. If it weren't for the demon-hunting teams and the obstruction of the human backbone. The gods don't even need to descend in person. The Pantheon alone can completely rule the human world. Lin Yan remained calm and said indifferently, "A mere blood slave dares to spout such nonsense. Gods? I'll kill as many as they come. Is there more in Chapter 58? Please give me some more." Chapter 58, is there more? Let's have some more. Lin Yan held the thunder hammer and slammed it downwards. The terrifying power of thunder tore through the sea of blood and shattered the crimson color. Ungrateful humans! The blood-slave god was like a madman, extremely agitated. Lin Yan's words deeply stung the blood-slave god. Lin Yan is right. He was nothing more than a blood-slave. A most disliked and terrifying monster. His identity as a god had absolutely nothing to do with him. He was merely a manufactured tool. The sea of blood was boundless, completely engulfing the entire space. The passage was also filled with thick, scarlet blood. Even the apartment building above this underground space began to tremble slightly. Boom! The dazzling and radiant thunder hammer cleaved through the sea of blood, striking directly at the blood-slave god. Lin Yan was surrounded by lightning, unleashing his thunderous power in its most ferocious state without reservation. Boom! The blood-slave god's body was smashed to pieces, and the blood pool below also showed signs of disintegration. Most importantly, the tainted divine blood of the blood-slave god scattered everywhere. The sea of blood surged, and a human form slowly began to coalesce. The power of God is beyond your imagination. No matter how hard you try, you cannot kill me, ha ha ha! The blood-slave god's arrogant laughter abruptly stopped. Because he witnessed a scene that terrified him. A large, dark shadow appeared in the sea of blood at some unknown time. Countless bizarre, black-clad creatures emerged one after another from the shadows and appeared in the sea of blood. So much? Blood-slave god was stunned. In fact, Lin Yan was right. He had just been created, and his cerebellum was indeed not fully developed yet. All his wisdom was directly imparted to him by the gods. Therefore, they possessed a great deal of arrogance unique to the gods. He'd never seen this kind of mass troop build before. Even if the gods had relevant records, it was impossible for them to transmit this knowledge to him. The blood-slave god had never heard of such a scene before. But the next moment, he was overjoyed. If the tainted divine blood were to corrupt all these eerie black-clad soldiers, wouldn't that be tantamount to him possessing these puppets? Instead of condensing its physical form, the blood-slave god controlled the sea of blood to envelop the soldiers. He couldn't do anything to the human in front of him, but surely he could handle these soldiers who weren't very strong. Blood-slave god had just experienced the attacks of the shadow ninjas and understood their strength. He watched with amusement as the sea of blood swallowed up all the strange soldiers. But the next second, the blood-slave god revealed an unprecedented fear. He felt his power disappearing, no, being devoured. The blood-slave god was utterly horrified. He frantically controlled the sea of blood, trying to reassemble his body. But at this moment, a member of the Black Shadow Legion stands in every spot in the sea of blood. They made no attempt to defend themselves, allowing the filthy divine blood to wash over their bodies. But after being flushed away, the thick blood seemed to be absorbed and disappeared completely. The vast sea of blood shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the momentum of these shadowy legions is constantly rising. They seem to have undergone a transformation. The Shadow Legion continues to appear. The sea of blood that had originally flooded the entire room and passageway was absorbed in a short period of time. Even the dark hole above the blood pool, where blood had been flowing continuously, was now completely drained, as if all the blood had been squeezed out. No! No, how could this be? In the end, the sea of blood disappeared, leaving only a thin layer of viscous blood in the blood pool. The blood slave god, who could no longer take human form, murmured in utter shock. Negative value from blood slaves plus 3,600. What shocked him most was not the disappearance of the sea of blood, but that those strange soldiers, even after absorbing the divine blood, still did not obey his control. This completely defies his common sense. Lin Yan took off her mask. His expression was calm as he looked down at the pool of blood. Lin Yan blinked and asked sincerely, "Is there anything else?" Blood slave god. Negative value from blood slaves plus 1,500. Lin Yan pointed to the dark hole in the void above the blood pool. He said to the blood slave god, "Give me some more." Blood slave god. Negative value from blood slaves plus 1,500. Although he really wanted to. But there really wasn't a single drop left. The sea of blood he just experienced has exhausted all the blood he needs to grow. This divine blood is not easy to obtain, and the gods also need special methods to create it. Respected human, you truly cannot imagine the power of the gods. I can introduce you to a divine being, and you will surely gain their favor. The blood slave god huddled in the small pool of blood, speaking with utmost humility. Compared to his arrogant and seductive tone just now, he now showed much more sincerity and fear. Lin Yan frowned slightly. That's it. He looked at the group of shadowy soldiers. After absorbing the so-called tainted divine blood, their eyes shone brightly red, and even with their faces covered by black cloths, they still looked invigorated. It's as if they'd taken a super nutritious tonic. Its aura is even more profound and boundless, like an endless abyss. The shadowy legion, which originally looked somewhat sinister and terrifying, now carried a strange aura. It's gone, really gone. Blood slave god said weakly, lying in the pool of blood where only a little blood remained. He could only pray that the power of the gods would subdue the human before him. Who said that? There's still a little bit left. Lin Yan pointed to the blood pool and said with a smile. Blood slave god was slightly taken aback. No, you can't. Blood slave god was thrown into disarray and hurriedly said. But before he could finish speaking, the surrounding shadowy legions pounced on them like hungry tigers. In an instant, it absorbed the pool of blood where the blood slave god was located. The blood slave god was powerless to resist, because all his power comes from this blood. Now that his blood has been completely absorbed by the Shadow Legion, he has become extremely weak. You ruined Lord Blood God's plans. You will regret this. Blood slave god forced out these words at the last moment of his life. Then it disappeared completely. Even the dark hole in the void slowly healed as the blood slave god disappeared. The space returned to its flat state, without a single ripple. The stench of blood in the space gradually faded, leaving only a dried-up pool as proof of the blood slave god's former existence. In front of the blood pool, Lin Yan remained calm, his expression completely unfazed. It seems that every villain tells him before they die that they will definitely regret it, and he's tired of hearing it. Lin Yan felt a pang of regret. Unfortunately, it's still too little. Chapter 59: The Allure of the Mass Production Strategy. Chapter 59: The Allure of the Mass Production Strategy. If he had a continuous supply of this kind of blood, he could upgrade the entire Shadow Legion by one level. However, even now, the strength of this group of shadow ninjas has increased significantly. It seems my future goals are clear. Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly. He seems to have found a way to quickly enhance the strength of the Shadow Legion. That is the God-slaying clan, who extracts divine blood. They use their blood to nourish their Shadow Legion. Given time, these shadowy legions, bathed in divine blood, could then accompany him to fight their way to another world, growing stronger with each battle. Furthermore, the Shadow Kingdom world also has the ability to train subordinates. Enemies dragged into the Shadow Kingdom will eventually become his subordinates. At that time, he can also form other large armies. By then, Lin Yan could single-handedly hold off millions of alien races. That's the charm of the mass troop strategy. I wonder if those so-called demons have this effect? Lin Yan suddenly thought of this question again. We'll find out once we get back and try it out with the little succubus. Lin Yan nodded and said. At this time, the little succubus, who had just returned home, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and pounded her shoulders. I'm exhausted today. Why isn't Master home yet? Could he be out with another woman? It looks like it's going to rain outside. Should I do something seductive and get my master to feel sorry for me? The little succubus's eyes flickered, and her little thoughts began to stir. In front of the blood pool, Lin Yan looked around and found nothing else suspicious. Just as he was preparing to leave, a red light flashed at the bottom of the blood pool. Lin Yan stopped in his tracks. This is near the Red Moon Merchant Guild. Several streets have been cordoned off. Many members of the demon hunting squad, dressed in black combat suits, moved back and forth, continuously conducting a thorough search. Such powerful lightning energy! Which lightning elemental master has come to our Linen City to make a move? A man dressed in black muttered to himself. I don't know, but it must be really cool. I saw that overwhelming power of lightning from far away just now. It was so awesome. Another member of his demon hunting team said admiringly. Yes, I saw it too. I thought it was someone's boyfriend making vows again. A female team member with short, ear-length hair said with a grin. But what's most unexpected is that the Red Moon Merchant Guild is actually one of the strongholds of the Pantheon. It's been operating right under our noses for quite some time now. Another middle-aged male team member, who appeared quite composed, spoke slowly. When this was mentioned, the surrounding team members fell silent. The existence of the Red Moon Merchant Guild is a slap in the face to them. If it weren't for the intervention of that powerful figure in the lightning element, they probably still wouldn't have discovered it. All right, everyone, don't be discouraged. It's not your fault. After all, everyone knows how well the Pantheon and the Black Demon Hall can hide. Just be more careful next time to prevent them from infiltrating further. The middle-aged man comforted everyone. The atmosphere gradually improved. I heard the owner of the Chamber of Commerce is named Red Moon, a very capable woman. I never imagined she was the guide. Manhwa, I remember her too. I used to think of her as a goddess. Ugh, thinking about it now is really bad luck. Many members of the demon hunting team showed indignant expressions. At this time, a man who was conducting a search behind the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce ran over. There's something going on behind us, the man said. Just then, Mu Qingqiu arrived at the scene. She looked around, as if searching for something. The middle-aged man's expression changed upon hearing this. What happened? The man hesitated for a moment before saying, There's someone behind me who looks miserable and isn't wearing any clothes. He only said half of what he meant. Mu Qingqiu immediately turned her gaze over. What did you just say? She searched for a long time but couldn't find Lin Yan. She thought she had just heard someone say that he wasn't wearing clothes. Could it be that Lin Yan wasn't lying to her? I actually had a big fight with someone who wasn't wearing any clothes, you know. Mu Qingqiu's eyebrows shot up. Take me to see this. The man shrank back. Who has offended this woman again? Mu Qingqiu gritted her teeth inwardly. Xiao Lin Yan, if that's true, you're finished tomorrow. She thought fiercely to herself. Is it that her black stockings aren't alluring enough, or that her breasts aren't big enough? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. In the pool of blood, Lin Yan was examining a blood-red stone shaped like an eye. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback when he received this negative message. Is it really because of menstrual irregularities that you get so easily irritated? Lin Yan's eyes shone. This is such a good opportunity. Wouldn't he be able to easily and freely harvest a metaphor for exploiting others? Lin Yan looked down again at the blood-red eye stone. The corners of his mouth turned up. Without hesitation. Lift your foot. Fall. Terrifying lightning power gathered at the soles of his feet. Snap! The stone, shaped like a blood-red eye, shattered instantly. At the same time, a painful groan came from the unknown world. Ah! My eyes! Negative value from the blood god plus 18,000. Lin Yan clapped his hands. The night is beautiful tonight, and the negative values came so easily. Chapter 60 Boys, you also need to protect yourselves when you're out and about. Chapter 60 Boys need to protect themselves when they're out and about. The third one. The moon shines brightly in the sky. A figure with enormous bone wings stood proudly in the void, with faint blue arcs of electricity intertwining and flashing around it. The silvery moonlight poured down on Lin Yan's black hair, which was fluttering in the wind. Just now, he had destroyed 3 strongholds of the Pantheon. These locations range from luxury villas to obscure small shops, and even office buildings. In short, it is ubiquitous and extremely well hidden. Without accurate intelligence, it would be impossible to determine that these ordinary people, who appear no different from other ordinary people in real life, are actually evil cultists of the Pantheon. This is true not only in Linen City, but also in other cities. However, the harvest was also quite remarkable. Lin Yan murmured softly. These guys from the Pantheon are all incredibly wealthy. Lin Yan has already looted a lot of good stuff after only taking down a few strongholds. You could say he could start a business association right after he gets home. However, Lin Yan never encountered another stronghold like the blood slave gods, which cultivated invasive species. This is what he regrets the most. Who could the agent be? A glint of electricity flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. This mysterious agent must be an important figure in the Pantheon. These creatures lurking in the shadows are the most difficult to deal with. Time to head back. I wonder if the other outposts have been cleared out. Lin Yan took out his phone. I was just about to ask about it. A message has already popped up. Familiar anime avatars. Fallen leaves in autumn. I didn't realize you little brother could play so weirdly. Lin Yan blinked. Insincere. Senior Mu, please don't slander a good person. Besides, I'm not young. Fallen leaves in autumn. Humph. I'm asking you, whose figure is better? Saying one thing but meaning another. Huh. Fallen leaves in autumn. What? Don't play dumb with me. Who has the better figure anyway? Looking at this highly unpredictable information, a hint of confusion flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. But Lin Yan quickly realized what was going on. Mu Qingqiu was probably referring to the corpse of the woman in red inside the Red Moon Merchant Guild. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. What are you comparing yourself to a corpse for? Lin Yan looked up at the sky. No wonder it didn't rain today. Insincere. Senior Mu, do you know why it didn't rain today? Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Kitten with a question mark face emoji. Saying one thing but meaning another. It's because you've left me speechless. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. On the other end of the phone. Mu Qingqiu held her phone, biting her small, white teeth. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 666. What a scumbag! He avoids the important points and doesn't answer questions. Ugh, what a jerk! Mu Qingqiu said angrily. She had just arrived at the back of the Red Moon Merchant Guild and saw that naked woman. Perhaps it can no longer be called human. Because it's no longer recognizable as a human being. With all 4 limbs severed, large swaths of flesh turned into black charcoal, and the white bones were faintly visible. The pitiful sight made Mu Qingqiu feel nauseous. The members of the demon hunting team present also felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, all the traitors of the Pantheon deserved to die. They didn't feel anything was wrong. They could only sigh inwardly, marveling at how extraordinary the senior's methods were. These people do not yet know which powerful lightning elementalist was responsible for this incident. After Mu Qingqiu recovered, she noticed that the corpse on the ground was indeed naked, and must have been pulverized by the high-temperature lightning during the battle. That's why Mu Qingqiu asked this question? Lin Yan must have seen it all. Pa, shameless. Mu Qingqiu pouted and hummed. At this time, The phone displayed another message. Insincere. How are things at the other outposts? Do you need my help? Despite her anger, Mu Qingqiu didn't slow down her responses at all. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. I'll go ask. After replying, Mu Qingqiu hurriedly asked the other members for their opinions. Lin Yan only waited for a moment. Then he received a message from Mu Qingqiu. Fallen leaves in autumn. The captain said everything is done, not a single one was missed. Insincere. Okay. Although Lin Yan felt a little regretful, he also felt relieved. Although we failed to acquire resources from other strongholds, it's fine as long as we can eliminate them. After tonight, Linen City should be peaceful for a while. That's enough. Ding dong. Another Fishan message. Lin Yan glanced at it. Fallen leaves in autumn. You haven't answered my question yet, don't try to fool me. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. You'd better think it through before you speak, otherwise humph. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Emoji of a kitten threatening with a knife. Lin Yan's forehead was covered in black lines. The old saying goes, big breasts, no brains. And it's true. He now seriously suspects that this woman's good looks and figure were achieved by trading her intelligence. Tonight, we raided so many hidden Pantheon strongholds in Linen City. What exciting news! Result. She actually spent the whole night agonizing over this issue. Lin Yan thought for a moment. He replied. Insincere. I'm sorry, Senior Mu, I can't answer this question right now. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Why? Saying one thing but meaning another. Sometimes, what you see isn't necessarily the truth. On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingqiu was slightly taken aback. Her beautiful eyes then shifted, and her red lips curved slightly upward, like a captivating yet dangerous rose. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. So what? How else do you want to verify this? Saying one thing but meaning another. The ancients said that practice yields truth. I need to experience it myself before I can draw a conclusion. Fallen leaves in autumn. Okay, then next time I'll let you experience it properly. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. A seductive expression. Lin Yan held her phone and blinked. Something's not right? Where did my negative rating go? After all that, aren't you angry? Lin Yan suddenly sensed a hint of danger. He felt like he had fallen into a pit. Boys, you need to take good care of yourselves when you're out and about. Mini Theater 2. Mini Theater 3. Chapter 61A Helping Hand from My Best Friend. Chapter 61A Helping Hand from her best friend. Mu Qingqiu put down her phone, her pretty face slightly flushed. As a master of verbal sparring, Mu Qingqiu said that if he dares to stick out his claws again, he will chop them off. Chop off whichever one you extend. Absolutely no ambiguity. She said it. As the evening breeze blew, Mu Qingqiu glanced around furtively, her eyes clear and bright, tinged with a captivating shyness. At this time, a short-haired woman walked up from behind Mu Qingqiu. Qingqiu, what are you doing here secretly? Mu Qingqiu hurriedly put away her phone as if her little secret had been exposed. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she feigned composure and said, nothing much, just reporting the situation. Yes, reporting the situation. The short-haired woman clearly had a good relationship with Mu Qingqiu and was very familiar with her personality. The short-haired woman looked at Mu Qingqiu suspiciously. That can't be right, Qingqiu. I just saw you secretly grinning like an idiot. No way, Yi Chunhua, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever laugh like an idiot? Mu Qingqiu retorted loudly, her neck stiff. The short-haired woman named Yi Chunhua not only didn't believe it, but instead showed a look of sudden realization. Little Qingqiu, are you in a relationship? Yi Chunhua said with a mischievous smile. Based on her understanding of Mu Qingqiu, this woman would never normally show that kind of girlish expression, so she's probably in love. Or maybe he has someone he likes. A blush instantly swept across Mu Qingqiu's smooth and plump face, and even her delicate earlobes glowed with a rosy pink. Am I that obvious? Mu Qingqiu's eyes darted around uncertainly as she muttered to herself quietly. Yi Chunhua didn't hear her clearly and asked again. Huh? What did you say? Mu Qingqiu glanced at her best friend and said fiercely. What are you all about? Get back to work! After saying that, he grabbed her shoulder, turned her over, and pushed her back as they walked away into the distance. Hey, you still haven't told me which rascal has captured our little Qingqiu's heart? After being forcibly pushed away, Yi Chunhua said with a smile. Shut up and get back to work. What are you gossiping about? Mu Qingqiu covered her mouth and said irritably. Ugh! Yi Chunhua, who had been smiling, suddenly widened her eyes and began to struggle. She pried Mu Qingqiu's hand away and quickly spat a few times. Tui Qingqiu, what were you touching just now? Why does my palm taste so bitter? Mu Qingqiu was taken aback. His gaze then fell upon the charred corpse. Yi Chunhua followed Mu Qingqiu's gaze. They froze on the spot. Mu Qingqiu blinked her innocent big eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally touched it just now. Yi Chunhua. Looking at her best friend's grief-stricken eyes, Mu Qingqiu seemed to see Lin Yan's angry face. She gathered her hair. She gave a charming smile. Okay, don't be angry. I'll let you put on some black stockings, no big deal. Yi Chunhua, with tears welling up in her eyes, said, Get out of here! Can I touch myself? TCH, fine, don't take it then. Mu Qingqiu pouted. Yi Chunhua glared. I want it! Who said I don't want it? I'll take it if I don't want it. Mu Qingqiu looked around and suddenly whispered. Chunhua, what do you think men like to see and what kind of clothes women wear? As soon as the topic came up, Yi Chunhua instantly forgot about what had just happened. She thought for a moment and replied softly. Men probably like uniforms the most. Mu Qingqiu nodded thoughtfully. Uniform. But what if it's a young man? Yi Chunhua's eyes looked strange. The look in his eyes made Mu Qingqiu extremely uncomfortable, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush again. Ahem, I was just curious, just asking casually. Mu Qingqiu coughed lightly and spoke in a normal tone. Yi Chunhua gave her a knowing look, then continued. Young men, probably all like little girls, right? Huh! Mu Qingqiu frowned. Lolita, that word doesn't seem to apply to her at all. Yes, that's right. Wearing a JK uniform, short skirt, white stockings, and leather shoes, with the absolute territory of twin tails, will absolutely drive your little man crazy. Yi Chunhua's tone was absolutely certain. Although she has never been in a relationship, the theory should be like this, right? Mu Qingqiu's eyes lit up. She seemed to see a door to a new world opening up to her. At this time, the middle-aged man walked over and said, So you're here. The captain wants us to clean up another battlefield now. Pack up and get ready to leave. Yi Chunhua's expression turned serious. Okay, we understand. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned and left. Mu Qingqiu snapped her fingers in a great mood. Let's go, time to get to work. After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Chunhua caught up with him. Hey, you promised to let me touch your black stockings, don't forget. Mu Qingqiu shrugged. That's all. Go home and touch yourself. What a fickle woman! I even helped you come up with ideas. Yi Chunhua gritted her teeth. Mu Qingqiu playfully stuck out her tongue, feigning ignorance, and said, ABA, I don't understand what you're saying. You slut! I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Chunhua lunged at her, baring her teeth and claws. Mu Qingqiu's expression remained unchanged. Time stop. The next moment, when Yi Chunhua recovered, she discovered that Mu Qingqiu was already quite far away from her. Aya, you're using skills again. Yi Chunhua was furious. Mu Qingqiu made a smug face. Yi Chunhua stomped her feet in anger. If Lin Yan were present, they will definitely praise it. Senior Sister Mu has finally graduated. Unfortunately, she cannot gain negative points. Chapter 62 Human Nature and the Human Heart. Chapter 62 Humanity and Human Heart. At this moment, Lin Yan was on his way home. The house he rented was in a relatively remote area. In other words, it was located on the outer ring of the city. This area has excellent greenery and large parks. Of course, the main reason is that the houses here are cheap. For Lin Yan before, this was the most suitable choice. The moonlight, shimmering and shifting, sometimes hidden, sometimes revealed, resembles a fairy draped in a sheer veil, inspiring contemplation. The upheavals within the city did not seem to have affected this area. But something seems to have changed here. Hey little brother, we're a bit short on cash lately. Want to borrow some? In the dark alley, several burly, drunken men surrounded a young, simply dressed, and rather delicate-looking boy. Behind the boy, there seemed to be something being fiercely protected. We really don't have any money, you should borrow from others. The handsome young man looked at the people in front of him warily, his brows furrowed, and his tone was somewhat fearful. The burly man at the head of the group still had a grinning face. He picked at his dark fingernails and said, "We'll just borrow a little bit and pay it back in a couple of days." The boy's eyes flickered, and he tentatively said, "Okay, I'll go home and get it for you now, is that all right?" These burly men in front of him completely blocked all his routes. If it's just him alone, then there's nothing wrong with taking a risk. But behind him is his younger sister. Escape. We must escape. The boy could feel the petite body trembling behind him. He reached out an arm and squeezed his sister's hand to reassure her. The drunken giant suddenly changed his expression. "You little brat, you're asking for it, aren't you? Right now, if you don't have her, you can hand over your sister to keep us company for one night." The burly man had a fierce look on his face. He finally tore off his disguise and revealed his true purpose. He even pulled out an empty wine bottle from behind him. The boy's legs trembled slightly, but he quickly forced himself to remain calm and said, "Aren't you afraid of the law enforcement team?" The law enforcement team is the local security force in each region, specifically responsible for handling routine incidents of illegal and disorderly conduct. They are under the command of the governors of major cities and are the second highest level organization after the Demon Hunter Squad. Ha ha! You little brat know quite a lot. Let me tell you, the law enforcement team is very busy and doesn't have time to deal with these kinds of things. I advise you to give up on this idea. I'm not afraid to tell you, my younger brother is an awakened one. He's currently a squad leader in the law enforcement team in this area. Going there is like coming home for me, ha 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 ha. The burly man at the head of the group weighed the wine bottle in his hand and laughed wildly. The boy's face turned pale, and his heart sank instantly. A dark cloud drifted in from the sky, obscuring the moonlight and making the already gloomy alley even more eerie and dark. "Elder brother." The girl who was tightly protecting the boy from behind called out weakly. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoying, your brother is here." The boy squeezed her small hand and said soothingly, "You little bastard, do I have to repeat myself?" The burly man swung the bottle around his thick arm, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Several burly men around him also started to stretch their muscles, their faces flushed from drunkenness like monkey buttocks, filled with disgusting lewd expressions. Although they were all ordinary people who had not participated in the awakening, they had become bolder after following the big man in the lead for a long time. As he said, it felt like coming home. Even if they were taken in, they would be released after only a few days. Moreover, people with real power and connections don't come to this place. So they have remained at large to this day, never having failed. A nauseating stench of alcohol permeated the entire alleyway, and despair was spreading. The boy raised his head, his gaze resolute. If it were just him, even if he were beaten up badly, he wouldn't care or make a fuss. He endured it all by himself. But behind him was his beloved younger sister. He would never let anything happen to his sister. "Xiaoying, when I say run, you run without looking back, understand?" The boy said softly, his tone steady. "Brother," Fang Xiaoying said, her voice trembling with tears. If she hadn't insisted on going for a walk tonight, none of this would have happened. Fang Xiaoying felt extremely remorseful at this moment, and also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and confusion. Why? Why do these despicable villains still exist when human survival is already so precarious? Wouldn't it be better if everyone united and worked together to resist the invaders? Our current homeland was bought with the blood and lives of our ancestors. Why don't they cherish it more? Fang Xiaoying didn't understand. I really don't understand. The human heart is far too complex for a young girl who has never experienced the real world. Chapter 63 I Don't Want a Salary. Chapter 63 I Don't Want a Salary. Brother, this little girl looks really pretty. How about I go second later? One of the men, a burly man with a thin build and dark skin, said with a lewd grin. Damn it, why is it always you who's second? I want a second one too, boss. Looking at the disgusting and ugly faces of the people in front of him, the boy trembled with anger. He hates it. I hate that I am not an awakened one. He hated himself for being so incompetent that he couldn't even protect his own sister. But at the same time, there is also a deep sense of helplessness. His parents tragically lost their lives during an invasion by a foreign tribe. He was 8 years old at the time, and his sister was 6. He had no money to go to school and no relatives to take him in. He raised his sister all by himself, relying on begging and charity. Although he didn't go to school himself, he still worked hard to enable his younger sister to successfully enter school. Everything seemed to be getting better. Life returned to normal. But the scene before him seemed poised to plunge him into the abyss once more. The dark clouds of fate always hung over his head. It never dispersed from beginning to end. Fan Yu's eyes were icy cold, and he gritted his teeth, squeezing out a sentence. That lightning just now should have killed you all! The burly man in front of him, who was engaged in a heated discussion, suddenly paused, then burst into wild laughter. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You really think you're an awakened one? The leading burly man mocked without any politeness. The other burly men also laughed triumphantly. Looking at the boy's desperate yet unwilling eyes, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Fan Yu clenched his fists tightly. His 10 fingers had no nails, yet they still hurt from the intense grip. At that moment, he suddenly calmed down. He must remain calm. Only in this way will my sister have a chance of survival. Fan Yu's gaze sharpened, and he shouted. Xiaoying, run! Just as he was about to tackle the burly man in front of him to buy time for his sister to escape. A streak of azure light, as blazing as the sun, descended from the sky like a sharp sword. Boom! Lightning flashed, illuminating the sky. It also illuminated Fan Yu's resolute face. He abruptly stopped in his tracks, took several steps back, and firmly protected his sister behind him. His eyes held a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. What happened? They were actually struck by lightning? Brother, are you all right? Fang Xiaoying asked with concern, her face pale. Fan Yu gently patted his sister's shoulder and said softly, I'm fine. See, I was right, the bad guys got punished. Fang Xiaoying wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. Yes. Brother is right, bad people will be punished one day. The lightning stopped. The thunderous roar then subsided. Fan Yu looked up. Where was the drunken giant? Only a few charred ashes remained. Fan Yu's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. He quickly covered his sister's eyes. What kind of power is this? It was so terrifying that it turned several living people into ashes. Could it be that these guys have done so many bad things that even the heavens can't stand it anymore? Fan Yu recalled what he had just said and felt a psychedelic feeling, as if he were in a dream. At this time, a tall figure descended from the sky. Silently, Fan Yu woke up with a start and looked sharply at the figure. The next second, I felt a slight sense of relief. Because he saw a boy who was about his age but more handsome than him. But the next moment, Fan Yu's heart, which had been at ease, was raised again. He only glanced at it briefly. Now, after a closer look, I felt a chill run through my body, and my mind seemed to freeze. It was as if a terrifying, powerful demon was gripping his neck, making it impossible for him to breathe. Especially the deep shadow beneath the boy's feet, which seemed like an endless abyss. With just one glance, Fan Yu felt as if his soul was being drawn into it, heading to another dark red world. Brother, what's wrong? A familiar voice called out to Fan Yu, which gradually brought him back to his senses. Fang Xiaoying gripped her brother's clothes tightly with her small hands, swaying them gently. Fan Yu shook his head, and said absent-mindedly, I'm fine, little sister. Fang Xiaoying stopped what she was doing and felt relieved. Then, she tenderly wiped the sweat from her brother's forehead with her sleeve. Brother, what happened to you just now? You scared me to death. Fang Yu gestured to his sister to be quiet. Fang Xiaoying listened without saying a word. Are you alright? Lin Yan blinked and asked. Fan Yu was still shaken. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately shook his head and said, I'm fine. Just now, thank you for saving us. By this time, he had already realized that it must have been the young man in front of him who had saved them. It's not some so-called divine punishment. It's good that you're alright. Lin Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been fighting all night, killing countless members of the Pantheon and battling a great battle against the blood-slave god of the divine race. His Shadow Legion had even bathed in and absorbed that so-called tainted divine blood. His aura was already incredibly menacing, and ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. Lin Yan himself was unaware of it. That's why the scene just now happened. Thankfully, this guy is alright. Otherwise, my efforts to save him would have been in vain. After Lin Yan put away his aura, he became like the big brother next door. With a high, straight nose, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, he was incredibly handsome and dashing. It also possesses an indescribable, mysterious charm. Fang Xiaoying couldn't help but steal several glances at him. Seeing that they were alright, Lin Yan took out her phone. I edited a message from Mu Qingqiu. Insincere. Have the Demon Hunter team investigate the law enforcement team on Xining Road in Xiqing District. Without waiting for Mu Qingqiu's reply, he put away his phone. He turned to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Fan Yu called out subconsciously. Lin Yan paused, turning slightly to the side. Is there anything else? Fan Yu swallowed. He didn't know what he wanted to say, nor did he know where he got the courage from. I don't have time to take you home, Lin Yan said calmly. The move I made just now was merely a casual action. It's unrealistic to expect him to take full responsibility. No, that's not it. Fan Yu hurriedly waved his hands, looking terrified. He glanced at his sister, who was hiding behind him and secretly observing Lin Yan, and took a deep breath. I think. Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to realize it wasn't appropriate, and said again, Can I work at your house? I don't need wages. Lin Yan was about to refuse. But when I heard that he didn't want a salary. So he changed his tune and said, Then you can visit the Wanxiang Martial Arts Hall when you have time. Chapter 64 Seizing Fate by the Throat. Chapter 64 Seizing Fate by the Throat. Really? Fan Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he looked up, asking in disbelief. But when he searched carefully for Lin Yan's figure, he found that the other party had already blended into the darkness and disappeared. The Myriad Manifestations Martial Arts Academy. It sounds like a huge place. There must be many powerful awakened ones there. Fan Yu murmured to himself, his eyes filled with longing. The awakened one. If he could also become an awakened one. That way, I can protect my sister, and this kind of thing won't happen again. He said that in a moment of panic. Through this experience, Fan Yu deeply understood one thing: without strength, it is difficult to survive in this world. The way ordinary people live is ultimately too passive. There is no way to control one's own destiny. Even if he cannot become an awakened one, he can still rely on a powerful being. Even seeking just the slightest bit of protection. To ensure her younger sister's survival. So Fan Yu decided to take a gamble. Even if the hope is slim. He had prepared himself for rejection, but he never expected to get an opportunity. Fan Yu had a premonition that this might be the most correct thing he had ever done in his life. "Brother!" Fang Xiaoying called out weakly. Fan Yu came to his senses. He looked at his younger sister with gentle eyes and said softly, "Don't be afraid, your brother is here." Fang Xiaoying blinked her long eyelashes, still glistening with tears, and her eyes, as pure as a snow-capped mountain lake, sparkled with tiny stars. She said in a sweet, childlike voice, "Brother, that big brother was so handsome." After saying that, Fang Xiaoying seemed to realize that it was a bit inappropriate, and quickly added, "Of course, my brother is handsome too." Fan Yu smiled and affectionately patted his little sister's head. "Silly little sister, let's go home." Fang Xiaoying pouted. "I told you not to touch my head, or I'll stunt my growth. Besides, I'm not stupid at all." Fan Yu withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, I won't touch her anymore. Xiaoying still needs to grow taller." Looking at his younger sister, who had suffered so much because of him but was still lively and adorable, Fan Yu made a decision in his heart. He was determined to provide his sister with the best living environment. We must never let her suffer even the slightest injustice again. Fang Xiaoying smiled brightly, tilted her head, and looked at her brother, saying, "So, brother, are you going to the Wenxiang Martial Arts Hall tomorrow?" Fan Yu nodded vigorously. With a determined look in his eyes and a resolute tone, he said, "I must go." Fan Yu clenched his fist tightly once again, but this time there was no pain at all. Instead, it seizing fate by the throat. Lin Yan arrived at the bottom of his apartment building. The series of battles had left him somewhat mentally exhausted. After all, aside from the lightning demonic energy and ghostly abilities, he was only a first-level awakener. It's just that his first form is a bit abnormal. But tonight's gains were considerable. The resources from the captured strongholds were more than enough to support him in starting a chamber of commerce. Lin Yan suddenly transformed from a handsome guy who was penniless except for his good looks into a handsome guy who was both good-looking and rich. As the ancients said, "No pain, no gain." And this is indeed true. There are tens of thousands of first-tier demonic beast lightning attribute demonic crystals alone, and there are also quite a few of other higher quality ones. There are even more other types of demon crystals with various attributes. And other weapons, spiritual fruits, and treasures of varying quality. It's dazzling. However, to be fair, the demon race and the god race were cooperating in the 10,000 demon mountains before. It's ironic that the pantheon of the gods has hoarded so many demon crystals. Well, it's all going to benefit Lin Yan anyway. It can be considered that the item has been returned to its rightful owner. This method is definitely faster. Lin Yan was in a great mood. He originally intended to use the demon crystals he had to exchange for them, but unexpectedly, he didn't even have to take that step. Next time you want to buy something, do some research first. You might save a lot of money. Lin Yan stepped into the stairwell. At this time, a deeply hidden stronghold somewhere within the pantheon. This is a grand hall that is many times larger than the Red Moon Merchant Guild's stronghold behind it. Dozens of statues of gods are enshrined in the main hall. That's right, there are dozens of them. Compared to the statue of the Red Moon Merchant Guild, these statues have a more intense glow on their bodies, and their faces have been outlined in more detail, no longer appearing blurry. The entire hall was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, which could be described as magnificent and resplendent. High position. A figure shrouded in a white robe and wearing a pure white mask was kneeling in worship. The figure's gender and strength were indiscernible. But it exudes a sacred and vast aura. A hazy, rosy glow shone above his head, making his white robe appear almost divine. Below, a woman dressed similarly but without a mask walked slowly with her head down. The woman knelt on the ground, her face obscured, but her extremely respectful voice echoed in the empty hall. "Our agent, our base in Linen City has been completely wiped out." The white-masked figure who had been kneeling in a high position slowly stood up. He turned to look at the woman. The white-masked man's voice remained gender-neutral, and the listener felt as if they were hearing sacred words. Have you found out who did it? The woman in white trembled, but dared not hesitate for a moment. Reporting to the acting lord, not yet. Before the man in the pure white mask could say anything, the woman in white continued speaking quickly. But it must be related to Wu Di, the governor of Lin Yan City. They reacted very quickly, and we were attacked without any preparation. Wu Di, the white-masked man murmured to himself. Sudden. Behind him, the statue burst forth with a dazzling light. The man in the white mask hurriedly turned around and knelt down, his sincerity utmost. The woman in white, sitting high above, pressed her forehead firmly against the ground, her eyes filled with fanaticism. The rosy glow of the sunset gradually engulfed the white-masked figure. A moment later, the glow of dawn faded. The man in the white mask said respectfully, Yes. I will follow your will and let God's grace shine upon the earth. The white-masked man stood up again and looked down at the woman in white below. Starting today, you will be in charge of the infiltration mission in Lin Yan City. After you complete it, you will receive a divine blessing and gain higher authority. Keep a close eye on Wudi's movements. I'll make him pay. The woman in white trembled violently, her voice filled with extreme excitement. Yes. The Pantheon, divine grace shines upon all. At the same time, Wu Di, who was extremely busy, sneezed. Chapter 65 Fever? A shot will do the trick. Chapter 65 Fever? A shot will fix it. What's going on? Did I catch a cold? Or is someone missing me? Wu Di rubbed his nose, somewhat puzzled. However, at his level, he wouldn't easily show symptoms of illness. I guess I've been too tired these past 2 days, Wu Di said with a sigh. He was still dealing with matters concerning the 10,000 demon mountains, which were not yet finished. News then spread throughout the city that the Pantheon's stronghold had been destroyed, along with information about many other strongholds. After hearing the news, he rushed over immediately, and then mobilized resources urgently, without daring to stop for a moment. Although he didn't know how accurate the information was, he couldn't be careless about anything concerning the Pantheon and the Black Demon Hall. The result was that the harvest in one night was comparable to the combined achievements of Lin Yan City over the past 10 years. He hadn't been this busy in a long time, and he hadn't been this happy in a long time either. Where did that girl Mu Qingqiu get this information? And which powerful lightning element expert helped us? We should thank them properly later, but unfortunately I'm too busy right now to find the time. Wu Di sighed and quickly got back to work. There is still much work to be done, such as reassuring the surrounding community, restoring the destroyed buildings, and screening for any possible remnants of the Pantheon hiding in the shadows. He was needed to oversee all of these tasks. Little did he know, he had already been thoroughly targeted by the Pantheon. Even if he knew, Wu Di probably wouldn't take it to heart. After all, as the governor of a city, he had long been aware of this. It is our duty. Lin Yan pushed open the door and entered. Upon entering, I saw the little succubus lying weakly on the sofa. After seeing Lin Yan return, the little succubus struggled to her feet. As she walked toward Lin Yan, she stumbled slightly. There was also an unnatural blush on her face. The little succubus said softly, Master, you're back. Lin Yan frowned, glanced at him, and asked, What's wrong? The little succubus blinked her eyes and said pitifully, My strength hasn't recovered yet, I'm still very weak. The wind was a bit strong just now, and there was thunder, it looked like it was going to rain. I feel a little dizzy, I probably caught a cold. As the little succubus spoke, her delicate body swayed precariously, as if she might collapse to the ground at any moment. Lin Yan's lips twitched. If he hadn't caused that lightning, he might have actually believed it. He caught a cold. I guess this is just another new trick he's using to play the victim. Is he using this to make himself feel sorry for her? And then be gentler with her? Excuse me? Lin Yan has no feelings when faced with negative values. I see. Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully. The little succubus blinked her big eyes, her pretty face seemingly calm, but in reality, her heart was pounding. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 99. While she was in the shop, the owner even smiled at her. This should be a good start, right? So, would the owner like this kind of charming and obedient girl? If the owner shows even a hint of pity, it means that the owner may like her. The little succubus's eyes sparkled with a captivating light, carrying a hint of anticipation. She gazed at Lin Yan earnestly and affectionately, her delicate and charming appearance making one feel an irresistible urge to pity her. This is her disguise, and also her method. High-level hunters often appear as prey. To win their master's heart, they must first figure out what their master likes. Little succubus Queen Yinyi felt she had grasped the essence. Lin Yan fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The little succubus hasn't even finished reaping the negative effects of today yet. It must be exhausting to come up with a way to reduce the negative impact of succubi every day. Forget about the negatives for now. I've already earned enough today. So, let's get started. Lin Yan reached out and touched the succubus's forehead. She really does have a fever. The little succubus king, Yinyi, immediately nodded pitifully. Is it going to succeed? Is her owner about to feel sorry for her? Could it be like what the search results suggest, where you pour her hot water and feed her her medicine? Just thinking about it makes the little succubus feel so happy. Lin Yan smiled and parted his thin lips slightly. In that case, let's get an injection. It'll help you recover faster. Get an injection? The little succubus stared blankly. No need, master. I can take the medicine. The little succubus quickly waved her hand. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 55. I've heard that injections are very painful. She doesn't want to. It's all right. One injection and the disease will be cured. Trust me, Lin Yan said earnestly. Little succubus. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 66. Chapter 66 Drink more hot water. Chapter 66 Drink more hot water. She's really stupid. She actually fantasized that her owner would feel sorry for her. I'll just dream about it from now on, sob sob. The little succubus had teary eyes. However, despite looking pitiful, Lin Yan looked at the little succubus with great interest. The world is achieved only when the little succubus is injured. He thought about it. Take out a bowl of water. These are the two rewards I caught during the last regular fishing trip, an ordinary bowl and ordinary water. Come on, drink more hot water. The little succubus's large, alluring eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered that in the human world, if a man tells a woman to drink more hot water, it means he cares about her to the extreme. This represents a man's highest level of care. The little succubus, disregarding the glimpse of her exposed skin, hurriedly took it. The next moment, the look of surprise froze on her face, and the little succubus said weakly, But master, it's cold. Is there a problem? Lin Yan asked. The little succubus trembled. No problem. After she finished speaking, the little succubus downed the bowl of ordinary water in one gulp. I've finished drinking, master. The little succubus blinked and turned the bowl upside down to prove that she had indeed finished drinking. She smacked her lips, seemingly savoring the taste, and said, Master, what kind of water is this? It's a little sweet. A little sweet? Lin Yan was slightly surprised. Could it be that the system had given him a bowl of Farmer's 3 punches? However, the little succubus probably wouldn't understand these human jokes. Lin Yan casually said, This is a very magical bowl of water. After drinking it, you can forget that you are a pig. The little succubus was taken aback, and said in a daze, Huh! That's amazing, but I'm a succubus, not a pig. See, you've forgotten, Lin Yan said, shrugging. Little succubus. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 88. Lin Yan's eyes brightened slightly. He seems to have found a new method. However, he has other things to do now. Lin Yan stood up and said, All right, you can sleep here tonight. Huh! Sleeping here? The little succubus's eyes instantly shone like stars, she could hardly believe what she was hearing. The little succubus's ultimate goal has always been to climb into her master's bed and successfully seduce him. Only in this way can she truly escape the oppression of her master. Although she is in bed now, she is more like a realistic toy. It's something that the owner will throw aside after using it. It has a completely different meaning from her ultimate goal. Okay, get some rest, Lin Yan nodded and said. Then, under the expectant gaze of the little succubus, Lin Yan turned and left. Hey master! The little succubus looked at Lin Yan's back, pouted, and looked somewhat lost. Oh well, in the end she still sleeps alone. But... The little succubus looked down at the bed her master had slept in. Her pink lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a few sparkling white teeth. Then, the little succubus curled up completely under the covers, burying her head deep in Lin Yan's pillow. The little succubus inhaled the faint, pleasant scent. I couldn't help but become somewhat captivated by it. The little succubus seemed to be thinking of something, and her delicate body twisted and turned in the blankets. Hee. Master, hee. The little succubus narrowed her eyes, and the satisfaction that came from her very soul made her chuckle to herself. This was the first time her owner had ever let her go to bed with him on her own initiative. Does this mean that in the future, her chances are much better? The little succubus seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Her fair, delicate hands gripped the pillow tightly as she drifted into a blissful dream. Lin Yan walked out of the room and into the living room. He certainly wasn't doing it because he wanted to eat vegetarian food tonight. It's not because he has something very important to do. Cultivation. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is everything. Lin Yan wanted to see just how powerful the upgraded world tree would be in enhancing lightning magic and shadow abilities. And whether the lightning-type demon crystal can help him develop lightning magic. Lin Yan waved his arm. The not-so-large living room was instantly filled with countless deep purple, crystal-like demonic crystals. Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the ground. Close your eyes slightly. The next moment. Chapter 67 Strength Enhancement. Chapter 67 Power Enhancement. All the lightning-type demon crystals suddenly hovered in the air and trembled violently. Countless tiny, deep purple light spots emanated from the demon crystal. They formed a small vortex of lightning-type spiritual energy with a visible trajectory. And at the center of the vortex was Lin Yan. The entire room was instantly filled with a violent surge of lightning energy. The incandescent light above Lin Yan's head flickered incessantly, its brightness fluctuating. It was like a lone boat in an endless sea of thunder, which could capsize at any moment. However, Lin Yan is no longer the novice who has just mastered the power of lightning. Lin Yan didn't make any move, he just sat quietly cross-legged on the ground. The lightning power emanating from the demon crystal flickered gently like a docile kitten, swirling around Lin Yan and then falling down along the vortex. The world tree within Lin Yan's body trembled slightly. The lush branches swayed gently, unleashing an incredibly powerful suction force. In the blink of an eye, the dense lightning energy in the room was completely swept away. The azure crystal that had been floating in the air instantly lost its luster and fell limply to the ground, its surface not very smooth, like an ordinary stone that could be found anywhere by the roadside. If other awakened beings were to witness this scene, they would be absolutely stunned. The power within the demon crystal is extremely pure, but precisely because of this, the absorption process requires utmost care. If you're not careful, your foundation could be washed away by that violent force. If it is not refined in time, the consequences will be very serious. The consequences of this can range from a decrease in talent to the complete loss of talent. But Lin Yan absorbed in an instant what others would take a month or even longer to absorb. And he seems completely unaffected. Lin Yan opened her eyes. There was still some confusion deep in his eyes. That's it. Before he could even experience it, it was already over. More importantly, according to Lin Yan's understanding, Such a quantity of demon crystals contains enough spiritual energy to allow a first-tier awakened individual to advance to the third or fourth tier, or even higher. But he showed no desire to break through. If we were to describe it in terms of being full, Lin Yan felt that he was only about 3/10 full. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. "You really can eat!" he exclaimed. He absorbed at least 1,000 demon crystals just now, but it didn't even allow him to break through to the second tier. This shows how much spiritual energy the world tree needs. If you were to spend money to buy demon crystals, that would be an astronomical figure. However, if one doesn't spend money to buy demon crystals and cultivates step by step, it's unknown when it will be possible to break through. Therefore, Lin Yan only has one path ahead of him. Arson, murder, looting, no. It should be a path of striking down evil and upholding justice. Lin Yan then sensed a lightning demonic energy within his body. He extended a long, slender finger. A deep purple arc of electricity swirled around his fingertips. This arc appeared extremely faint at first glance. The next moment, Lin Yan flicked his finger. The arc of electricity was deflected out the window and shot into the night sky. Almost in an instant. Rumble! Above the night sky, a dazzling purple lightning bolt illuminated the horizon, followed by continuous thunderclaps. The alternation between sudden brightness, explosions, darkness, and silence continued. The city was gripped by the earthquake, and the earth trembled. A terrifying field of lightning surged from the sky in all directions, shining brightly in the night like the sun. At this moment, thousands of busy demon hunting team members all looked up at the sky. Even Wu Di, who had just sat down to rest, jumped up again. Is that the powerful lightning elementalist? Wu Di's gaze sharpened slightly, his expression trembling. With his strength, he could naturally sense that this was definitely not naturally formed lightning. Actually, no skill is required, it's easy to judge. Just moments ago, the moon was bright and the stars were few, and suddenly a thunderclap sounded out of nowhere. And it's so grand. It's obviously extraordinary. Check if any powerful figures in the lightning element have visited Linen City recently. Once I'm done with this, I'll pay them a visit in person. Wu Di said to the assistant secretary next to him. The male secretary nodded, his expression grave. Yes, Mr. Wu. Wu Di touched his stubble that he hadn't shaved for 2 days and muttered to himself. This powerful being has truly helped us a great deal. What should we give them as a gift? Wu Di fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The male secretary gave him a strange look. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Wu Zhijing, I heard from the team that cleaned up the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce battlefield that when they went there, it was completely empty. Not even a needle was left. Huh! Wu Di's eyes widened. He then gave an embarrassed smile and earnestly praised. Senior, you really do things in unconventional ways. They didn't even leave a needle behind. How frugal are they? Suddenly his eyes lit up. I've got it. I know what to give him. The male secretary glanced at it curiously. But Wu Di smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything. Suddenly he remembered something and continued speaking to his secretary beside him. Oh, by the way, please call that brat Wu Wukai for me later. I'll take him to visit the senior and broaden his horizons. The male secretary meticulously wrote it down. Yes, Mr. Wu. Wu Di never expected that. The powerful lightning-type expert he mentioned was his son's boss. Lin Yan lowered his arm. Take a deep breath. The results were even better than he had imagined. It seems that the spiritual energy and demon crystals of this world are indeed very helpful for developing lightning demonic energy. Based on the experiment just now, Lin Yan has confirmed this crucial matter. In other words, if he were to catch other demonic energy, he could use the power of this world to better control and develop it. Perhaps it is because of the existence of the system that demonic energy is more suitable for the current world plane. Lin Yan muttered to himself. In this way, his demonic energy has unlimited potential to grow. Actually, Lin Yan had another feeling. Demonic energy seems to be a manifestation of the power of laws. However, when this power is used by demons, it is called demonic energy. But if it were used by a righteous, warm-hearted, and elegant young man like him, perhaps calling it the force of justice wouldn't be so bad. Good looks are everything. Lin Yan believes he is fully qualified to say that. He shook his head. Lin Yan continued to wave his hand, scattering thousands of demon crystals. Keep practicing. He lacks everything, except this thing. You can smoke as much as you want, how extravagant. The world tree accepts all comers and can absorb energy of any type. Lin Yan's strength is increasing at an alarming rate. Chapter 68 What does what the Shadow Legion did have to do with Lin Yan? Chapter 68 What does what the Shadow Legion did have to do with Lin Yan? The following lines are a poem and don't directly relate to the preceding text. The morning glow evokes dreams, the morning dew falls. Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of stale air. A third-tier awakener, Lin Yan murmured softly. One night. He has already used up most of the magic crystals he plundered. Such a massive amount of spiritual power only allowed him to advance to the third-tier awakener. But the results were also remarkable. Lin Yan estimated that his spiritual energy content was at least 10 times that of an ordinary third-level awakened person. This is only Lin Yan's conservative estimate. The power of the lightning demon energy has been raised to an even higher level. They have become increasingly adept at controlling the Shadow Kingdom. However, the biggest surprise was that the overall strength of the Shadow Legion also increased. The Shadow Legion, in particular, which had absorbed the so-called divine blood, saw its strength advance by leaps and bounds, and seemed to exude a faint divine aura. Besides demon crystals, there are many rare and precious materials, but it seems that these things are more suitable for use in combination as medicine. Lin Yan looked at the many rare and precious materials in the system space and fell into deep thought. Pharmacist, a very popular and rare profession. Currently, humanity knows very little about the rare and precious materials that grow after the revival of spiritual energy. They know very little about spiritual herbs and medicines obtained from dimensional rifts by powerful martial arts schools or merchant guilds. In the first few years after the alien invasion, humanity was struggling to protect itself and had no time to study anything else. The pharmacist's profession has only just begun to emerge in the last few years. These medicinal herbs and fruits have different effects and different characteristics. Many of them are toxic and have side effects, so they cannot be eaten directly. Even if the medicinal herbs are non-toxic, their effects are relatively limited if consumed directly. However, if it is prepared by a pharmacist, it can achieve the greatest effect. This is somewhat similar to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. However, one difference is that the process of preparing the potion requires a very delicate grasp of spiritual energy. Gentle spiritual energy attributes are best, such as wood or light. Moreover, it requires a huge amount of spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy is insufficient during the preparation process, it is very likely to lead to the failure of the potion preparation. This is also a fairly high threshold. Those famous pharmacists are usually quite skilled as well. Prepare the medicine. A sudden inspiration flashed through Lin Yan's mind. If we're talking about experts in concocting potions, Jackie Chan's father from the movie Jackie Chan Adventures is definitely one of them. And it seems he's managed to snag a magic book from his dad's antique shop. Magic and spiritual energy, in essence, should be considered as forces that lead to the same goal, albeit through different paths. It's just that they have different names. So if the magical potions in Dad's magic book can be replaced with the same effects in this world, does that mean that they can also be successfully concocted? If you could, this would definitely be a hidden treasure. He opened the system space and took out the magic book. It clearly stated above that it was a beginner's guide to making magic potions. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Turn to the first page. Lin Yan looked intently at the contents, and the more he read, the brighter his eyes became. It seems to be feasible. This beginner's guide to making magic potions is very detailed. Many methods for concocting magical potions are feasible. Lin Yan only needs to find the corresponding materials with the same effects in reality, and then mix them according to the proportions in the recipe. The effect might even be better, because the precious materials that grow on Earth after the spiritual energy revival are extremely powerful. The prepared medicine will definitely be more effective. But I don't have the tools. Lin Yan frowned slightly. Preparing reagents requires specialized tools such as bottles and jars, measuring instruments, melting cups, and reaction furnaces. But Lin Yan didn't have any of these. These are things that most households wouldn't keep. Looks like I'll have to go out and buy a new one. Lin Yan stood up and muttered to himself. Only he didn't have much money. Although I looted a lot of things last night. But actually, it's mostly cultivation resources. There's not much funding or anything like that. Because the amount of funds kept in the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce is pitifully small, it doesn't look like the savings of a Chamber of Commerce at all. Lin Yan guessed that all the funds they earned were used to develop their followers. Money, wherever it is a tempting and alluring thing. Let's go out and take a look first. Lin Yan stopped thinking about these things. At worst, we can send the Shadow Ninja to steal a set. Anyway, it was the Shadow Ninja who did it, so it has nothing to do with him. Lin Yan stood up, heading towards the bedroom. The little succubus is still in the house, fast asleep on the only bed. The blanket was askew, carelessly obscuring the beautiful scenery. The little succubus clamped her legs tightly around the pillow, her long, slender legs as smooth and alluring as mutton fat. Her delicate, budding toes curled slightly, gleaming like warm jade in the morning light, making one's mouth water. Her pink little fists clenched tightly around Lin Yan's blanket, and her long eyelashes trembled gently and rhythmically with her breathing. Lin Yan's forehead was covered in black lines. Is this blanket still usable? Is this pillow still safe to use? Lin Yan looked at the little succubus's fair wrist exposed to the air, and a thought struck him. Taking this opportunity, he decided to use the demonic blood to test whether he could evolve the Shadow Kingdom. Lin Yan returned to the kitchen. I took a fruit knife. He was afraid that the other weapons were too sharp and might actually hurt the little succubus. Yes, he really is a kind-hearted and good master. Lin Yan couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. Back in the bedroom, Lin Yan stood on the edge of the bed, looking down at the little succubus. A pair of burgundy round-toed leather shoes sat beside the bed. Where should I mark it? Lin Yan suddenly realized that he felt a little reluctant to cut his fair skin. The sleeping succubus curled up like a kitten, her delicate and smooth skin resembling a fine work of art, making one reluctant to damage it. Lin Yan hesitated slightly. He raised the knife, examined it, and gestured a few times. At this moment, the little succubus, seemingly sensing the movement, slowly opened her eyes. The little succubus's sleepy eyes hadn't fully adjusted to the light, and in her dazed state, she saw a gleaming large knife being brandished at her. Little succubus. Chapter 69. The chives are ripe, it's time to harvest them. Chapter 69. The leeks are ripe, time to harvest, negative value from Wanginia plus 222. The little succubus instantly regained her senses. When she realized that the person holding the knife was her master, a deep sense of fear overwhelmed her. The little succubus's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but let out a mournful whimper like a kitten from deep in her throat. The little succubus flailed around under the covers, hugging her legs and shrinking into a corner of the bed. Large swathes of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, fully visible to Lin Yan, with even a faint, sticky sheen of cold sweat. Master! Master, what are you doing with that knife? The little succubus stammered, her teeth chattering. Could it be that the master's temperament has suddenly changed today, and he's going to get rid of her? That can't be, she only slept in a bed. No, judging from the owner's personality, it's definitely very possible. Negative value from Wanginia plus 444. The little succubus curled up in a ball, looking at Lin Yan nervously. Lin Yan blinked. He wanted to explain. But, it seems best to wait a while. The chives are ripe, it's time to harvest them. Lin Yan sat on the edge of the bed. A slight smile. I flicked the fruit knife with my finger. Grin. A crisp metallic clang echoed in the bedroom. Don't be afraid, I'll be quick and won't make you feel any pain. Lin Yan held a fruit knife, gesturing it up and down at the little succubus, and said in a gentle voice. Glug. The little succubus's fair neck twitched slightly, and a clear sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Negative value from Wanginya plus 444. Wah, master, I was wrong. Please punish me, please don't kill me, wah. The little succubus's eyes were filled with tears, her long eyelashes fluttering with glistening teardrops, making her look pitiful. Lin Yan shook her head, her tone gentle. No, you're not wrong, it's my fault. It was indeed his fault. After all, he wanted to bleed the little succubus for no reason. What wrong had the little succubus done? No, no, no! It's all my fault, all my fault! How could Master make a mistake? It's all my fault! Master, put down the knife and punish me severely. The little succubus tensed up, speaking rapidly with extreme nervousness. Negative value from Wanginya plus 250. My owner is acting so strangely today. Even though the tone was so gentle, she felt it was so cold. There must be a reason for anything unusual. So, she couldn't escape it after all. The little succubus felt a bitter pang in her heart. Was she ultimately doomed? The sticky, fragrant sweat on her body spread rapidly, and glistening tears streamed down her cheeks, down her snow-white neck, and into the abyss. Lin Yan's tone was as gentle as ever, with a hint of apology. I should be the one apologizing to you, but I really will be very gentle, believe me. Wah! The little succubus sobbed, tears streaming down her face, shaking her head violently. Negative value from Wanginya plus 520. Lin Yan's movements stiffened slightly. The little succubus cried so hard that her phoenix eyes almost turned into peaches, and her sobs were weak and mournful, filled with despair. Lin Yan truly couldn't bear it anymore. He put away the fruit knife, ready to reveal his purpose. He only wanted to borrow a little bit of blood, he was just joking earlier. But Lin Yan hadn't finished speaking yet. The little succubus accurately caught the fleeting hint of reluctance in Lin Yan's eyes. A spark of hope ignited in her heart. In her mind, this might be her only chance to survive. The little succubus had no intention of rebelling, she simply wanted to find another way to atone for her mistake. 2 hours later. The sun had fully risen. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window and into the small bedroom. Master, you're not angry anymore, are you? The little succubus swallowed hard and asked nervously in a low voice. Lin Yan lay half reclined on the headboard, looking down at the fruit knife that the little succubus had thrown under the bed sometime during the night. Some were speechless. Do I look angry at all from beginning to end? Lin Yan said softly. The little succubus was slightly taken aback. She thought about it carefully. It doesn't seem like it at all. The master's words were always very gentle, and he even said that it was his own fault. But, you're still holding a knife, the little succubus said pitifully. That's because I want to borrow some of your blood. Lin Yan said this, something he hadn't said before. Little succubus, ga? Chapter 70. You're so bad, but I love it so much. Chapter 70. You're so bad, but I like it so much. Is that how it is? Why didn't you say so sooner? They had to wait until she was like this before they said anything. The little succubus's heart was in turmoil, like a roller coaster. So that's how it is. But you can't blame her at all. If you wake up to find a knife pointing at you and constantly gesturing, who wouldn't be scared? Wah! Master, why are you like this? The little succubus pouted and said pitifully. Lin Yan blinked, looking completely innocent. I was going to say it, but you didn't give me the chance. The little succubus suddenly smiled and, with an adorable gesture, wrapped her arm around Lin Yan's and rested her exquisitely beautiful face on his shoulder. It even rubbed against me gently in a very ingratiating manner. It's all right, as long as Master isn't angry, hee hee. Lin Yan looked at the little succubus in his arms with great interest, feeling a strange sense of emotion. The little succubus was becoming increasingly successful in her taming. This means that there's one less leak left for him. Perhaps in the future, no matter what he does, the little succubus will no longer generate negative values. We should cherish every wave of negative news now. Then can I borrow some blood? Lin Yan picked up the fruit knife again. The little succubus generously extended her fair wrist. Cut it, master! The little succubus said in a crisp voice. It's just a little blood, it's no big deal. Lin Yan looked at the fair, jade-like wrist in front of him and gently reached out a large hand to hold it. Although the little succubus was mentally prepared, her body still tensed up involuntarily. After all, the knife was going to cut her body. It was an instinctive reaction. She's still very afraid of pain. Lin Yan raised the fruit knife in his other hand, but did not cut her wrist. Instead, a barely perceptible cut was made on that slender finger, and a tiny drop of blood seeped out. The little succubus's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't even feel any pain. A mosquito bite would hurt more than this. Lin Yan put down the fruit knife and gently flipped his hand. A blood-red, ferocious mask appeared in his hand. Lin Yan gently held the little succubus's wrist and lightly imprinted the drop of blood from his fingertip onto Tara's mask. The blood dissolved and was instantly absorbed into the Tara mask. Lin Yan carefully sensed it. He dared not touch that tainted divine blood, fearing that something unpredictable might happen, but he still trusted the little succubus's blood completely. It really works. Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly, and a glint of light flashed in his dark eyes. He could sense that after absorbing this drop of blood from the succubus, the Shadow Kingdom had indeed gained a very subtle aura. It seems that the strength of the gods and demons lies in their blood, while the strength of the demon race lies in their demon crystals. Having figured out this concept, Lin Yan's goal was also established. Seize the demon crystal, extract divine blood, and bathe in demonic blood. This is the path to his power. Master, can you squeeze in a little more? The little succubus asked timidly, blinking her big eyes. But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that her hand had stopped bleeding. Given a succubus's constitution, healing such a small wound is incredibly easy for her. No need, that's enough, Lin Yan said with a slight smile. Really? The little succubus's eyes were red, and some inexplicable emotions were stirring within her. Is this an expression of concern for her? It must be. The little succubus gazed intently at Lin Yan, her large, alluring eyes sparkling with desire. Lin Yan nodded very seriously. The little succubus swallowed hard. But this time it wasn't fear. Chapter 71 Sales Calls. Chapter 71 Sales Calls in Dongqing District. The Linen Municipal Government Building. After several busy days, Woody sat in his office chair, enjoying this short break. He will be making a citywide announcement later to share this exciting good news. After completing all this, the data still needs to be compiled and submitted to the Great Xia Prefecture to analyze the activities of the Pantheon. In short, there is still a lot to be done. However, Woody was full of energy and remained excited throughout. After this incident, Linen City will surely gain immense prestige within the Great Xia dynasty. Then he, as the governor of Linen City, would be very proud. At that moment, the male secretary pushed open the door and entered. Wu Zhijing, we can't find anything. No powerful figures from the Lei faction have come to our Linen City recently. The male secretary held a tablet in his hand and meticulously reported the situation. Can't find it? That's strange. Could it be that there's a newly promoted powerful figure in Linen City? Woody's gaze sharpened slightly as he muttered to himself. The male secretary thought for a moment, swiped the tablet in his hand, and said, It's not certain, but we can't rule out the possibility. Woody looked excited and hurriedly said, Quick, help me contact that girl Mu Qingqiu. No, I'll contact her myself. An awakened being can be called a great being, which means that they have reached the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm. In the realm of mountains and seas, A mere gesture can cause the heavens and earth to tremble and the mountains and seas to shake. Yesterday's strange phenomenon was enough to demonstrate just how powerful that lightning elemental expert's lightning power was. Wu Di, as the governor of a city, was only an 8th level venerable. He has yet to even touch the threshold of the 9th order mountain and sea realm. Has a 9th tier mountain and sea realm expert suddenly appeared in Lin Yan City? Wu Di couldn't wait to verify this idea. He already knew that the message was delivered by Mu Qingqiu, so Mu Qingqiu must know that powerful lightning-type expert. The male secretary handed Wu Di's personal cell phone over. They then found Mu Qingqiu's phone number through the internal network system. Wu Di's fingers trembled slightly. He took 2 deep breaths before pressing the dial button heavily. "Hello, is this Mu Qingqiu? I apologize for bothering you, but this is Wu." Before I could finish speaking, the phone went dead. Wu Di's expression froze. The other party hung up. On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingqiu, Yi Chunhua, and the other members of the Demon Hunter team had been busy all night at the Pantheon stronghold and had just finished their work. They were about to send a message to Lin Yan. As a result, I received a call from an unknown number. Upon hearing that slightly respectful voice, Mu Qingqiu decisively hung up. Yi Chunhua blinked curiously. "Who called you? Why did they hang up so quickly?" Mu Qingqiu shook her head, her beautiful hair falling naturally and casually over her shoulders, bobbing up and down gently. She parted her red lips slightly and said with a hint of helplessness, "I don't know, probably some random sales call. But these days, sales calls are really powerful. They even know my name." Yi Chunhua blinked and said with a mischievous smile, "I thought it was your boyfriend." A barely perceptible blush flashed across Mu Qingqiu's pretty face, shimmering and captivating in the morning glow. She glanced at Yi Chunhua and said with a look of disgust, "Get lost! Don't smile so lewdly." Yi Chunhua rolled her eyes. "TCH, whether I'm the one who's perverted or some people have unhealthy ideas, I didn't say anything else." Then she asked in a low voice with a smile, "Tell me quickly, which family's boy did you ruin? How far have things progressed?" Mu Qingqiu's delicate earlobes blushed slightly without her noticing. To what extent has it developed? Perhaps he touched both black and white stockings? We even drank the same cup of milk tea. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Yi Chunhua's eyes lit up when she saw Mu Qingqiu's girlish demeanor. Her gossipy nature instantly ignited. "Quick, tell me, who exactly plucked the most beautiful flower in linen? I'm so curious." Mu Qingqiu snapped out of her daze and said irritably, "You're the one who's all that. Go home and be curious by yourself, don't bother me." Just as Yi Chunhua was about to say something more, Mu Qingqiu's phone rang again. Mu Qingqiu glanced at the number displayed on her phone. It was the same number from before. She frowned slightly and said, "Why is this damn salesperson still going on and on?" Yi Chunhua curiously leaned over and said hesitantly, "Why does this phone number look so familiar?" "Huh!" Mu Qingqiu was slightly taken aback. Yi Chunhua tilted her head, thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, I remember now, I saw this number on our captain's phone before. It seems to be Wu Zhijing's phone number." Mu Qingqiu blinked. "Wu Zhijing? This number?" Yi Chunhua nodded with certainty. The ringing continued relentlessly, and the person on the other end seemed very patient. "Really? That voice just now sounded like a sales pitch." Mu Qingqiu answered the phone with some skepticism. As soon as the call connected, before she could even speak, an urgent voice came from the other end. "Don't hang up yet, this is Wu Di. It really is me, Wu Di, the governor of Lin Yan City, not a fraud." On the other end of the phone, Wu Di spoke quickly as soon as the call connected. "I was afraid the call would be disconnected again." The male secretary standing nearby couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. He had rarely seen Wu Zhijing so nervous. On the other end of the phone, Mu Qingqiu's lips twitched slightly. If it weren't for Yi Chunhua's words, she would have hung up again. When did Wu Di, in power, start speaking in this tone? What else could this be but a scam? Mu Qingqiu had a feeling that the other person was about to say the words, "Send money," next. However, this voice does indeed sound very much like Wu Di's voice when he's on TV. Wu Jijing? Mu Qingqiu asked in a strange tone. Yes, it's me, Wu Di said hastily. Chapter 72. Come out and see the black stockings. Chapter 72. Come out and see the black stockings. Mu Qingqiu covered the microphone with her small hand and put the phone aside. He whispered to Yi Chunhua. It really seems to be Governor Wu. However, his tone was not at all arrogant. On the contrary, it conveyed a sense of relief. It's hard to believe that the person on the other end of the phone is the city's governor. Yi Chunhua whispered. Did he give any instructions? It's strange, why would he call you instead of the captain? I don't know, let me ask. Mu Qingqiu shook her head. She was puzzled as well. Wu Jijing, I'm sorry about earlier. I thought you were trying to sell me something. May I ask what instructions you have? Mu Qingqiu said politely and frankly. Wu Di thought for a moment, then organized his thoughts and said, It's all right. Well, it's like this, I learned from your captain that you provided the information about this siege of the Pantheon. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqiu suddenly understood. Oh, so that's what it was about. That's right, I provided it, Mu Qingqiu said frankly. Then do you know who that mysterious lightning elemental powerhouse who destroyed the Pantheon stronghold is? He helped us so much, I want to thank him in person. Wu Di spoke cautiously, tentatively. Because some big shots have very strange quirks that are hard to fathom, you might accidentally step on a landmine. A lightning-type powerhouse? Mu Qingqiu repeated, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Yes, it's that lightning elemental powerhouse who destroyed the Red Moon Merchant Guild and several other major strongholds. Wu Di nodded. Mu Qingqiu pursed her red lips slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, Wu Jijing, are you sure you want to see him? Yes, I've prepared a small gift, Wu Di said with a smile. Then I'll ask around for you. Mu Qingqiu didn't agree immediately. After all, she didn't know whether Lin Yan was willing to meet this governor. Okay, I'll wait for your news, Wu Di said quickly. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh. That's how a big shot behaves. It seems I need to make my gift even more substantial, so he won't think it's stingy. Wu Di sat in his office chair, pondering what else he could give as a gift. On the other side. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qingqiu still felt like she was in a dream. A few days ago, she witnessed Lin Yan just awakening. It's only been a few days. He had already become known as a powerful figure in the lay system by the local officials. But surprisingly, she didn't feel anything was out of place. It was as if, in her eyes, Lin Yan was capable of doing all of this. She subconsciously overlooked the fact that Lin Yan was just a newly awakened being. From the night Lin Yan saved her, that imposing figure, emerging from the darkness like a demon and an abyss, had been deeply etched into her heart. My little brother is really getting more and more amazing, Mu Qingqiu murmured. He muttered to himself. Yi Chunhua, who was standing nearby, didn't hear clearly and asked curiously. What happened? Which little brother is so amazing? Mu Qingqiu rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with this gossipy woman. She turned her phone back on. Looking at that familiar profile picture, her pink lips curled up slightly. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Where is it? Message sent successfully. Mu Qingqiu awaited a response. However, time passed second by second. The mobile screen remained unresponsive. Yi Chunhua kept stealing glances at the scene, feeling her heart pounding with curiosity, like a kitten scratching at its prey. A minute passed. The phone still isn't responding. Mu Qingqiu's lips twitched, and she muttered uncertainly to herself. Could it be that there's no internet? She opened her status bar and found that the network connection was perfectly smooth. Where are they? Mu Qingqiu's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly. Who is it? Who is it? Yi Chunhua asked hurriedly. What did Wu Jijing want with you about? She was so curious. But Mu Qingqiu ignored her. Delicate fingertips danced across the screen. Fallen leaves in autumn. Hey little brother, are you there? Fallen leaves in autumn. Extremely popular meme. The news disappeared without a trace. Nothing unexpected happened. Mu Qingqiu gritted her teeth inwardly. That bastard. He's not even replying to her messages. It's so late, I can't possibly go back to sleep now, can I? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 520. Xiqing District. At Lin Yan's home. Inside the bedroom. Lin Yan stopped what he was doing. I had some doubts. What happened? Why did Mu Qingqiu suddenly provide a wave of negative data? And she was eavesdropping at the door? Master, the little succubus called softly. Lin Yan came to her senses. He just used the Shadow Legion to check the area, but there was no one there. Let's talk about it later and ignore her for now. The important matter is the priority. Mu Qingqiu stared at the chat page, which remained unresponsive. I was just about to make a call. But then I suddenly remembered there was a gossipy woman next to me. Ahem, Chanhua, look, we've finished our mission. Why don't we all go home and find our own mothers? Mu Qingqiu coughed lightly, her large eyes filled with sincere advice. Yi Chunhua's lips twitched slightly. What do you mean by, each to their own mother? You're clearly planning to go find your little boyfriend, aren't you? Women are indeed fickle creatures. Once you have a boyfriend, you forget about your best friend. Yi Chunhua blinked, and suddenly thought of something. Qingqiu, you haven't forgotten, have you? We live in the same neighborhood. Mu Qingqiu's expression froze. Leave. I almost forgot about that. Mu Qingqiu puffed out her cheeks and blew hard on the strands of hair on her forehead. He took out his phone and started tapping it hard again. It was as if someone was being attacked. Fallen leaves in autumn. Damn, Lin Yan, come out here, look at those black stockings. Served at dawn. Chapter 73 Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 73 Really? I don't believe it. Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 666. What is going on? Are we in danger? Lin Yan frowned slightly. He squinted and turned on his phone. I saw the message notification. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. He had agreed with Mu Qingqiu the day before yesterday to go to the Demon Hunter Squad training camp, and now he's here to urge him on. However, he still has some things to take care of. He wanted to determine as soon as possible whether the preparation of the medicine was feasible. In this way, his strength can be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan typed a reply. Saying one thing but meaning another. I have something to do today, I'll go to the training camp in a couple of days. Send. Put down your phone. On the other end of the phone. Ding dong. Mu Qingqiu, who had been holding her phone and thinking about it, suddenly brightened up. She had finally heard that exhilarating voice. Yi Chunhua muttered softly. They say they're not dating, but I think they're already deeply in love. Mu Qingqiu ignored Yi Chunhua, her fair and slender fingers lightly touching the phone screen, then suddenly paused. No, I need to be reserved. I can't reply so quickly, or he'll think I'm waiting for his reply, humph. Yeah, I'll make him wait too, let him get anxious, humph. Mu Qingqiu smiled, turned off the screen, and prepared to reply later. And Lin Yan. They were all sweating with anxiety. A moment later. Mu Qingqiu finally couldn't control her little hands. She thought for a moment, and sent a message that made her appear calm. Fallen leaves in autumn, okay, I understand, but that's not why I contacted you. Are you home right now? Saying one thing but meaning another. At home. Mu Qingqiu gritted her teeth as she looked at the matter-of-fact message Lin Yan sent. Fallen leaves in autumn. You're at home and not replying to my messages, huh? Saying one thing but meaning another. I'm busy. Fallen leaves in autumn. What are you busy with? Are you busy discussing life with other women? Lin Yan was slightly taken aback when he saw the message. Really? Has this woman studied fortune-telling? Insincere. You guessed it all, Senior Mu, you're amazing. Mu Qingqiu's face immediately flushed with anger. This brat dares to tease her. Fallen leaves in autumn. Oh, I see. I was going to show you some pictures of Hei, but they're gone now. Lin Yan blinked. Surprisingly, there were no negative values. She's not angry anymore, so it seems she didn't believe her own truth. These days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. Saying one thing but meaning another. Another puppy meme? Or just an online image? Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Humph, this time it's for real. Insincere. Really? I don't believe it. Mu Qingqiu looked at these 6 words. They were clearly just text, not spoken words, but the sound and intonation of these 6 words automatically appeared in her mind. Mu Qingqiu's mentality instantly exploded. That's too provocative. We must treat him properly today. Mu Qingqiu opened the photo album and found a photo she had taken before that no one else had ever seen. Share. Choose a friend. He didn't mean it. Send. Ding dong. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Hey Silk Photo.jpg. Mini Theater 1. Mini Theater 2. Mini Theater 3. Lin Yan blinked, looking at the photos of sexy women on the screen. After examining it carefully and thinking about it, I realized. 2 words were sent. Insincere. That's it. On the other end of the phone. Mu Qingqiu, who was still feeling embarrassed and considering whether to withdraw, was. I instantly got furious after seeing those 2 words. What do you mean, that's all? Negative value from Mu Qingqiu plus 888. Yi Chunhua, who was standing to the side, shrank her neck. She looked at Mu Qingqiu, who was like a cat with its fur standing on end, and was extremely surprised. Who on the other side could possibly cause such a strong emotional reaction in the usually aloof and indifferent Mu Qingqiu? Yi Chunhua's curiosity grew even stronger. Mu Qingqiu gritted her teeth, just as she was about to select a few more to send over. His fingers paused slightly. I realized what was happening. Wrong. This must be Lin Yan's brat deliberately provoking her. If you continue sending messages, then he has achieved his goal. A smile appeared on Mu Qingqiu's lips. Sure enough, the clever girl wouldn't fall for it. Fallen leaves in autumn. I'm not messing around with you anymore. I have something important to tell you. Saying one thing but meaning another, so you have something important to say after all? Fallen leaves in clear autumn, a beautiful woman's speechless emoji. Saying one thing but meaning another, then tell me quickly, I'm really busy. He's really busy. Mu Qingqiu pouted, a hint of anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. He's not even happy to chat with a beautiful woman. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. However, important matters are indeed at hand right now. Mu Qingqiu continued to send messages. Fallen leaves in clear autumn. Wu Zhijing of Linen City wants to see you. Lin Yan wasn't too surprised. He recalled that he had met Wu Zhijing once in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. I couldn't help but think of that guy named Wu Wukai. They're a very interesting family, and they probably don't have any ill intentions towards me. Lin Yan lightly touched the screen. Saying one thing but meaning another, okay, I have no problem. Mu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. Fallen leaves in autumn. Then I'll pass on the message for you? When are you free? Saying something you don't mean. Let's wait a couple of days. Fallen leaves in autumn. Okay, I heard he also prepared a small gift for you. Don't forget to share some with your older sister later. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback. A small gift? Surely a small gift from a city governor can't be too meager, right? Insincere. Senior Mu, I suddenly realized that I have free time now. Mu Qingqiu's lips twitched slightly. You suddenly have time as soon as you hear there's a gift, right? Fallen leaves in clear autumn. I'll talk to Wu now and wait for my good news. Insincere. Okay. After replying, Lin Yan put down his phone. Chapter 74. Let me see your phone. Chapter 74. Show me the other side of your phone. The Linen Government Hall. Okay, I understand. By the way, what's that lightning elemental powerhouse's name? I'll find out when I get there. Okay. I'll pack up now and leave immediately. Woody hung up the phone. A smile appeared on his face, clearly indicating that he was in a great mood. Xiaolu. Woody called softly towards the door. Wu Zhijing, you wanted to see me. The male secretary, Lu Yuan, pushed open the door and entered. Prepare the car. I'm going to see that lightning elemental powerhouse in person, Woody said with a wave of his hand, leaving no room for argument. The secretary nodded decisively. Okay, no problem, I'll arrange it now. Woody raised his hand to rub his chin, then suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh right, call that kid Wu Wukai over too. His old man will show him the world today. The male secretary, wearing black-rimmed glasses, maintained his meticulous expression. Yes, Mr. Wu. The secretary pushed open the door and came out. Woody looked out the window, lost in thought, and muttered to himself. I wonder how Xiao Kai is doing at school, and what's that little guy with god-level talent up to now? But there's no need to worry. After all, Mo Baichuan, that old rascal, is still in charge of the academy. Nothing will go wrong. Once we meet that powerful lightning element expert, we must try to win him over and see if we can get him to stay in Linen City. Now it seems like a great victory and everything is calm, but the days ahead will be the biggest test. Linen City will definitely suffer a fierce counterattack from the Pantheon. The most crucial thing is whether we can withstand the subsequent counterattack. Woody gazed at the people coming and going on the street outside the window, his eyes resolute. This is the city he wants to protect. He will not allow any foreign or heretical forces to cause disruption. Woody couldn't help but recall the events of the 10,000 Demon Mountains a couple of days ago, and the tragic scene that had unfolded. And Qin Xiangan, the old warrior who never retreated a single step from beginning to end and fought to the death. Woody sighed deeply. After a long while, he took out his phone and made a call. Has the medal posthumously awarded to Qin Xiangan been prepared? Okay, arrange it for me as soon as possible. On the other side. After notifying Wu Di, Mu Qingqiu put away her phone. Her soft lips curved slightly, and a smile shone in her eyes, as bright as the stars. She took small, quick steps and walked along the street into the distance. The cool morning breeze ruffled her long, black hair, gently brushing against her shoulders and carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. Hey Qingqiu, where are you going? Yi Chunhua asked with concern as she followed behind Mu Qingqiu. What's wrong with this woman? One minute she's furious like a cat with its fur standing on end, and the next she's happy like a fairy floating on air. Even she couldn't help but sigh. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Go home, where else can we go? Mu Qingqiu rolled her eyes and said irritably. But her shimmering eyes betrayed her true feelings. Mu Qingqiu is indeed very happy now. She was even happier than when she first awakened to the fact that she had an S-class time-based talent. Lin Yan's strength, the attention and achievements he gained, brought her a very special sense of satisfaction and joy. It gives you the feeling that the person you like is exceptional. Perhaps this is what it feels like to fall in love with someone. Mu Qingqiu's bright eyes sparkled, and her graceful steps were as light as a fox's. Watching Mu Qingqiu's retreating figure, Yi Chunhua shook her head and sighed. Women who fall in love are truly incomprehensible. Xiqing District. Lin Yan wiped her wet hair. He had just finished showering. Looking at the little succubus whose hair was also wet, Lin Yan said softly, A big shot is coming here later. You should go into the Shadow Kingdom first. The little succubus nodded obediently. Yes, master, I understand. Lin Yan sat in the living room. The little succubus then tidied up the room a bit. Master, I'm all packed. The little succubus blushed slightly. Come over. Lin Yan patted the sofa cushion next to him. The little succubus immediately understood and obediently sat down. Like a gentle kitten. Lin Yan glanced at him sideways. Looking at the little succubus's charming face, He couldn't help but reach out his right hand and gently lift a strand of her still slightly damp hair. The flowing strands of hair brushed against my fingertips, like a gently flowing stream, or like moonlight falling, so soft and smooth it was unbelievable. The little succubus seemed to be electrocuted. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, rippled with emotion. The little succubus turned her face to the side, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip. Lin Yan fell into deep thought. "Let me see your phone," Lin Yan suddenly said. The little succubus was stunned upon hearing this. A hint of panic flashed deep in her beautiful eyes. Negative value from Wangya plus 222. "My phone." The little succubus rummaged through her clothes. Then, with trembling hands, she handed it to Lin Yan. "For master." "The little succubus's phone is unlocked. You can use it as soon as you open it." The screen lights up. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. "This wallpaper." It turned out to be the image of him practicing in the living room last night. "And judging from this angle, it was taken through a crack in the door, right? The little succubus has certainly grown bolder. They even dared to take pictures of him secretly." The little succubus shuddered and quickly explained. Last night Master was making too much noise while cultivating, so I was a little worried and peeked in. I thought Master looked so handsome, so I took a picture." Chapter 75 Mobile Browser History. Chapter 75 Mobile Browser History. Lin Yan didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. He turned on the camera. "I randomly picked an angle and took a selfie. That one is too blurry and doesn't look good. You can use this one from now on," Lin Yan said calmly. They even thoughtfully replaced the little succubus's outfit. "As expected of me, so handsome." Lin Yan glanced at him and exclaimed sincerely. The little succubus peeked at it secretly. "I dare not speak." Lin Yan casually flipped through the photo album and found that apart from some scenery photos, there were no other pictures. Among them, there are the most photos of various flowers and green plants. Judging from that picture, it should be the scene in the small park where they fought their first battle. "You really like the scenery of Earth?" Lin Yan asked softly. The little succubus nodded obediently. "I like it very much. It's countless times more beautiful than anything in our demon realm." Lin Yan casually asked. "What is the demon realm like?" The little succubus frowned slightly, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The demon realm is an extremely barren, cruel, and disgusting world, and it's on the verge of collapse." Lin Yan nodded slightly, seemingly lost in thought. "It's a perfectly normal tactic, which is why the demons of the demon realm are thinking of invading Earth." Lin Yan exited the photo album. The page on the little succubus's phone was very clean, with only some basic apps. He opened Fission. This is an essential communication app for everyone on Earth, on every mobile phone. Lin Yan searched for his Fission account. Add a friend. He then took out his phone and clicked, accept. "You can use this to contact me in the future," Lin Yan said to the little succubus, shaking his phone. The little succubus's eyes suddenly lit up, shining like stars. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, master!" The little succubus was filled with excitement. She felt like she had finally gotten through her hard times. If circumstances allowed, she really wanted to cry her heart out. It was so difficult, sob. After doing all this, Lin Yan paused slightly, thinking for a moment. With a flick of his fingertips, amidst the succubus's trembling gaze, he gently placed his fingertip on the browser icon. Lin Yan opened her browsing history with practiced ease. Lines of browsing history that had not yet been deleted appeared before him. How can a demon who has only recently entered the human world hide herself without being discovered? What's the most natural excuse to ask a guy out? How do you make someone who wants to kill you every day fall in love with you? How can I protect myself from a mentally disturbed man? If a demon is killed in the human world, can we request assistance? What position do men like the most? What kind of girls do psychopaths like? Lin Yan sat up straight. He scrolled down expressionlessly. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The little succubus swallowed nervously, her whole body tense. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, were even glistening with tears from sheer terror. The good days she had finally achieved, could they have vanished so quickly? Negative value from the little succubus plus 444. Negative value from the little succubus plus 444. Negative value from the little succubus plus 444. Lin Yan continued flipping through the pages. They seemed quite interested. But the little succubus was somewhat restless. Wah! She had completely forgotten to delete her browser's history. The little succubus clearly remembered that she had said in the browser that her master was a perverted man. She even originally planned to use her free time to write a novel on her phone to record her miserable experiences. She's already thought of a name. It's called Getting Overwhelmed at the Start. The Tragic Life of a Succubus. The female lead is herself, a kind, innocent, sweet, and adorable little succubus with a great figure. The male protagonist is, of course, the wicked master who is utterly wicked, has done all sorts of bad things, and bullies the little succubus every day. Thankfully, she hasn't started writing yet, otherwise, her fate would be even worse. The thought of her master reviewing her browsing history and preparing to punish her. The little succubus felt a shiver of fear wash over every inch of her delicate skin. Lin Yan let out a soft breath. I've finished watching it. Obviously, there are many questions that cannot be answered by Baidu. However, there were indeed some answers to a few questions, and they were viewed the most, so they must have been frequently consulted. Lin Yan stared blankly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He could already picture the scene, the little succubus lying on the sofa every night, her tiny hands constantly tapping her phone, searching for survival tips. There's actually something cute about it. He glanced sideways and saw the little succubus beside him with her head down, looking pitiful. She didn't dare to meet Lin Yan's eyes, or even look at his expression. Naturally, no one saw the slight smile on Lin Yan's lips. By the time she finally mustered the courage to look up and steal a glance, Lin Yan's expression had already returned to calm. The little succubus shrank her neck. The atmosphere immediately froze. At this time, gurgle. The little succubus's stomach suddenly growled. She awkwardly rubbed her stomach. She was a little hungry. She exercised too much today, and the tense atmosphere just now drained her energy. The little succubus was crying out in her heart. Oh no, oh no. This is completely ruined, sob sob. Negative value from Wanginya plus 444. However, the expected cold voice did not appear. Instead, it remained as calm as ever. Let's go eat. Ha! The little succubus looked up, her eyes somewhat dazed. I'm a little hungry too, let's go out and get something to eat, Lin Yan said casually. But isn't Master waiting for someone? The little succubus asked instinctively. Lin Yan grabbed her small hand. It's okay, let him wait. Let's eat first, and we'll talk when we get back. The little succubus, bewildered, was pulled out of the room by Lin Yan. Chapter 76 Happiness belongs to Lin Yan, sadness is reserved for the little succubus. Chapter 76 Happiness belongs to Lin Yan, sadness is left for the little succubus in the restaurant. The little succubus sat opposite Lin Yan, still feeling somewhat surreal as if she were in a dream. Why didn't the master punish her? They never came back again. Instead, he took her out to eat. They didn't even wait for that important guest they mentioned. This is really not right. The little succubus's eyes darted around, glancing left and right. The host sat opposite her and ordered the food. Black hair, black eyes, a handsome young man. It attracted frequent glances from the girls at the next table. The little succubus's gaze wandered aimlessly. Based on her past experience, this time it certainly won't be that simple either. She still clearly remembers that takeout order worth 108,000 yuan. To this day, she still hasn't paid back a single penny. This time, they came to a restaurant that looked very high-end. I wonder how much debt she'll incur this time. The little succubus was crying inside. Negative value from the little succubus plus 222. What would you like to eat? At this moment, Lin Yan's voice interrupted the little succubus King Yin Ye's thoughts. Can I not eat? The little succubus asked timidly. If she eats less or doesn't eat at all, will she be able to spend less money? However, the words had barely left his mouth. Gurgle. The little succubus Queen Yin Ye's stomach then made a protesting sound. Even the waiter standing nearby could hear it clearly. The little succubus's face quickly turned red. You little tummy, you're so disappointing. You have no idea what your master will face next. You're full, but your owner is in trouble, boo-hoo. The little succubus moved her hand to her belly and quietly pressed down. It was as if this would stop my stomach from rumbling. Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled. I'll have another serving of the portion I just ordered, Lin Yan said to the waiter next to him. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter quickly took the order and turned to walk towards the front desk. After the waiter had walked away, the little succubus raised her head and asked timidly, Master, are the dishes here expensive? Lin Yan glanced at the menu next to him and frowned slightly. It's quite expensive, much more expensive than other places outside. The succubus's pretty face turned pale, and the previous rosy complexion quickly faded. It's over. It's already this expensive, and if it changes hands again, wouldn't it become an astronomical price? Negative value from Wang Yinya plus 233. Are you cold? Why are you shivering? Lin Yan asked with a smile, feigning curiosity. He discovered that sometimes teasing the little succubus could not only earn him negative points, but also add some variety to his otherwise boring life. It's the best of both worlds, killing two birds with one stone, achieving two goals at once, and bringing double happiness. Of course, the happiness belonged to him, but the sadness was left to the little succubus. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the little succubus bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, Master, I'm not cold, I'm just a little touched. This is the first time Master has taken me out to eat something delicious. I'm so touched. Lin Yan pretended to suddenly realize something. Oh, I see. It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. The little succubus was stunned on the spot. There are plenty. Well then, since that's the case, I'll eat a little more later. Since we already owe the master so much money, a little more won't make a difference. The little succubus sat up straight, leaned forward slightly, placed the heavy object in front of her on the table, and revealed a resolute look in her eyes. Lin Yan carefully examined the little succubus in front of him, pondering an ultimate question. How could such a slender waist support such a magnificent and expansive heart? The Creator is truly amazing. At this time, several elegantly dressed, aristocratic-looking young men entered the restaurant. A dozen or so solemn-looking men in black suits followed him, who appeared to be bodyguards. Can you even eat here? The hygiene is terrible, a boy with green hair said with a dissatisfied expression. All right, we'll just have a quick meal and leave in a bit, a boy who looked older said reassuringly. The green-haired man pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something more. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yan and a little succubus sitting to one side out of the corner of his eye. The green-haired man lingered on the little succubus for a moment, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. I suddenly feel like eating here. The older boy frowned and said with a stern expression, Don't cause trouble. We're here on important business. Behave yourself. The green-haired man licked his lips and said dismissively, I'm just having a meal here, what trouble could I possibly cause? The older boy's brow relaxed, but his tone remained cold. That would be best. At the same time, downstairs in Lin Yan's apartment building, it surrounded many residents who lived here. What a fancy car! Whose house are we going to? Look at the license plate number, it looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? How could such an important person come to our small place? It's truly an eye-opener. Could it be that some heretics are lurking here, and we're here to purge them? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. If there were really heretics, the demon-hunting team would have dealt with them quietly long ago. Why would they make such a big fuss? This is clearly an invitation. Inside the car, the male secretary was sitting in the driver's seat. He asked somewhat hesitantly, Wu Zhijing, are you sure that big shot from the Lei faction lives here? Wu Di had no doubts and nodded. Great beings all have some very special hobbies. Maybe they just like an ordinary life. The male secretary nodded and prepared to open the door and get out of the car. My phone suddenly rang. It was a text message. After looking at it, he said to Wu Di, Wu Zhijing, Xing Zhijing from the neighboring province has sent his son here to form a study group. They say they want to learn how we wiped out the Pantheon. They have now entered our linen city. That old man is already preparing to train his son. Ignore him, our affairs are more important, Wu Di said with a slight smirk, seemingly unconcerned. Yes. The male secretary nodded. At this moment, the boy sitting in the back with Wu Di suddenly spoke up. Father, what are you doing here? I haven't seen my eldest brother for days. Please help me find out where he went. I need to go and show my face, otherwise he'll forget about me. Chapter 77 Fight Magic with Magic. Chapter 77 Using Magic to Counter Magic. You better behave yourself later. We're going to see a senior figure, Wu Di said in a slightly stern tone. Wu Wukai immediately sat up straight. To be called a senior figure by one's father, one must be extraordinary and definitely a great person. Wu Di rubbed his chin and muttered, As for that little guy, he should be under your principal's protection, right? I'll ask him for you later. Yes, father. Wu Wukai nodded earnestly. Wu Zhijing, should we evacuate the surrounding crowd? The male secretary asked, turning his head. Wu Di waved his hand. No need, we came with sincerity and openly and honestly, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance. The secretary nodded. He got out of the car first, and then opened the back door. Wu Di got out of the car. Let's go up. After getting off the bus, Wu Di turned around and said something to his son, Wu Wukai. Only then did the surrounding onlookers notice. It turned out that the person sitting in this car was Wu Di, the governor of Linen City. The entire venue fell silent instantly. The previously noisy atmosphere immediately fell silent. No one dared to speak, or even breathe loudly. This is the governor of Linen City, a top figure who wields absolute power. Apart from the demon hunter team leader and some other big shots, he has the greatest power and influence. Some people had just seen Wu Di's announcement on television, and now they were seeing it in real life. Wu Di looked around and said in a gentle tone, I'm here to find someone. You all go about your business and don't worry about me. Just keep everything as usual. After saying that, he walked towards the stairwell of one of the buildings. It wasn't until Wu Di and his two companions disappeared into the shadows at the entrance of the stairwell that everyone snapped out of their daze. They looked at each other, their eyes still showing deep-seated astonishment. My God, I actually saw President Wu in person. Mom, I'm so proud of myself. Keep your voice down, what? Are you ready to die? Which room did Wu Zhijing go to? Who was he looking for? Alright, stop worrying about it. You dare to meddle in the affairs of important people? Let's just pretend we didn't see anything and continue as usual. Yes, you're right. Let's go, we still have to tighten screws today. Although there is no elevator here. But given Wu Di's strength. They soon arrived at the door of the house where Lin Yan lived. He looked at the ordinary metal door and felt a rare sense of tension. Wu Di let out a soft breath and held up 2 fingers. Bend, knock on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, is anyone home? Inside the restaurant. The waiter brought out all the dishes we ordered. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The waiter left after saying that. Lin Yan looked at the delicious food in front of him and, without the slightest hesitation, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. It tastes pretty good. Lin Yan's eyes lit up slightly, and he made a comment. The delicious food, with its perfect color, aroma, and taste, exudes an enticing fragrance under the lights. The little succubus blinked and swallowed softly. The owner looks like they're enjoying their food so much. Wow, it smells so good. The little succubus's delicate white hands moved uncontrollably toward the chopsticks in front of her. However, at the crucial moment, the little succubus restrained him with immense willpower. No! You can't eat it! If you eat it, you'll fall into your master's trap. Something truly terrifying is about to happen to her. Maybe one bite will cost 108,000. The succubus's earlier resolve faded the moment she thought of this. She felt as if two miniature versions of herself were appearing in her ears. One is a little succubus wearing a white dress and with a halo above her head. The other is a little succubus wearing a black dress and with horns above her head. The little succubus in the white dress looked dazed and said weakly, "You can't eat it, you absolutely can't eat it. If you eat it, you'll fall into your master's trap. Have you forgotten the lesson we learned before?" The little succubus in the black dress stood with her hands on her hips, looking completely nonchalant. "What's there to be afraid of? Just eat it. At worst, I'll get a scolding from my master again." The little succubus in the white dress floated in the air in a duck-like position, her eyes blurry with tears, looking pitiful. "It's not that simple, there will definitely be other punishments." The little succubus in the black dress said impatiently, "You hypocrite! You clearly want it too, so why pretend? You say you don't want it, but what happened? You're faster than anyone else." The white dress and the black dress instantly started wrestling. The little succubus shook her head and waved her hand, dispelling both voices. She thought she should just bear with it for now. The little succubus swallowed hard, turning her head to one side, trying her best not to look at the delicious food. "Why aren't you eating?" Lin Yan asked the little succubus with curiosity. "Master, I'm not that hungry yet," the little succubus stammered. "But..." Her tummy betrayed her once again. "You..." The little succubus's face turned red and white in turns, and she was quite cute in the process. Lin Yan put down her chopsticks, her voice slightly cold. "Do you think that I don't understand you at all, so the dishes I ordered don't suit your taste and make you dissatisfied?" No! That's not how it is, master!" The little succubus quickly waved her hands. Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 123. "So you think you can't eat when you're with me?" Lin Yan looked at the little succubus with calm black eyes and said indifferently. The little succubus shuddered, causing her breasts to swell. This was a serious problem. She was almost in tears. "Of course not, master!" "Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you find me annoying?" The little succubus's lips twitched slightly. "What is all this nonsense? Why does it feel like she should be the one saying these things?" Negative value from Wang Yingye plus 333. "It really wasn't, master, I wasn't very loud. I'm sorry, I was wrong," the little succubus said weakly. Admitting mistakes promptly when the owner is angry, rather than making excuses, is one of the survival lessons she has learned. Looking at the pitiful little succubus bowing her head in remorse, Lin Yan felt a pang of emotion. Dad was right, we have to use magic to fight magic, he was absolutely right. These women's moves are really effective. "Then eat quickly, don't make me say it a third time," Lin Yan said, picking up his chopsticks again. "I understand, master," the little succubus said weakly, bowing her head. The little succubus was just about to pick up her chopsticks at night. At this time, the waiter who had just left came back. He whispered to Lin Yan. "Sir, hello, the guests at the next table said they wanted to send this lady a portion of our restaurant's top-notch signature dish. It's currently being prepared. When would you like it served to you?" Chapter 78 The Best Master. Chapter 78 The Best Master. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback. The customers at the next table gave a little succubus? Or is it the signature dish? Lin Yan glanced at the little succubus, who looked completely bewildered and seemed unsure which dish to pick first. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Interesting. This is another classic trope of encountering a femme fatale. The little succubus's appearance is definitely among the best in the human world. Of all the girls Lin Yan knows, only Mu Qingqiu can rival the little succubus. However, these two girls have different styles, so it's fair to say they are equally good and each has their own merits. Apart from that, Lin Yan had not found anyone who could defeat the little succubus. Therefore, it seems perfectly normal for it to attract the covetousness of others. Lin Yan shifted his gaze from the little succubus to the side. It really was that table. Lin Yan noticed this group of wealthy-looking people as soon as they entered. But since it had nothing to do with him, Lin Yan didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, these guys even set their sights on the little succubus. A smile reappeared on Lin Yan's lips, but this time it seemed somewhat cold. The waiter standing nearby suddenly felt a chill. Even the little succubus stopped picking up food and looked at Lin Yan pitifully with her big eyes. "Oh my God! The owner's laughter is so scary." "Oh 3-0. Lin Yan said calmly. "No need, we've already finished eating. Just bring the dishes to whoever ordered them." The waiter looked slightly embarrassed. "I'm so sorry to have bothered you, sir. I'll go and talk to them." Lin Yan nodded. The waiter felt as if he had been granted a pardon and immediately left this terrifying place. "Master, what happened?" The little succubus blinked and asked curiously. She hadn't heard what the waiter said, so she realized that Lin Yan wasn't targeting her, but someone else. Lin Yan glanced at the little succubus. Succubi are creatures that truly fit the human aesthetic. Her delicate features and exquisite face shone brightly in the slanting sunlight, like a flower blooming in spring, tender and fragrant. Even in her daze, a captivating and alluring look flickered in her clear, bright eyes. She raised her slender hand holding the food, her sleeves slipping slightly upwards to reveal her fair wrist. She was simply naturally alluring. The charm in every gesture and expression seemed as natural as her every breath. Lin Yan's gaze made the little succubus extremely nervous. She reached up and touched her face, weakly saying, "Master, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Lin Yan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Put this meal on your tab later." The little succubus froze. His eyes revealed a look of grief and indignation. She knew it. Sure enough, everything unfolded as she had predicted. Just then, the arguing next door caught the little succubus's attention. "What do you mean? I asked you to deliver the things, and you're telling me they don't want them, so you're returning them to me? Are you looking down on me?" The green-haired man slammed his hand on the table and roared angrily. "What's going on? Sit down and stop yelling." The older-looking boy frowned and scolded in a low voice. After standing up, the green-haired man remained angry. He pointed at the waiter and said to the older boy, "Brother Xing, this isn't me causing trouble, it's them looking down on me." Xing Changfeng's face darkened. "I told you to sit down." The green-haired man curled his lip before sitting down. The waiter immediately said to Xing Changfeng, "Sir, this is what happened. This gentleman just ordered a dish at our front desk, saying he wanted to give it to the table next to us, but the guests at the next table said they were already full and didn't need it, so we're going to give you a refund." Xing Changfeng then realized that this guy was planning to flirt with someone else again. He said coldly, "Lu Ren, how many times have I told you not to cause trouble for me? We're here to learn." The green-haired man named Lu Ren curled his lip in disdain. "He's just a poor kid. Besides, I didn't use any force to oppress him. We all rely on our own abilities." Xing Changfeng was about to say something more when a bodyguard in black suddenly stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Young master, if you want to become the magistrate of Wuchuan City, you will need the support of their family." Xing Changfeng frowned slightly, remained silent for a moment, and ultimately said nothing. The green-haired man's eyes flashed, and his mind started working again. The little succubus blinked, somewhat confused, and said, "Master, what are they arguing about? The guests at the next table they're talking about, could they be us? What do you think?" Lin Yan took a napkin from the table and calmly wiped his hands. The little succubus instantly understood. She slammed her chopsticks on the table, gritted her teeth, and said sharply, "That green-haired bastard actually said that master is a poor boy. I'm going to kill him." Lin Yan looked at the little succubus with a half-smile and said, "Are you sure about those men in black around him who are all at least at the 5th rank?" To his surprise, the little succubus's eyes were firm, and she didn't hesitate at all. I'm sure. In my heart, master is the best master, and I won't allow anyone else to say that. Lin Yan took a careful look at it. A gentle smile curved at the corners of his lips. The obedient and well-behaved little succubus is really cute. However, on the other hand, the boy named Xing Changfeng surprised him quite a bit. This person is very polite in both his behavior and his conduct. There was none of the spoiled air one would expect from a wealthy family. Thinking about it, it's quite normal. After all, this is reality, not a novel. The more influential a family is, the better its family education will be. There wouldn't be so many brainless rich kids jumping out to be mindless villains. Certainly, there are some exceptions. For example, the green-haired guy next to him is a typical exception. But he was also clever, knowing to proceed step by step. He first planted a seed by sending her the top-notch signature dish, and then gradually entered the little succubus's field of vision. They really know how to use their abacus effectively. Unfortunately, he met Lin Yan. The sunlight is a bit too bright today, and I'm not happy, so I'll grant you death. Lin Yan looked out the window and murmured softly. Chapter 79 No need to reschedule, let's do it today. Chapter 79 No need to change the date, let's do it today. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifted into the originally clear blue sky. The light blue was swallowed up by the dark clouds, and the restaurant was instantly shrouded in darkness. A chilly atmosphere lingered in the restaurant. How did the weather suddenly change? Xing Changfeng looked out the window and said with a slight frown. Another boy, who was on good terms with him, asked, Young Master Xing, where do we go next? Xing Changfeng thought for a moment and said, Let's go directly to the Lin Yan Municipal Government Building. My father should have already spoken to Governor Wu. But before that, I need to apologize to those two restaurant guests since I have disturbed them. Xing Changfeng looked at Lin Yan with a slightly apologetic gaze. At this time, the little succubus already looked like she was ready to sacrifice herself for a cause. She picked up one last piece of meat, chewed it slightly, poured herself a glass of water, drank it, and then said firmly, Master, I'll go teach them a lesson for you now. If, after I die, you can think of me even once in a while, I'll be very happy. As she finished speaking, the little succubus's sharp fangs were about to pop out. She appears to be transforming into a succubus. Once she transforms into her succubus form, she will find it impossible to move an inch in the human world, and everyone will want to kill her. They might soon be executed for their military achievements. Lin Yan looked at the little succubus with amusement. A smile played on his lips, but he didn't say anything. The little succubus's heart was pounding. Why isn't the master stopping her? Shouldn't the line be, Sit down, let me do it? The little succubus blinked. Sobs. She's such a cute little succubus, how could her master really bear to send her to her death? At this time, the green-haired man stood up angrily, still looking furious. I'll go, after all, I'm the one who caused this trouble, right? Xing Changfeng hesitated for a moment, then said, Then let's go together. No need, I'll go myself. The green-haired man waved his hand and walked towards Lin Yan's table. Several men in black who were accompanying them immediately followed. Xing Changfeng kept his gaze fixed on the spot, without getting up. There shouldn't be any trouble under his watchful eye. The green-haired man walked up to Lin Yan's dining table. He had his back to Xing Changfeng, and his face had already been transformed into a sinister and vicious expression. The green-haired man said in a low, menacing voice, Kid, you're lucky today. I'll remember you. I'll deal with you another day. After saying that, he looked at the little succubus, his eyes burning with undisguised desire. I don't care who you are. Do you know who I am? My father is the director of the Wuchuan City Law Enforcement Team. I will come back to find you. Remember that. He looked at Lin Yan with a mocking expression. They found that the other party remained silent, as if they were stunned. The green-haired man grinned, revealing a disdainful smile. He's done this kind of thing a lot, so he's experienced. The green-haired man spoke with extreme malice, but his body was slightly nodding and bending over. Xing Changfeng watched his retreating figure, as if he were genuinely apologizing. Lin Yan did not speak. But a flash of crimson light appeared in the little succubus's eyes. If she didn't understand what had happened before, she now understands everything. That green-haired turtle. They even dared to threaten their master. He deserves to die. The little succubus no longer hesitated, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. The next moment, just as she was about to unleash her succubus form, Lin Yan suddenly smiled faintly. No need to reschedule, let's do it today. The little succubus suddenly felt her energy dissipate, and she was pressed back down by a powerful force. She sat back down in her seat immediately. The little succubus blinked. But then she saw Lin Yan, who was sitting opposite her, slowly stand up. Tall and handsome, with clean and tidy clothes, black hair and black eyes, he was unparalleled. The sky grew even darker, hanging low like a gray fog, casting vast, deep shadows. Just like the scene she had encountered that night. Master! The little succubus murmured softly, her eyes glazed over. The green-haired man frowned. Aside from being more handsome, the boy's clothes and the dishes he ordered were far inferior to his own, yet he still planned to rebel. And only after hearing about his background? The green-haired man wanted to laugh. But that's fine too. If this guy dares to make the first move, then he has countless ways to kill this guy who's better looking than him. Then, wouldn't that stunning beauty on the other side be a piece of cake? The green-haired man felt his heart burning even hotter as he thought about this. He decided that even if the guy didn't actually hit him, he would pretend to have been hit later. Then they suddenly launched an attack. The green-haired man licked his chapped lips, feeling extremely satisfied with his plan. He looked up. I saw the last scene of my life. From a darkness that could swallow everything in the world, a hideous and terrifying monster stepped out on all fours and swallowed him whole. The enormous fangs easily tore through the green-haired man's skin. He didn't even manage to let out a scream. It was then chewed into minced meat by that monster. Negative value from Luren plus 444. Chapter 80 Succubus Made of Water. Chapter 80 The Succubus Made of Water. Everything happened too fast. No one reacted. The darkness quietly receded. The monster vanished as if nothing had ever happened. Only the green-haired man who disappeared from the spot and the blood splattered on the ground testified to what had just happened. What just happened? Lin Yan stretched and blinked as he asked. Sunlight streamed down again, casting golden rays onto the boy's shoulders, like ripples in a special effect, pure and flawless. My lord! The man in black who came with the green-haired man roared in grief and indignation. Xing Changfeng's pupils contracted sharply, and his mind trembled. What was that just now? Xing Changfeng's hands and feet were ice cold. An alien race? Or a summoned monster? But he didn't have time to think about all that anymore. A terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire restaurant. The green-haired man and his companions, dressed in black, glared angrily at Lin Yan, their expressions filled with hatred. Kill him! Negative value from plus 1,200. Negative value from plus 1,800. Lin Yan said calmly. Old man, this has nothing to do with me. It was the monster that ate him. I didn't do anything. Then, in response to Lin Yan's roar, he shouted. Kill him! Negative value from plus 1,500. Negative value from plus 1,800. Several men in black unleashed tremendous power, shattering the glass in the restaurant and sending tables flying. A barrage of powerful attacks rained down on Lin Yan. Other diners in the restaurant screamed and scattered. Lin Yan's gaze turned cold. Destroying other people's property is a crime. Boom! A bolt from the blue. Countless arcs of electricity instantly erupted around Lin Yan and even in the sky thousands of miles above, forming an enormous lightning storm. Enveloped him and the little succubus. The attack by these black men vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, completely wiped out by the thunderous storm. It couldn't even cause the slightest ripple. "Master!" the little succubus called softly. Looking at Lin Yan, who was protecting her, a strange emotion surged within her. Before I knew it, tears were welling up in my eyes again. However, this time the tears were different from those before. This time it seems to be sweet. Lin Yan glanced at him sideways, quite helplessly. "You really are made of water." The little succubus was immediately filled with embarrassment. She wiped her eyes, her gaze unfocused, bit her lip, and asked softly, "Master, were you jealous just now?" Lin Yan withdrew his gaze and remained silent. The little succubus was curious. Suddenly she felt her feet slip and fall into the shadow kingdom, following her own shadow. "Ugh! You mean, Master, you're deliberately refusing to answer my question?" The little succubus stomped her feet. However, her pretty face then flushed slightly, and her heart fluttered. "So even Master has a day when he feels embarrassed, hee." The little succubus found the shadow kingdom adorable for the first time. In reality, inside and outside the restaurant, both under the sky and on the ground, everything was filled with a deep purple lightning. Lin Yan stood beneath the thunder, his expression calm and composed. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone present, this handsome young man seemed like Thor descending to earth, wielding divine punishment. "This?" Xing Chanfeng suppressed the trembling in his body, speechless with shock. If the black monster from before had instilled fear in him, then now it was a deep-seated dread, a dread that made him unable to muster any resistance. Xing Chanfeng saw that it seemed the two sides were about to continue fighting. He was startled and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Stop! Don't hit any more!" But the men in black glared at them angrily, showing no intention of obeying, and launched another attack. They were the personnel responsible for protecting the green-haired man. But at this moment, the green-haired man has become food for the monster. Their mission failed, and they don't know what kind of punishment they will face when they return. You know, that's their director's only son. Die! Lin Yan's lips curled slightly, and a faint golden light flickered in his eyes. "Let's make an exception today and slaughter a few more pigs." At the same time, the stairwell next to Lin Yan's house. Wu Di, his secretary, and Wu Wukai stood there, waiting patiently. "Father, could it be that the senior has already left?" Wu Wu asked tentatively. Wu Di thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, that senior is definitely still here. Look at this door, it's clearly been opened frequently. So he's probably just gone out and will be back soon. We just need to wait here patiently." Wu Wu blinked. "No wonder, my father was lying on the ground looking at it for a long time. So that's what you were looking at. Major." The male secretary stood ramrod straight to one side. Suddenly a dazzling flash streaked across the sky, and he looked up in confusion. Outside the window at the entrance of the building, under the distant sky, endless lightning gathered and intertwined. Wu Zhijing, look what that is!" The secretary's face showed a look of horror. It was the first time he had ever lost his composure. Wu Di felt something. He quickly looked up. His pupils suddenly contracted. "It's the power of that lightning elemental expert! Let's go quickly!"